Hello and welcome. I'm Leanne Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran begins funeral ceremonies for former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei as the country observes a fragile ceasefire with the United States. America is gearing up for a historic 4th of July with massive celebrations planned to mark 250 years of independence. Portugal beats Croatia, but a controversial VAR call sparks fury after the final whistle. Plus, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce fuel wedding speculation as celebrity guests do gather in New York. Iran has begun public mourning for the former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei more than 4 months after he was killed in the US and Israeli strikes. Millions are expected to attend funeral ceremonies across Iran ahead of his burial next week. The events come as Iran and the United States observe a fragile ceasefire following their conflict in June. Let's go live to Los Angeles to speak to Derek Grossman, Professor of International Relations at the University of Southern California. Derek, as always, great to have you on the show. Derek, is Iran viewing this as a funeral procession or a victory lap to show the US they still have strong support inside of the country?
Well, it's great to be with you. And I think that you can look at this really in a couple of ways. I mean, one is it is commemoration for a man that ruled Iran for 4 decades. Mm-hmm. And so there's kind of this, honor and prestige that they want to give to him. But I think you can also look at it from the perspective of Iran showing that it still has unity, right? That everyone is rallying around this man who, of course, in the United States and in Israel and in other parts of the world is viewed very negatively, but at least within Iran and for any of the foreign dignitaries who come to visit, right, they are paying homage to him. And I think that that is a sign of strength that Iran seeks to project as it continues to deal with hostilities from the United States and from Israel.
And we talk about dignitaries, but Pakistan's Prime Minister has paid his respects at the coffin of the late Iranian Supreme Leader in Tehran today. How significant is this? As we know, Pakistan has been a key mediator in the talks between the US and Iran.
I think it's pretty significant because Pakistan, of course, has been a friend of the United States for many years, dating back to the Cold War, even though, of course, we did have some problems with Osama bin Laden being found in Pakistan and some double dealing in Afghanistan. But when you kind of look at the macro picture, Pakistan has been very friendly with the United States for many years. And if you think that the ongoing U.S.-Iran negotiations as facilitated by Pakistan means somehow that Islamabad is only, friends with the United States, and I think you'd be sorely mistaken because it's clear that Pakistan also maintains very good ties with Iran. We had the Pakistani Field Marshal Asim Munir visit Tehran, I believe, on several occasions, and we've talked about that on past shows. And so, I think Pakistan continues to steer this middle ground between the U.S. and Iran. And I think that from Washington's perspective, in particular from the Trump administration's perspective, Pakistan has been particularly helpful in engaging with Iran and really with the greater Middle East and Muslim world.
And Derek, Iran has warned the US and Israel not to attack during the funeral and days of mourning which are happening. How concerned are you that any possible miscalculation could derail this fragile ceasefire and reignite the conflict? Or do you think that both sides will respect this moment that we see?
I think it's certainly possible that you would see some sort of U.S. or Israeli, moment of opportunity here to strike Iran while it's holding the funeral and the days of mourning. But I think it's fairly unlikely. And I say that because it's clear that Trump wants to get out of this war, not renew the war. And for now, at least, it seems like he's focused on diplomatic negotiations during the 60-day ceasefire period laid out in the MOU. Israel is another story, of course, and we've seen Trump and Netanyahu diverge on how to handle Iran. And so it's entirely possible that Israel seeks some sort of opportunity here. But I do think that Trump has pretty effectively reined Netanyahu in on doing anything that would be particularly risky, right? We've seen, for example, Israeli attacks against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. And Israel claims that it was only responding to attacks from Hezbollah. But then Trump went public and said that Netanyahu doesn't have to blow up an entire building in order to kill one Hezbollah fighter. And so that was clearly, and publicly a note of caution to Israel that you cannot just do whatever you want if you want to maintain a good relationship with the United States. So I expect those trends to continue.
And do you expect the son of the Supreme Leader, the former Supreme Leader, of course, his son and the successor, Mujtaba Khamenei, to attend the funeral? And what message was his presence or absence actually send? Because for a long time, we've heard that he hasn't been well.
Seems very unlikely that he would attend because, as you say, he's not doing well, and also there's some security concerns. But let's just think for a second, if he did attend, what sort of message would that send? That would send a message that he's unafraid of potentially being killed himself, but also demonstrating to the Iranian people that he is alive and that he is in control. And I think that, again, that would be a unifying message to the Iranian people and those who support Iran from the outside. So, we'll have to see. But I think that it's fairly unlikely due to the security concerns and his health concerns.
And if we get back to the negotiations and those indirect talks that are happening, a rising number of vessels are now actually crossing the Strait of Hormuz with their trackers turned on. Derek, do you think this is now a positive sign of progress during the latest round of indirect talks between the US and Iran in Doha? Because, of course, we know that we saw Kushner and Witkoff there, but the Iranian delegation didn't meet them.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a positive sign because anytime you turn on those AISs, that means that those commercial ships can be identified and therefore targeted. And so in doing so, it demonstrates that the private companies that are operating their ships through the Strait of Hormuz, they are taking on some risk, but they think that it is a controlled risk, right? They think that it is a manageable risk. It is not something that's going to result in them not being able to go through the Strait of Hormuz safely. And so I think that it's going to take time to get back to normal. And I think this is one step in that direction. But I also want to see both the Iranians and the Americans begin to do some demining of the Strait of Hormuz, which, as we've talked about before, could take at least a month, probably in upwards of 2 to 3 months, in order to safely and effectively demine the entire strait so that you don't have accidental destruction of commercial ships as well, in addition to, not just like Iranian troops firing upon them based on targeting data from AIS.
And ahead of next week's NATO summit in Ankara, leaders are set to declare Iran can never have a nuclear weapon and must fully respect freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Derek, I think the big question here is Tehran even likely to take any notice of what is said at this NATO summit?
I think they'll take notice, but at the same time, NATO is not going to become militarily involved against Iran unless Iran were to attack NATO. And so it's sort of a thanks very much, but no thanks. I'm not interested necessarily in what you say because you don't really have any skin in the game. You are not an active participant. That's not to say that Iran only understands force. I hate when people say that. Sometimes people say that about China or Russia or other countries. It's not quite that simple. Countries do take note of statements, especially collective statements among a very, important organization like NATO with 32 members and with, obviously nuclear capabilities. But at the same time, I mean, if NATO's not actively engaged either in military operations or the negotiations, then it's not nearly as important as what the U.S. says in the context of the MOU.
Yeah, and it'll also be interesting to see what Donald Trump has to say about NATO spending, of course, when we have that summit in Ankara. But Derek Grossman, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thanks. Take care.
Americans are preparing to celebrate a historic 4th of July, marking the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Among the highlights is the Freedom 250 fireworks spectacular, with organisers promising nearly 1 million fireworks in a 40-minute display. Al Arabiya English journalist Wandi Intengento has this report.
Fireworks, hot dog eating contests, concerts and red, white and blue family cookouts are among the traditions Americans are embracing this 4th of July as temperatures climb toward 100 degrees in parts of the country. On the eve of Independence Day, President Donald Trump kicked off America's 250th birthday weekend with a speech beneath the faces of 4 of his predecessors at Mount Rushmore in South Dakota. He's also set to hold a campaign-style rally on the National Mall in Washington, accompanied by military flyovers.
On July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees out. And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech just to show that I can do anything.
Some Americans welcomed the celebrations, while others said politics had overshadowed the occasion.
America's 250th, I would say, I don't know what's going on Capitol Hill or the fairs that are going on, but in my community, we're finding ways to celebrate even though we have a lot of problems with what's going on. And so I think one thing about the people here, they have a good sense of humor and irony. So I think I heard of one party where people are dressing in funereal garb for the anniversary.
With the politicization of the commemorations, I am not at all excited. And in fact, disappointed and kind of annoyed by everything going on.
In New York, the iconic Times Square Ball will descend for the first time outside of New Year's Eve, with 8 separate ball drops marking midnight across every U.S. time zone.
This 4th of July weekend, we are planning for multiple major events. The first is a series of water and air celebrations in honor of our nation's 250th anniversary. These include the International Naval Review, the International Aerial Review, sail forth 250th Parade of Tall Ships on the morning of Saturday, July 4th.
These celebrations have also drawn criticism. Congress has allocated about $150 million in federal funding for the anniversary events, while millions more are being spent by America 250, the non-profit established by U.S. President Donald Trump to help organize the country's 250th birthday celebrations. Wandi Swandengendo, Al Arabiya English.
We can now cross line to Washington to speak to correspondent Sarah Firth. Sarah, you are outside for us. I know it's extremely hot, about 37 degrees Celsius, 100 degrees Fahrenheit. We've heard about some of what's expected over the next few days. What more can Americans actually expect from this year's Independence Day celebrations?
Yes, well, Leanne, this is the milestone American birthday. It's the 250 years marking America's independence. And as you said, you can expect the sun. And I don't know if you can hear at the moment, but we've been hearing all day military flyover practices taking place because there's going to be huge flyovers, as well, of course, as what organisers are promising will be the largest ever fireworks display right here in the nation's capital. Now, all of that, as you said, will be including a very sun-filled day, but that is causing organisers a little bit of a headache. They've had to make some adaptations to the schedule. So around the National Mall, where you've got stalls, a Ferris wheel, a mini Trump arch that's been put in place. You're going to have cooling stations. You're going to have areas where water is being handed out to try and ensure the safety of people. There is a serious weather warning in place here in Washington at the moment. It's expected that tomorrow temperatures are going to top 100 degrees Fahrenheit. President Trump, though, regardless, has said that he is expecting to be able to deliver a lengthy presidential speech to prove, in his words, that he can do anything. And then, of course, later in the day, you'll have the fireworks and all of this marking America's 250th. And then, again, I don't know if you guys can hear that rumbling, but it's just constant as you get those military flyover practices. And guys, the security for this event, absolutely unprecedented. In fact, so much so that they have declared it a national special security event. Now, what that means in practice, expect to see more National Guard. Around 5,000, Leanne, have been deployed. Oh, there you go again. There's fighter jets overhead. It's an amazing sound, actually. So it's expected to be a real spectacle. But as you heard with our colleague Wandi's report there, not everyone happy. This is taking place at a time of division within the country. But nonetheless, organisers are saying it is going to be something special.
We're just hearing Sarah Firth there. She's reporting live for us from Washington ahead of those celebrations to mark July the 4th. We can hear the jets overhead, as she said. It's a very exciting moment. Donald Trump said he's going to give the longest speech that he can, despite it being about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, a weather warning in place. Sarah Firth, we can see you. And let's talk a little bit about everything. So we've touched on a lot there. We've touched on what's happening ahead of the celebrations, the flyovers, the practices. But before we get to all of the politics, I just want you to remind us what Independence Day actually commemorates. What happened on July the 4th, 1776, and why does it still matter so much to Americans?
Yes, Leanne, let me read you a few lines. All men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those are, of course, some of the opening words in the paragraphs from the Declaration of Independence. Now, this was 250 years ago when the states at the time got together and thought about this massive change, declaring their independence from British rule. Now, what you saw actually at the bicentennial, marking 100 years, that also organisers have said, look, it took place at a time of great division in the country, and that is something that you see even today. But despite that, as we said, they're promising this major moment. Now, what critics here, Leanne, have said is that some of the celebrations they feel have been branded with the sort of Trump mark. So there's Trump branding, Make America Great Again, sort of MAGA style emphasis weaved within some of these celebrations. That's what critics are saying. But overall, what the 4th of July really means to Americans is this huge moment in their country's history that is the principles on which their country are founded. And I just thought, reading over the Declaration of Independence, that's, you know, pretty beautiful. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So here's hoping that they do all have a good 4th of July. It's going to be hot, that's for sure. So people who are going are being asked by organisers to be really careful. They're allowed to take one clear bag with them. There are designated security areas. So down on the National Mall, you've got areas right now, Leanne, that are being sort of sectioned off. As I said, that massive, unprecedented security operation that is underway ahead of this massive event marking the 250th.
And Sarah, Independence Day is often seen as one of the few occasions that does bring all Americans together, because we've just touched on the divisions within the country at the minute, particularly when it comes to politics. We heard Wandi say there in her VT there's going to be like hot dog eating contests and loads of celebrations. So do you think this is going to be a real moment of unity? Because I know a lot of people in America within their community also do a lot of good things.
Yeah, I think there's a real hope that that is what this 4th of July will be about. I've been here for a few of them now, Leanne, and, you know, it's always spectacular seeing those fireworks. See that one, but you can certainly hear it here. They're practicing away. There's a whole humongous schedule of flyovers that are going to be taking place and demonstrations of those fighter jets. But as you said, and as Wandy reported there so beautifully, you know, all of this other American culture tied together, and it's from all the states across, of course, the United States of America. So down on the National Mall, you've got various states that are being represented with various activities that people can undertake. But look, tomorrow is going to be a major moment. It is hoped it will be a moment of unity for the country at a time when political divisiveness is certainly being felt across the country and around the world.
Sarah Firth, I hope you have some fun tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us. The Portuguese beat the Croatians 2-1 with a penalty from Cristiano Ronaldo, but a disallowed goal from Croatia has caused controversy after a VAR ruling. Many Croatian players and fans threw bottles onto the pitch in protest after the final whistle. Let's get the latest with Al Arabiya English journalist Mazen Sameh. Mazen, great to have you on the show. So I mentioned it there in the introduction, but why has this VAR decision been questioned by the fans and the players and been very controversial?
The thing is, if you look at the replay, like footage of the VAR, it really doesn't look like an offside. Like the ball barely touches a player. So when you look at the footage, you say it's not an offside, but these FIFA balls are embedded with so many sensors that pick up the slightest contact that you don't really see. So it's hard to believe what you don't see. And obviously these fans are all heated because if you're supporting Croatia, you want to see them win, you want to see the equalizer. So it was obviously, they were questioning what they don't see, and it looks like it was onside. Personally, I support Portugal, so I was happy with the decision, but honestly, even I thought it wasn't an offside. It really doesn't look like one. But that's why, yeah.
But the sensors in the ball picked it up, didn't it? Because you obviously showed it to me and tried to explain it to me before we came on air. And like you say, you can't see it from the footage, but it's very different when you look at the ball.
It picks up a little bit, just a tiny bit of contact when it passes by the player. You don't see it at all, but it picks up a little bit. So there's not, you can't deny the proof, you know?
No, a win is a win, as they say. Exactly. And you mentioned Portugal there, and we also saw Cristiano Ronaldo. He scored a tremendous penalty, and he whispered Bismillah.
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 Yeah.
Okay, beforehand. Is this something that he does for Al Nassr here? And can you just tell us what it means?
Yeah, so he did it before for Al Nassr before taking a free kick. It means in the name of God. So you say it before you start eating, you say it before making a big purchase or making a big decision or before taking a penalty. So it just means in the name of God. It doesn't mean anything. Anyone can say it, and it's like you say it before doing something. So he did it for Al Nassr before taking a free kick, and he did it again yesterday. And it's nice to see, you know, that he's caught up with the culture of playing here in Saudi for a couple of years and then saying it yesterday and scoring. So I hope he keeps saying it so he can keep scoring. Obviously, I'm a Ronaldo fan. But it's nice to see that he's saying it at such a big stage as well. It's the World Cup, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And it definitely gave him some luck, didn't it? Because he scored that penalty.
It's a magic word. It's a magic word.
I'm going to start saying it a little bit more now. I've got a copy it from Ronaldo. But it's the end of the road, apparently, for the manager of Germany. Obviously, they went out quite early on in the World Cup, which was a bit of a shock, wasn't it? He stepped down today. Do you think this was expected? And there's been lots of rumours about Jurgen Klopp taking his position, possibly.
Yeah, it wasn't expected for him to step down, but it was just unexpected overall to see Germany get knocked out so early. Because you're used to seeing Germany play very well. They won the 2014 World Cup. You would think at least they would get to the semi-finals. So seeing them get knocked out in the round of 32 was a shock on its own. I wouldn't expect the manager to leave, but then after you see them get knocked out early, it's something you'd expect. Managers usually leave, either they get sacked or they willingly leave after maybe getting knocked out from a big tournament or losing a lot of matches in a row. So it was a bit shocking, but then after you see the results, you would expect it. And Jurgen Klopp, the ex-Liverpool manager, apparently he will become the new manager for Germany, so that's exciting to see. Little bad news for the pre-German manager, but now it's nice to see. It's some exciting news for Jurgen Klopp and for German fans, of course.
Yeah, of course. Jurgen Klopp, of course, as you said, Liverpool, so well known for getting 7 trophies for them, I think, when he was with the club. And finally, the Football World Cup never stops, does it? So what games can we look forward to tonight and this coming weekend? It's always so busy.
It is. There's a lot of nice games to look forward to. There's Egypt and Australia today, which I'm looking forward to, of course, because it's my home country they're playing.
So I was asking you this earlier, who are the favourites when we look at Egypt and Australia? On paper, do you think?
I think Egypt, it might be a little biased, I think Egypt, because you also have players like Mohamed Salah, Omar Marmoush, and many more. Australia is also a good team, and they have been playing very well. I think Egypt will take it, and I hope they take it. And then you have other games, of course, like Brazil and Norway. You have like Vinicius Jr. Up against Erling Haaland. That's a big game. I think Brazil will win this one too. We'll see. You never know. We also have Argentina and Cape Verde. Cape Verde, obviously the underdogs. Argentina is very powerful. But we will see. You never know, like especially seeing Germany, for example, seeing other teams get knocked out so early. You never know how it could end up. But
and I was just having a look at some random figures, Mazen, when it came to Cape Verde, because obviously they like the massive underdogs going into Argentina, aren't they? It's almost been a fairy tale World Cup for them so far. And I did say 5 players from Argentina are each worth more than Cape Verde's entire first team.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because Cape Verde are underdogs and Argentina it's a team full of superstars. And they all play in the biggest leagues in the world. And then you have, obviously, Lionel Messi, if the greatest of all time, if it's not Ronaldo. So, obviously, you have all these players that cost so much. So, you wouldn't... It's not shocking. It's not shocking to hear. I'm not surprised that all these players are worth more than the team. But also, you have to give some credit to Cape Verde. You know, they're doing very well as well.
Oh, no, they've done amazingly. And when we have a look at Norway, they're going to be playing. And I think their fans should get the award for being the best fans.
They are.
Do you not agree?
I agree. Because of that whole celebration they keep doing, it's amazing. And if you see after each game when they do it, the stadium is super loud as well. So I think best fans for sure, Norway, for sure.
I love their fans. I always love it when they do the row. It's amazing.
The row,
And I can't let you go, obviously, without talking about England. I know the match isn't this weekend, but it's happening on Monday. Who will they be playing and what are the odds? Because they were really lucky to win against DR Congo. A lot of people thought, oh, they're out. You know, Congo scored in the first 7 minutes.
England did play very well. In the beginning, it was a little, I thought they would lose. And then they came back very well. On Monday, I'm not entirely sure who they're playing yet because of all these games they're playing so much. So I lost track as well. But I know that for sure, England will, I think, win their next game. I hope so.
I don't know who they're playing either.
I don't remember.
I don't remember. So both of us together have no idea.
I made
you're too focused on Egypt. So a roundup, if you had to put a bet on anyone, Egypt, Australia, you think Egypt will go through tonight?
I think Egypt. I hope Egypt. And we'll see. They've been playing very well. Australia's been playing well. But I really do hope it's Egypt. And we'll see. I'm glad it's after the interview. If it was before and we lost, I would be very upset right now.
You wouldn't have come on?
No, I would have.
Of course.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
All right, Mazen, thank you so much. Mazen Sameh, thank you for joining me. Taylor Swift and NFL star Travis Kelce appear to have kicked off what many believe are their wedding celebrations in New York. Celebrity guests arrived at Madison Square Garden for what media reports describe as a pre-party, though the couple has not confirmed any wedding plans. For more on this, I'm joined by Zainab Amir, manager of @Swift NYC. Zainab, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. So let's begin with speculation. It's been swirling for weeks. So what do we know about Taylor Swift's and Travis Kelce's rumoured wedding that's going ahead, apparently?
Yeah, at this stage, it's important to stress that neither Taylor or Travis have confirmed anything about this wedding. But there have been reports pointing to a celebration in New York with heightened security and activity coming in and out of Madison Square Garden. And then there's friends and family of both sides that have been arriving in the city, which has certainly fueled the speculation. And then as of last night, actually, with a rumored rehearsal dinner, there have been these gifts given, these boxes with their embellished basically initials. So it's almost like, okay, something is definitely happening. We just don't, it seems it's pointing, all rumors are pointing to the wedding.
As you say, all rumours indeed pointing towards the wedding. Madison Square Garden has been the epicentre of all these preparations for this rumoured celebration. What kind of things have been delivered, and have the packages given us any clues about what the theme of this party could possibly be?
Yeah, so people have spotted flowers, greenery, catering supplies, as well as these boxes labeled garden party or mirror ball. So, and then there's also been the speculation of like a castle, like porch, stairs coming out. So it's careful not to overinterpret those details. But if I have to say that something is being celebrated, it definitely does point to a wedding or a celebratory event of some kind. And it seems like the theme is very much a subtle nod to Taylor and who she is and her music.
Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce will reportedly have a fairy tale wedding, as you just said, inside a castle. We know she has mentioned castles, hasn't she, in so many of her lyrics in her songs. So do you think that she'll be living out her wildest dream? And how much is this costing?
So if the reports are accurate, there definitely seems to be a fairy tale element. So we can think about castles, kingdoms, romantic storytelling that Taylor has done in her music and her songwriting. So there's those connections. But it's very, like, Taylor is a very intentional person. So I would say that when it comes to the cost estimate must be like going into the millions, only because Taylor cares so much about her privacy, but also accommodating so many guests. It's like Madison Square Garden is like the perfect place to throw such a celebration, but also be able to transform it, given that it's Taylor Swift and knowing who she could hire from a wedding planner, wedding designer. She could truly transform the inside of that, but also maintaining security and privacy, which are understandably major parts of whatever that budget is. So I would say we're looking at the millions.
You know, it's so interesting that you say she likes to maintain privacy, because I feel like since she's met Travis Kelce, she hasn't really maintained the privacy she did in her previous relationships. I don't know if you agree with that.
I do agree with you in terms of her previous relationships were private and also secret. And then I think what I've noticed with Travis is that it's private but not secret. So they've maintained this public image, right? Like you have America's two biggest stars, right? One in football, American football, and one in the music industry. So obviously they're always in the spotlight. And I think this is the first time that Taylor, I mean, this is going to be her husband, but like these two are at the epicenter of like what makes up like America's spotlight. So I feel like it's hard to be as secret as maybe she's had that secrecy in her previous relationship. So it's very interesting. But I think that's why Madison Square Garden makes so much sense as a venue of some sort, whether it's a celebration, an after party, because that's where you can have the guest list. You can have over 1,000 people attend. You can then also account for privacy and security. And so like it makes sense at the same time, given who they are with everything that's going on.
And which celebrities have been spotted out and about in New York City ahead of this alleged wedding that's happening? Because I think the paparazzi are out in force trying to figure out who's going.
Yeah, so there's been a mix of different country music stars as well as like execs from Disney, the labels. And then we also have like Selena Gomez, Gigi Hadid, Bradley Cooper, Zoe Kravitz, so like, and then Jack Antonoff, who was a producer on most of her albums. So it's very interesting to see who's been popping up in New York, and like, and also like this alleged wedding rehearsal that may or may not have happened last night. We've also seen some people from like Travis's side, like his, friends like Ross and like all these people from his like American football world. So it's very interesting because it's no one saying anything and no one can say anything because I'm sure they're held to NDAs, but it's a very much a coincidence seeing all these people pop up in New York.
It's so interesting when you say NDA, because I think you're absolutely right. I think everyone's had to sign an NDA, haven't they? But there was a lot happening in New York this weekend. It's 4th of July celebrations. The Football World Cup is happening. And there are some people who are frustrated with the road closures and the disruption that's been caused by Taylor Swift. So what are critics actually saying? There is some annoyance there.
Yeah, so some New Yorkers have questioned whether hosting such a huge celebrity event over one of the busiest weekends of the year, right? You said the 4th of July celebrations. It's America's 250th birthday. We also have the World Cup. So that adds obviously congestion and security demands. But I think that's the part of what makes up New York, where major cultural events happen all the time. So you have some critics who are complaining about closures, but then at the same time, those closures are going to happen anyway with the celebrations, with the World Cup. So, and I think what Taylor's done, and this came out yesterday, is that Taylor and Travis also gave back $26 million to communities that she's connected to, or that they're both connected to. So it's like a very significant charitable donation around this weekend, so that to make up for what critics are saying in terms of the congestion, the busyness, like, why are you choosing Madison Square Garden? Because like in the end of it, like Madison Square Garden is the only place that could accommodate such a large number of people, celebration alongside security, privacy. But then I think she's trying to do her part by also giving back to the same community, because most of those charities that she gave back to were local charities in New York, in part with like talking and like getting to know and keeping the mayor informed.
And obviously, Taylor Swift is possibly getting married. We know she's arguably the biggest pop star in the world right now. I think pretty much everyone knows who she is. So I just wonder, what kind of wedding dress do you think she might wear? Because when it comes to weddings, that's what we all care about, isn't it? I was just thinking, I wonder what's her favourite designer, what she could possibly come out in.
Yeah, this is probably my favorite question, because I absolutely adore and love fashion, and following Taylor's fashion and like looking at different stylist reports. There's definitely this lean towards maybe Louis Vuitton, just given what she's been recently wearing, and same with Travis Kelce as to who could have designed the suit or who could have designed her dress. But also like reports of wanting to see maybe Stella McCartney, like something she's worn Stella McCartney over the last, like, I think since the Lover album era, which was about 10 years ago. So it would be really interesting to see that. And like, maybe if Paul McCartney is attending, like who's Stella McCartney's father, like it would be a very interesting take. So that's one thing that I've seen online. But then I think it would be really interesting, and fans are speculating that's probably most likely going to be something around the idea of Louis Vuitton. So I wouldn't be surprised, just given what she's been recently wearing in the last like past few months and what she's been spotted out with Travis Kelce.
I must admit, I love it when she does her shows and she has all the sparkly outfits on. I hope she has a super sparkly dress.
Yeah, same. I think she's gonna, like, knowing Taylor Swift from like what I've seen like online and like following her over the last 2 decades, I feel like this is the fairy tale wedding, right? It's finally her love story. So she's going to go big, and it's going to be this mix of traditional, but also like who she really is at the core of like her whole element, which is, you know, castles, fairy tales, like sparkles. Like it's just nice to finally see that, you know, she's happy. And I think that's what fans are most excited for this weekend, and finally witness that when or if she and Travis do announce something.
I've got a funny feeling they're going to get married. It's going to be a sparkly dress. We'll get some pictures and we'll all be really pleased to see them. Zainab and Mia, great to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Iran begins funeral ceremonies for former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei as the country observes a fragile ceasefire with the United States. America is gearing up for a historic 4th of July with massive celebrations planned to mark 250 years of independence. Portugal beats Croatia, but a controversial VAR call sparks a fury after the final whistle. Plus, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce fuel a wedding speculation as celebrity guests do gather in New York. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. G&T is not coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
If you say something enough, people tend to believe it, but that doesn't necessarily make it true. President Donald Trump has said almost 40 times that the US has won the war, that a deal is done, or at the very least is imminent. As analysis of the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran heats up, we ask, who's come out on top? Stay with us. Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nusafora, is coming up soon.
And thank you for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burgess-Watson. Artificial intelligence, blockchain and gaming. That might sound like three very different worlds, but they're all coming together under one roof here in Riyadh. And the real deal is this week at the Global AI Show, the Global Blockchain Show, the Global Gaming Show. Three parallel events bringing together government leaders, global tech companies, investors and young entrepreneurs, all of them discussing these new technologies shaping the future. And we're going to be asking what all of this could mean for the Saudi economy and for Vision 2030 ambitions. There are a lot of people we're going to be talking to today. Let's get started. We're joined now by Nadim Bakhash, who's the CEO of WeBook.com. Nadim, thank you very much indeed for joining us on The Real Deal. You're the CEO of what is Saudi Arabia's leading platform for discovering and booking events, entertainment, experiences, a huge player in the kingdom's leisure economy. How have you seen this sector evolve since 2014 when you got started?
It's thriving, it's blowing up. Things are just getting more and more exciting every year, and every year that we always have these shocks and surprises. Alhamdulillah, since the vision was announced, we had this platform for communities and getting people together. And when the vision was announced back, 2016 time, we were there at the right place in the right time, and we had ticketing available. We had a full sort of platform with a back end, flexible with the front end capabilities to be able to white label and go out there and activate these projects. Because it was built on newer technologies, the system doesn't crash. So you have suddenly a country where these massive events, which we've been waiting for all our lives, and a massively youth population, I think about 70% of the people are under 30, hungry for entertainment. And when this stuff happens, one tweet from His Excellency Turki al-Sheikh, for example, and we have suddenly millions of people in the same second on the platform. It's been quite an exciting journey. We have, and today we've turned into sort of a super Afro fund. So we have the entire Saudi SPL league, the football clubs there. We have all the major concerts, all the major festivals, all the major sporting events, like for example boxing, the mega events of the kingdom. It's one place that you can go to find everything fun to do.
So it sounds like you were in exactly the right place at the right time. I mean, incredible chance that you were where you were at the moment that the kingdom was really opening up to these sorts of events, and you've got the demographics on your side in the form of this young population hungry for entertainment. How's it changed? What are audiences looking for today, do you think?
Today hasn't changed from yesterday, and back in history, people always wanted to be entertained from the beginning of time. You have your sort of professional career, you have your school and academic work, but then when you're in the evenings, you have hours with your family, with your friends, and this is where people bond. So, in terms of entertainment, football is thriving. We have a huge following of huge. Football is life over here, and a lot of places, especially now during the World Cup. You'd be surprised. A few years ago, boxing, so we have this data, we asked people what they're interested in, and we're monitoring our data. So a few years ago when boxing first started, it was interesting, but it wasn't up there. Within 2 years, it became the #1 demanded event in our platform, and people are interested to explore more, to find new events to do, things, explore new interests. And personally, I'd never been to a boxing match, but the minute I was sitting there in the front of one of these matches, I was hooked, absolutely hooked. So we're hungry for more. Almost anything we put out there is always selling out. With very, very, very little marketing effort. It's incredible. So people want more.
We're at an event at which blockchain, gaming, and AI are all very much under discussion. Have you got any examples of how AI has perhaps changed the customer experience? I mean, I'm talking about your customers at WeBook.
AI has given us the opportunity today to operate absolutely insane, complex algorithms and models within days. And today what we're doing, one of the biggest challenges that we have is scalping. So we have a lot of people coming onto the platform on these mega events, large groups of them coming on to wait in the queue and buy the tickets. So it's been a challenge that we're always sort of evolving to combat this. Now with AI, we're introducing something new this year called TrueFan. TrueFan, basically, we have all the data. And with all the data available to us, I can see that you have bought X amount of tickets from us, you've actually not just bought, but you've attended the events under the same account. You went to maybe 5 matches of the same team, or did you go to 5 matches of different teams, or did you go to 1 match versus a concert and so on? How many tickets you bought, what category you bought them at, how engaged were you online, how engaged were you with other fans, in our community groups, in our chats, with the team. This is fan profile. And that fan profile, using AI, we're able to instantly, when the queue goes out and we have 1 million people in 1 second trying to buy 50,000 tickets, using AI, I know what's your fan score for that specific event, and therefore we're able to put real fans in real seats and give you priority. We'll be able to filter out of the million people, maybe the first 1,000 people who are the highest fans, and just let them in immediately without, even if there are 999,000 in the queue. So AI, that's just one example, and across the board in every department, in every the entire life cycle of WeBook, discovery to after an event, we're pushing AI across the board.
Okay, another example of you being in exactly the right place at the right time, because you've got time very much on your side.
Best time to be in terms of
I have to say,
best time to be alive.
Amazing timing. So you've talked about how scalping is an enemy of the consumer, and an enemy of your business model too, and AI is your friend in tackling that. Is AI solely your friend, or do you view any threats when it comes to AI?
I think every technology has a pro and a con. It's a double-edged sword, always from history. And organizations have to be very careful, have to be very aware, constantly doing all the types of risk assessments, threat assessments, studying the vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, with AI today, the scale of attacks and the evolution of these attacks is at such a fast pace that literally we have to be monitoring it on a daily basis, the constant news around the world. We're at a stage where a single hacker around the world is able to infiltrate maybe a third-party source that a lot of companies around the world are using, so it creates a huge security risk. Investing heavily into your security operations, into your team, ensuring the data is secure. There's multiple factors in security, so I think this is the time that companies have to invest the most into security and really, really be careful in the new world of AI.
Okay, so great opportunities, but with some associated risks that need to be managed. Saudi Arabia has huge and ambitious goals when it comes to making the kingdom a global destination. How do you see your role in helping to achieve that?
Look, we have, my data team tells me we have over 190 something countries that people have purchased tickets from us. I asked them, are there 190 something countries in the world? Can we just say 185, just to be safe? And the majority of our events today are based in Saudi. We are expanding internationally, but that is actual users all over the world purchasing to come to Saudi at one of these events. I mean, the events that we have being developed by Ministry of Sports, by the Entertainment Authority, by Ministry of Culture, and so many more are world class. I have to salute everything that they're doing in terms of the amount of time that, 3-4 years ago this industry didn't exist, just recently, and now we're operating at such an amazing, incredible scale. I'm hats off and salute to everyone that operated these first events, the first versions of these events. I'm sure it was a huge challenge and they barely got any sleep. But if you look at the events today, oh my God, they're incredible. They're one of the best in the world. I was just at WWE a few days ago with my son, and he had the time of his life. And thank you. I want to thank everyone there. I think Saudi's booming, is thriving. We have an amazing tourist sort of destination throughout the world. I can't wait to sort of, I want time off so I could just drive around the country and experience all the different areas. The main cities, the cultural areas, the entertainment spots, and the hospitality. It's people have to come. They have to experience it.
So you're bringing people into the kingdom.
Absolutely.
You're also entertaining people who already live here. What's the split between domestic and international?
It depends on the event. So I don't have an overall number at the top of my head, but it really, I do know that it really depends on the event. So for example, boxing. Boxing invites, we have a massive population from, for example, England, Russia, a lot of people coming in from GCC as well. And it's literally, I have a chart of so many countries, and this chart keeps changing based on the type of event. You also have Boulevard Riyadh Seasons and Boulevard World. Their events are vast and diverse, so they target different types of people. They provide entertainment to different demographics as well. So again, they challenge, they bring a lot of, every event has its own sort of diversity. And an overall answer I don't have off the top of my head, but it's a big number and it keeps increasing every year.
Okay, and you've got the World Cup coming up in 2034. I mean, I feel like you, of all the people I think I've ever met, are the most perfectly positioned person at the right moment in time in history. Does it feel like that?
Absolutely. I think we're extremely lucky to be here. We're blessed, under the leadership that we have, the vision, the ambition, and the support that we get. I mean, as a Saudi startup, just a few years ago, we were much smaller, and almost every minister at the highest level has helped us, has supported us, has embraced us and given us challenges, allowed us to fail, allowed us to learn from our mistakes, and we're at a stage where we're now operating around the world. We're about to announce some of the major events, I think within a month, that we're going to be operating around the world. And that's all Saudi-built technology, powering major events around the world.
Okay, and just lastly, my last question, a couple of words. Tell us what makes a Saudi-hosted event stand out on the global stage. What's the USP for coming to Saudi Arabia to watch a major sporting event, cultural event, entertainment event? What is it?
You will be shocked. from the minute you land, every aspect of the customer journey, every aspect of your visit is being taken. There's teams in every part of every ministry deep diving into this to make sure that we provide. The industry didn't exist a few years ago in tourism and entertainment, so we have this massive opportunity where without all this legacy technology and legacy tools and processes in place, we're able to leapfrog way ahead, and that's what everyone's working on across the board. So every year it improves. I think within a few years we'll be one of the best destinations in the world in terms of the minute you land to the minute you leave. It'll be full of things to do, whatever choices you want, whatever level of service you want at the highest level around the world. It's very exciting.
Yeah. It certainly is exciting times. We're going to have to leave it there, though. Nadeem Barash, the CEO of WeBook.com, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, I'm joined now by Dr. Ibrahim Shira, who is the Chief Transformation Officer at Saudi Arabian Airlines Holding. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Now, your job is to really focus on modernizing operations, use tech to improve efficiency, use tech to improve the passenger experience. But I don't think that covers everything, does it? Tell us, where are you taking the Saudia Group?
Saudia Group, actually, it's a legacy group. It's 80 years old group, and it starts with the voice of the customer and the needs of the customer, and it ends with making sure that we are exceeding the expectations of the customer. And in order to make sure that we exceed the expectation of our customer and our stakeholders, we need to make sure that we are utilizing whatever possible, whatever tools and whatever means possible to make sure that we are competitive in the market, and to make sure that our customers will always see us as a preferred choice for him as the most progressive and customer-centric aviation group in the region.
Okay, I mean, AI is new in our lifetimes. It's only been around for a couple of years, really. I mean, very new, and yet it's changing so fast. Tell us how AI is changing the airline business, in particular your airline business. Give us some examples.
Yeah, about AI. AI is there. I mean, it's the timeline of AI started with analytical AI to generative AI to agentic AI and going to general AI. The aviation has many processes and many operational activities within the airlines, and we started it leveraging AI, and maybe earlier 2023 when we issue a beta version of the Travel Companion for our customers. So whenever you log into the app of Saudia or our website, you would have the opportunity to chat with an AI agent, which this AI is supposed to be your companion, recommending certain destinations to you, recommending certain cuisines to you in the destinations where you're going to, recommending a lot of preferences that our customers know. So we start with the AI by knowing our customer, personalizing our customer, understanding what the needs of our customers, what are the wish list of our customers, and we address them through technology. So we do not start with technology, we start with the jobs to be done or the needs of our customers, and we use technology to answer these. So this is an example from the airline when we launched the Travel Companion. We also launched multiple use cases within the airline, from HR use cases, AI internally within Saudi, and other use cases. And we continue doing what we are doing. And by the way, AI knowledge now and practice is across all the organization, is not dedicated to the certain department. So you don't need to have an AI department or a digital department. Everyone within Saudia Group needs to play with AI, know AI, understands AI, and incorporate it in their daily life so that they can speak the language of AI. And under the leader of His Excellency, the Director General of Saudi Airlines, and His Excellency, the Minister of Transport, we got a lot of support and sponsorship in leveraging AI in our daily business.
Okay, so AI is clearly making a difference to the passenger's experience. It means there's someone there 24/7 to support them. But you're a business. How's it changing your bottom line? How does AI influence the profitability of your airline?
AI has proven worldwide that it's play a big role in improving efficiency. And in any company, AI, if it's used, it will change the nature of jobs for people, but it won't eliminate those the people or removing the people from your chart. It will shift the way that they work, so it will make you more efficient doing more things than what you usually used to do. So I think we as an airline don't need to prove that AI is contributing to the improvement of our bottom line, because it's already proven worldwide. What we are trying to do is to be on the frontier of this race, and to be the tech mindset or tech first mindset for our employees. And whenever Saudi Airlines come to someone's mind, it would be because of the AI usage. And if this happens, then you will increase the number of your passengers and your customers, and you will have more customers, you will have more destinations, and in return, you will increase your top line, and you'll improve your bottom line. So we are using this from our value chain point of view. We look into gaps like any other company, we see the opportunities, and we exploit the opportunities.
Inventory management and pricing are so important to an airline's bottom line. Are you seeing real-life examples of how AI can be applied to those areas?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, AI, it works with two things which are very important. With the data, with the historical data, and the forecasted demand that needed for the inventory. And the AI would calculate this and would help in saving when it comes to the supply chain, for example, for maintenance in any airlines. At the same time, AI is good and it's used in other airlines around the globe in the dynamic pricing. So AI will look into the behavior, consumer behavior, and it works with its analytical analysis and data and come up with scenarios. So, of course, AI now is used in offer and order, it's used in dynamic pricing, it's used in inventory management, it's used in supply chain management. We have many fields. I believe that you would have multiple agents doing a lot of things within an organization, not only in aviation, but also other industries as well.
I was listening to you on the panel discussion you were involved in just now, and one of the things you said is that AI isn't free. I mean, we know it's a big investment for companies. What did you mean by that? And is there a message in there where you think some companies are spending the money but without necessarily thinking about what the return is going to be?
That's a good question. I think AI, it's unlike any other technology, it would require a business case. It would require to understand the CapEx that you're going to invest, the OpEx that you're going to invest to realize the return on investments. And this, in any company now, they are doing it in an experimental way by using use cases and understanding after using the use cases. If you want to have a sustainable value creation or sustainable business, you would understand how much really you need in terms of data centers, in terms of servers, in terms of human capitals, in terms of chips, in terms of all these things. All these CapEx will be needed, and you need to maintain them year on year. This, what I mean by it comes with the next dollar, I mean that you need to calculate your business case very carefully before deploying an AI solution to make sure how this is going to help in your value chain. And the shortcut to this, and I call it shortcut with reservation, is you need to consider merger and acquisitions. You need to consider joint ventures a lot. I mean, you have a lot of startups, a lot of potential businesses that you can team up with to minimize the cost of capital and the cost of goods you want to invest at the beginning. And this is a good strategy for any company to embrace.
Okay, we're nearly out of time. Just my last question. I mean, so much is changing so quickly, and forgive the pun, but I mean, the sky is quite literally the limit for an airline when it comes to AI. Are you excited about the future, or would you say your excitement is tinged with a certain element of caution?
Yeah, I'm excited with a grain of salt. I think it's we just need to make sure that we are not attached to the technology, we are attached to the business. Technology comes to help us achieving more value to our shareholders, to our stakeholders in the business. I think you need every company needs to focus about the core business. Do I have worries? Yes, because there's a lot of ambiguities in the future about some of the calculations, some of the maybe chips, maybe the power of hosting. And I think also the data governance and the governance around this, cybersecurity, there's a lot of things. But we need to be optimistic. I'm an optimistic person. I think the industry is going to an optimistic era. And this is unprecedented. We haven't seen this before. And I think it's worth trying and it's worth experimenting further.
Okay, we're going to have to let you go. You're a busy man. Thank you very much for taking the time, though, to speak to us. Dr. Ibrahim Shira, the Chief Transformation Officer of Saudi Arabia Airlines Holding. Thank you. I'm joined now by Abdulillah Al-Rudaini, who is the Commercial Head of Sarge AI. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Could you just start by telling us, really for the benefit of our viewers, what and who Sarge AI is?
So Sarge, basically, it's a conversational and automation AI tool. We provide our clients with the three main propositions. First one is we improve the customer experience. The second thing, we reduce the cost and improve the operational efficiencies of entities. Last but not least, we do help clients increasing their sales by, I would say, there are multiple use cases that we can do to make sure this is achieved. And this depends on certain verticals that we serve.
Okay, it's a homegrown company.
It's a Saudi-based, in Saudi. We have started 2 years back, alhamdulillah. It's fully Saudi. With the team, we are backed by multiple VCs as we speak today. Multiple clients in the region, alhamdulillah, in Saudi mainly, and we have other clients in the region, the Gulf region. Alhamdulillah, and we've been growing successfully in the past couple of months.
That's good to hear. Arabic language, does that make a difference? Does that give you some sort of a competitive advantage in a space which is mostly dominated by the English language?
Well, alhamdulillah, I think this is one of the, as you mentioned, one of the key advantage or the competitive advantage that we have today is the Arabic dialect, which I think helps us or gives us as a leverage today to penetrate the market in Saudi and the Gulf region, inshallah, very soon in the MENA region. This is a very competitive advantage we try to leverage when talking to clients. Alhamdulillah, it's been shown to be very successful so far as one of the key propositions that we have.
Give us an example. You might not be able to tell us the name of the company, but who's an end user?
Well, some of them we cannot yet disclose, but alhamdulillah, we have successfully launched with Vision Bank, and that was at the beginning of the year. The bank has launched in January 2026, and their main proposition was the first digital AI bank. So we help the bank today in terms of their AI engine. Today, the main message that the bank has is which is Noura, which is their virtual assistant. So Noura, she acts like your RM. She transacts on your behalf in terms of doing transfers, applying for a loan, applying for cards, and all these sort of services. And this is one of the, I would say, major client that we have signed and went live with on production. And we have multiple other ones, whether in the private sector, banking, and financial institutions, plus the governmental and semi-governmental entities.
I mean, it's all very new. Sarge is new. What you're describing is all very new. I mean, our grandparents' generation would never have believed that your bank manager could be essentially a robot, a computer. Where do you see things heading, and does it give you optimism about the future?
Well, I think using the AI is a destructive technology, so I think what we need to make sure how can we best leverage this technology to the use of, to the benefit of the end users and then the clients that we're serving. We have seen a very positive, alhamdulillah, very positive adaptation as we speak today with clients, and we've seen a big improvement since we started talking to them like a year ago or even today. The adaptation is high, and I think one of the reasons is, I wouldn't say the FOMO, but there has been great results, or they have seen great impact on the results of how AI has been doing, even to a personal level. I mean, I think majority of Saudis today, they are big users of AI, and it has been very beneficial to them. So I think this is one of the key advantages why having, for example, a youth generation in Saudi, this is an advantage that we have, alhamdulillah.
So you'd say the young population is one of Saudi Arabia's main competitive advantages?
Yes, 100%.
What are the other ones?
First and foremost is the support that we have from the government, one way or another, the enablement by the regulators in Saudi. I would say the startup ecosystem is one of the reasons that is empowering us as well. So, plus طبعا the natural resources which we have today, which is alhamdulillah, Saudi has been a destination in terms of the data centers and data warehouses, which is the key component today when it comes to the AI. Alhamdulillah, we have seen all of the, I would say, pillars to make it a very successful destinations for AI, whether companies or even users, alhamdulillah.
Right, you've got the will of the government, you've got the young population, you've got the energy, you've got the desalination plants to provide the water, to provide the data centers. You've got it all, haven't you?
Alhamdulillah, yes. We're very glad to have that.
If you had one word of advice, this is my last question to you, for any CEO who's watching here in Saudi Arabia, what would you advise them, how would you advise them on how to proceed with AI?
I think I wouldn't say taking AI for granted is something that they need to do. However, there are multiple use cases where AI is I would say, is a no-brainer. I will just mention an example of one of the use cases that today we use is automation in terms of, for example, the contact center is one of the highest ROI that we have seen today with multiple clients that we're running. You can easily see the benefit out of that. We believe that the majority of the inquiries that these clients get from the end users are very repetitive and can be easily resolved with agentic AI. If the CEOs, after I would say providing a very excellent customer experience, which is today I think one of the key things that they need to look after, given the I would say the fierce competition on certain verticals. The second thing is efficiency. I'm sure a lot of companies, they're under pressure of how can they increase profitability in a way that can sustain the company for future. And last but not least, we do provide some sort of POCs. I mean, there is no, I would say, upfront commitment. We run POCs, see the results yourself. If you're not happy with the results, I mean, we would be glad to, I mean, we had the chance at least to prove ourselves. But alhamdulillah, so far, all POCs has been turned into a converted contract.
Well, we wish you all the very best of luck moving forward. Thank you so much for your time, Abdulillah Al-Udaini, the commercial head of Sarj AI.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Well, I'm here now with Manas Ward, who is the Associate Vice President of Technology and Special Projects at King Abdullah University Science and Technology. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Now, the Kingdom has invested heavily in AI, and I'd like to ask you how success is going to be measured. What will be the indicators that that investment has paid off 5 years from now?
So I suppose when we look at it from a university perspective, like we work with a lot of, I suppose, various different government and industry partners. And a key thing, I think, in terms of success, we'll be looking at how industry partners adopt AI from a business perspective. You know, so how does AI support their businesses, make a lot of the things that they do and the products that they produce cheaper, faster? So I suppose one good example is we're working with a national company that's in the desalination sector. So they're coming to us looking for solutions around automation. They want to remove a lot of the human factor. So they want to turn their water desalination plants into fully automated plants. So, and that involves various different sensors and data. They can look at how the water is being processed. They can monitor the water intake. They can monitor the chemicals that are being used as part of the desalination process. But by doing the automation, they actually make the water, the production of the water, higher quality and a lot cheaper. So we have a range of different sort of initiatives where we're heavily engaged. And I think from a government perspective, particularly within the region, you know, there's key things around water security, energy security, food security that are critical to how the government sees the next 5 years, 10 years, and 15 years to come.
And when it comes to AI? Obviously, Saudi Arabia wants to be a global leader, doesn't it? And you probably hear that a lot. Does the kingdom have any competitive advantages you think that other countries don't have?
So one of the biggest competitive advantages is energy. So the kingdom has huge ambitions in terms of renewable energy. So they want by 2040 to have 50% of the grid either solar or wind. So if you layer that on with the fact that we can produce oil at a very cheap rate, so you have the mixture of fossil fuels, wind and solar energy. We have the cheapest energy in the world. So the cheapest energy in the world allows you to run massive data centers. So, and data centers require an awful lot of energy. So having data centers and having the ability to have data in the correct format then is sort of it's the basic elements in order to support artificial intelligence and the ability to really compete at a global stage. So you layer on top of that, us as a university possibly has one of the supercomputers with the greatest capacity from a research perspective. So we're in a very advantageous position. The kingdom also has, it's adopted AI, it's adopted data integration across multiple platforms. You have Tawakana, you have what Sadea are doing, so we're in a position where we have adopted a lot of the right things in order to position ourselves to be actually global leaders.
Okay, and of course water would have been a problem in the old days. You've already talked about desalination plus the energy factor. So in fact, Saudi Arabia has all the ingredients necessary to build the data centers that you were just, and run the data centers you were just referencing.
Absolutely. We're in a prime position. We're actually in possibly one of the most advantageous, considering how warm it is in the country, and the amount of energy that is required for cooling. Even taking that aside, we're possibly in one of the most advantageous positions when we compare ourselves with competing countries.
Okay. Is there one Vision 2030 project that you're most excited about or particularly excited about when it comes to how it can be taken to the next level with AI?
So I suppose we're just talked about the energy one. So we have been doing a lot of work. One of our closest companies in terms of partners is Aramco, and we've worked with Aramco for years. But now with a new energy mix, so when you have renewables, so you have wind, you have solar, you have storage capabilities in terms of battery, and then you mix that in with fossil fuels. So you have a really nice or a really interesting mix in terms of various different energy inputs as well as storage potential. And then so you layer that on with seasonal differences in terms of temperature. So Riyadh today is 43, 44 degrees, but in the middle of winter, it's during the day it's 9, 10 degrees. So you have a big differential in terms of energy needs. So when you look at the whole energy ecosystem and the integration of inputs and outputs, as well as regional variability, what we're working with is the whole establishment of automated microgrids or macro grids, so that you're able to look at the whole, say, ecosystem for Riyadh. You can create a model for that over the course of the year, and with that, and with predictions in terms of weather forecasts and temperatures, you can actually look at the whole energy demands. You can look at what your inputs are and play them off against each other, so you have a fully automated and totally integrated energy grid. So that has not been achieved anywhere in the world, and I think the Kingdom will be one of the first places to be able to do that.
I mean, people talk a lot about sovereignty, and I know it's one of the buzzwords at this event. Why is it important that Saudi Arabia develops its own capabilities, its own talent, and its own infrastructure?
So, I think you know, there was a whole push towards globalization, and the COVID pandemic exposed a lot of areas where people realized that, you know, we don't have our own sovereign capabilities in particular areas, you know, so whether that, you know, the big one at that stage was around healthcare, you know, access to PPEs, access to vaccines. So I think there's, from a national perspective, a lot of countries across the world are now looking at where they see their global, you know, their sovereignty and how we can protect ourselves. So if we have another pandemic or there's another sort of climate crisis, or how does that impact us as a nation, and where are we best placed to really support ourselves over the course of the next 5 to 10 years, whether that's food. You know, the big ones for us now as a university is we're really looking at health, food, water and energy, and how we can support the nation in terms of developing its sovereign capabilities within those various different sectors.
So in your position at the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, you've got this sort of helicopter view of so much of what's happening in the kingdom. It sounds like a lot of people come to you for advice, guidance. You're almost a consultant in many ways, yeah. I'd imagine, on a lot of the projects. If you could sit down with each CEO of, let's say, all the major projects that are underway in Saudi Arabia right now, what is the key piece of advice you'd give each of them?
Yeah, I think one of the major pieces of advice is for people to be more open and more trusting in how people can use their data. You know, so people see data as something that they need to secure and protect, but you know, a lot of this is maybe to the detriment of their own goals and their own activities. So getting access to data from sort of kind of key entities it's quite difficult. You know, people will hold on to their data, but keeping, you know, data locked away in a data center is of zero value to that organization and zero value to the kingdom. So I think people need to understand, they need to learn more about, you know, and this is one of the things that I talked about, AI literacy, you know, and how their data can be utilized, not only for them from whether it's from a government perspective in terms of educating them and informing them, or from a business perspective, it's how that data can be utilized for the national good and how people can transform that data from its current format into something that is, as they say, data gold.
Okay, just lastly, we're nearly out of time. A lot of young people in Saudi Arabia, a lot of people under the age of 30, the majority of the population. And clearly today there are a lot of startups with booths, with stands at this event. Obviously AI is guided by the human mind, and I'm wondering whether you think young minds are a particular asset for this country when it comes to steering AI in exciting new directions. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so you know, as part of my talk, I was saying one of the other speakers was talking around Generation X, you know, moving Generation X completely out of the way. I think Generation X is important in terms of helping guide and inform, and we've all grown up and we have a lot of knowledge to share, but the younger generation, we don't have to worry about them. You know, I have 3 kids, they're teenagers. Those guys think differently to the way I would think. They still need guidance, they still need to be shaped. So, and particularly, you know, when we look from we have a very strong entrepreneurship component within the university, and what we see coming through that is a whole new wave of AI-led startups. So the young generation within the kingdom they're very clued into technology. They use technology the whole time. So we don't have to worry about the young. It's educate the old so that they can help support and guide the young people.
Okay. Well, on that note, we're going to have to wrap up. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Manus Ward, the Associate Vice President of Technology and Special Projects at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Phil. Thank you.
We're joined now by Nishant Kumar Pati, who is the Director of Cybersecurity and Governance at Gulf Air. Very warm welcome. Thanks for speaking to Al Arabiya English.
Thank you, Tom.
You're here on the sidelines of a global AI and blockchain show here in Riyadh. As your title would suggest, your job is to stay ahead of the curve, and the growth and the evolution in blockchain and in AI is exponential. Are you managing to stay ahead?
Yes, I'm trying my best to stay ahead because the way the technology is getting transformed today is too fast. By the time I get up from my bed, I see 10 different technologies adopted in big companies. So as a person who has to protect enterprise like Gulf Air and Bahrain Airport, where I work for, so it's too tough to grasp those technologies, understand how they work, and then try to secure them. But we are trying our best to be on top of it.
How are you seeing the threats evolve? What's changing?
Again, the threat landscape is changing. If you can understand, US government has stopped Mythos and Fable outside of US. So that itself is a signal to every enterprise who is trying to adopt AI that there is some kind of a gap that will evolve in the market, and open source models are actually trying to catch up that market of being the top LLM provider in the market.
Okay, what's the message you bring with you here to Riyadh, to this event?
I think the technology is fascinating. The rate at which the technology is evolving is super fast. We just need to catch up, learn, and then try to see how we can bring that value to the business.
Just talk us through blockchain and what the application of blockchain is to the airline business, because some people won't be aware of it.
So it's very important for us to have that transaction immutability. That means a transaction is completed and no one can go ahead and say that this transaction has never happened, or no one can say this transaction modified. So blockchain is a technology that brings in that immutability for the transaction. It doesn't matter which industry you're coming from, as long as there is a transaction and you want to secure the mutability of the transaction, blockchain is there.
So blockchain, in a word, brings security both to the passenger and to the business?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's your feeling about the future of where these technologies are heading, and in particular their applications to the airline industry?
So I have a panel here which is exactly touching the same subject of bringing blockchain, AI, and robotics together into one domain and then making an enterprise work for it. For example, even if you look at us, right, like an airline, we do a lot of physical sensors, a lot of physical items are moved here in airport and airline, and then I need that each transaction. I'll give you an example, right? So our aircrafts go under maintenance almost every day. And it's very important to maintain a record of that aircraft maintenance for its lifelong. As long as the aircraft is in serviceable condition, we need to maintain the aircraft's condition. So what if I go ahead and move all that maintenance data onto a blockchain, which cannot be tampered or modified in case of a disaster? It will be an excellent thing. And all of this mechanic parts or machine replacements are done by robotics, where a robot says that I have done a replacement of a specific part in an aircraft, and that transaction gets recorded on a blockchain, and in case of a disaster we are in a position to trace back to that specific repair and tell was it done rightly or not, or was there an errors. So that kind of a implementation is what organizations like us has to look at to really see the value.
So in the old days, that would have been done in a logbook or some sort of a manual, and now you're saying it can all be done in a traceable form and digitally stored.
Right, and digitally signed by those engineers who can attest that it has done rightly and it is fit for takeoff.
But all of this, while we can see the technological applications, does still require, doesn't it, some overall human supervision?
Yes, human in the loop is very important. Let me take an example, right? Let's say I have a chatbot, okay? And it answers some wrong question to one of the passengers. Let's say one of my passenger asks me, when is the flights. Let's say it got delayed by 20 minutes. And my bot answers, it delayed by 40 minutes, for whatever reason it is. And the passenger misses the flight. Who will take the responsibility? Is the chatbot or the airline or the developer who has built the chatbot? So these kind of governance issues are always there in an unmatured ecosystem. That has to be sorted out. An organization who sorts out these kind of cases, edge cases, and brings a liability for a chatbot and gives an identity to the chatbot and says, hey chatbot, you are responsible. This is your identity, who made a mistake, and you need to take that responsibility. If it can bring in that kind of a governance model, I think it will be helpful for every organization.
You're a busy man. You've got to stay ahead of the new technology, the new potential threats, and the legislation that governs how all of this technology is used. I mean, how do you manage to stay on top of all of this?
I think we need to learn fast. That's the only way. If you are a little slow, I think you will not catch up the race. And that's what is happening in United States, right? Today, let's say ChatGPT releases a model. In 3 days to 5 days or less than a week, Gemini releases a new model, and then DeepSeek releases another model, and Claude releases a different model. So the model release cycle is not in months, it's in weeks. So that itself will tell you the pace at which the big companies are competing. I think if big companies are competing at that pace, individuals like us and our company should also compete at the same speed.
Okay, exponential growth, exponential change and improvement, a sort of snowball effect. Your parting word of advice for someone who's watching, who wants to stay ahead, but is finding all of this rather intimidating. What's your advice?
I think, see, bubble is always there. Bubble can burst at any point of time. But if you can learn something from that bubble, and if you have made as a business some money out of that bubble, it's still good.
All right. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Nishant Kumar Pati, Director of Cybersecurity and Governance at Gulf Air. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Have a good day to you.
Well, that's all we've got time for this special edition of The Real Deal. Coming to you from the sidelines of the Global AI Show, the Global Blockchain Show, the Global Games Show, right in the heart of the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Thanks for watching, and do stay tuned to Al Arabiya English.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. There are hopes that there will be progress in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine following the meeting in Alaska between the US President Donald Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin. There are talks that maybe bilateral and trilateral meetings will follow, but then there are also those who believe there will be no progress, largely because of Vladimir Putin's intractable position when it comes to Ukraine. One of those is the former UK Defence Secretary, Liam Fox. He joins me now to explain why he has that position. So Liam, thank you for making the time. It's good to have a chance to chat with you, sir. First of all, we're seeing a lot of media reports now that there seems to be some progress when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine situation following the meeting in Alaska and the following talks. What's your opinion on that?
There's a lot of rhetoric, there's a lot of staging. Are we seeing real progress? We don't know yet. My view is that you need to go back to understand why Ukraine wants very, very specific, overt, and bankable security guarantees. Remember back in 1994, Ukraine gave away the nuclear weapons that they had inherited from the breakup of the Soviet Union. And they did so on the basis that they had a security guarantee from the United States, from Britain, from France, but mostly from Russia, that their sovereignty and their borders would be respected. That guarantee was worth zero because Putin decided he wanted Crimea and he just took it. Now, if you were the Ukrainians and you are wanting to end the war, you will want to do so knowing that you have a much better guarantee of your security than came with that agreement, the Budapest Memorandum. So I entirely understand why the Ukrainians are where they are. And until they get those very bankable guarantees, I don't think we can move much forward.
Those who play devil's advocate say that Russia was also guaranteed that NATO would never move 1 inch eastward, and that this was kind of also breached in terms of honouring an agreement. What's your view on that perspective?
Well, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. The only countries that have joined NATO are Sweden and Finland recently, and that was in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. Free nations can choose what they want to do in terms of their defense, their foreign policy. They cannot be dictated to by Moscow, by a tyrant like Putin.
Again, to play devil's advocate, if there was something, a similar parallel with Russia putting weapons on any kind of territory it has near the USA, how would the reaction be there?
Well, Russia has weapons pointed at London, at Washington, at LA, at the other parts of Europe. It has troops along the borders with the Baltic states. So we don't need to be lectured by Russia about the threats to their neighbors. It's Russia that invaded Georgia in 2008. It's Russia that annexed Crimea in 2014. It's Russia that invaded Ukraine in 2022. So before people want to play devil's advocate, they better work out who the devil is in that particular equation.
So hugely disappointing and sadly predictable is how you described the outcome of the Putin-Trump Alaska talks. Why was that?
Well, I think Putin's playing for time. Number one, let me be very clear. Putin can't be trusted. His word is worth nothing. Here is a man who is a violent despot who will kill and has killed his political opponents inside Russia, who's killed his opponents outside Russia, including in the United Kingdom. He's playing for time. He's hoping that he can make advances on the battlefield before the United States or Europe apply further sanctions that will damage the Russian economy. And the Russian economy has changed a lot since 2022, since the Ukrainian invasion. Putin's turned his country into a war economy. 45% of his GDP is now taken up by the war in Ukraine or the defense and arms industries. He has a banking system that's barely functioning. He's got a bank base rate of 21% with an inflation rate of 11%, unsustainable if you were in any other part of the world. He's got a labor shortage, a chronic labor shortage, and is utterly dependent on technology to keep his economy moving. Now, these are big problems which will get worse. And in my view, we should make them worse in order to destroy Putin's ability to wage war in the future.
I know your perspective is also to let the Russian oligarchs and those who've been sanctioned from shifting large sums of money out to actually have that opportunity, because it would actually have an impact on Russia's economy that would help to destabilize it, in your opinion, correct?
Well, Russia has been able to maintain its war effort because its banking system has continued, because money has not been allowed to flow out of the system. So the oligarchs who would normally invest in global opportunities have been forced to invest in Russia. Those opportunities will dry up quite quickly, and we need to ensure that we enable capital flight out of Russia to make those difficulties even greater.
And presumably the sale of fossil fuels by Russia, which have been quite beneficial for its economy, have also to be kind of more closely monitored, I guess.
Well, you've seen the tension between the United States under the Trump administration and countries like India, where they are trying to apply pressure to India to stop buying Russian oil. If you're going to make that happen, I think you have to increase the flow of oil from elsewhere, whether that's the United States itself or out of OPEC. You need to ensure that countries that are going to help you in terms of security are not going to be disadvantaged in terms of the ability to fuel, literally, their own economies.
So following Alaska, a bunch of European leaders, including the UK Prime Minister, went to the White House to speak with Donald Trump. And then, of course, the media started to talk a lot about the bilateral, possibly trilateral meeting with Putin, Zelensky and Trump afterwards. Do you see any value in the idea that this bilateral meeting might actually happen between Putin and Zelensky?
Well, all the focus has been on the optics and the rhetoric rather than the substance. And that's where we really need to make progress. We need to make progress on, are we going to get security guarantees for Ukraine? Are we going to ensure that Ukrainian territory is not going to be sacrificed in all of this? When these big issues are sorted out, then you can work out who is going to talk to whom and where it's going to be. I mean, yesterday we had all this stuff about, will it be in Geneva? Will it be Istanbul? You have to have something to talk about first. So let's focus on the substance and let's have a little bit less focus on some of the lesser important parts.
Ironically, Budapest was mentioned, which you mentioned earlier as the 94 site of the memorandum. So it would be an ironic venue if they chose that.
Yes, it would be ironic, but there would be some who would think it was inappropriate, given that it was that memorandum in Budapest that was so badly betrayed by Russia.
There have been reports that Europe would impose more sanctions on Russia if Vladimir Putin does decide to reject any bilateral or trilateral meetings. What impact could those sanctions have?
Well, the biggest area where Europe could be effective would be in seizing Russian assets. Now, the Russian assets of about 300 billion have been frozen in Europe, and the interest on those has been used to help Ukraine. But if you really wanted to make a difference, you actually seize the assets and give them to Ukraine. 300 billion to Ukraine is more than we've actually spent in total between the United States and Europe so far in assisting them. And there is the question of reparations. Russia committed an act of aggression in breach of international law. They are required to make reparations for that. The chances of Putin actually parting with money and giving it to Ukraine, I would rate as absolutely zero. So what other mechanisms do we have? We've got those assets that were moved largely from America to Europe after 2014-15. Those could be used to help the Ukrainians arm themselves, protect themselves, defend their sovereignty, their people, their democracy, and also to rebuild the shattered parts of their country that have been destroyed by Putin's aggression.
Well, Salim, you've been very clear for many years now that you have zero trust in Vladimir Putin. If that's the case, if Vladimir Putin is such a risk, what real option is there to find a solution?
We should try to find a way of ending the killing in Ukraine itself, but we should be under no illusions about who Putin is and what he is. And I understand why Western politicians who are sort of hardwired to find compromise and accommodations, why they would want to do that. But pretty much all good people end up in the same place with Putin, which is he can't be accommodated. He is a tyrant. He's not a democrat. He's not answerable to the Russian people. He's not answerable to anyone at all. And he will behave in the way that tyrants do, as he has done, internally and externally. So what in the long term we need to do is what we did in the Cold War, which is recognize there can't be a purely military solution to all of this. What we need to use is the financial strength of the free world, and to ensure that in the longer term, we undermine and, if possible, destroy Putin's ability economically to wage war against free, independent, democratic nations.
Well, many critics of the situation have been concerned that Donald Trump has rejected the idea, or at least dismissed the idea of a ceasefire prior to the talks, bilateral talks, if they happen, for example. To what extent is that a bad idea? Because the fact that Russia can continue, it's kind of offensive, and it has actually seems to have boosted.
I thought the German Chancellor, Chancellor Merz, put it very well. It's very difficult to see Zelensky, President Zelensky, and Putin talking to one another if their troops are still killing civilians. How can President Zelensky sit down with Vladimir Putin if men, women, and children are being murdered, during the night by Russian missiles and drones. Politically, that's really a bit of a non-starter. And I think you would have to have some situation where on the ground there was no conflict actually taking place before those talks could take place.
How much progress do you see in the statements by Donald Trump that he sees the need for security guarantees for Ukraine? I mean, he said no US troops on the ground, although he said military presence is a possibility.
Well, I think the president is absolutely genuine when he seeks peace and reconciliation. I think his patience has been sorely tested by Putin time and time again. I think he comes back hoping that something decent will come out of the Russian leader. But I think that increasingly the reality is dawning that you can't accommodate Putin. And there's a history here. If you remember President George W. Bush saying that he looked into Putin's eyes and saw a soul. Well, you know, Putin looked into his and saw a KGB file number. We had President Obama coming to office after the invasion of Georgia and having a reset, as they called it, let bygones be bygones with Russia. Putin looked at that and said, thank you very much. I'll just take Crimea, if that's your attitude. We need to really understand what we're dealing with, because wishful thinking is a very bad basis for foreign policy, and it's an even worse basis for defense policy.
There is still a feeling, however, that in spite of what you say about Donald Trump having some concerns about the situation being played, or tapped, as he put it, by Putin, that he has a much stronger relationship with Vladimir Putin and Russia than with Volodymyr Zelensky, and that he still tends to kind of favor the Russian side. Do you think that's still the case, considering how things have developed?
I think the president genuinely wants reconciliation. I think he can see the prize that there would be were Russia to be brought into the fold. I just don't think it's going to happen under Putin. I think that Putin is a particular type of autocratic, tyrannical leader. His behavior shows he's not to be trusted. And I see no reason why he would change. He wants to keep Russia in a particular way. He's got imperialist tendencies, wanting to recreate parts of what was the Soviet Union. And I think that's not going to change. And I think that President Trump, like President George W. Bush, like President Obama before him, hope that they can find something good to deal with in Putin. And sadly, that their hopes have all been dashed sequentially.
There is a widely held opinion that actually he's more interested in becoming a czar-like figure than reconstructing the Soviet Union, having a more imperial kind of attitude towards things.
I think that's true with Putin. I think that he's also been willing to use the Russian Orthodox Church as part of that czarist approach. But he's a very dangerous man. He's dangerous to the people within Russia, and he's dangerous to the people outside Russia. And we've got to be very hard-headed in accepting that. It's in the minds of good people, wanting to see good in someone else is a very laudable and understandable trait. But it can be very dangerous when you're dealing with somebody like Putin.
I'll get back to the current situation in just a second, but as and when the time comes when Vladimir Putin is no longer around, is there a chance for Russia to reset, or is it likely that someone else with the similar kind of tendency might just be able to slip in and continue the policies of Vladimir Putin?
I think there were three ifs in that question. So yeah, I suppose it depends on the state of the Russian economy. Is it a stable economy, or will Putin actually leave it fundamentally weakened? It's much easier to take a peace economy and turn it into a war economy than vice versa. So there are big problems ahead for the Russian economy. How Putin will manage that, we don't know. Who's coming behind Putin? Difficult to say. Most of his potential successors have left under, let's say, less than clear circumstances. And the Russian people, do they have a yearning for democracy? They have a yearning, I think, to control their own future and to live in a country where they are much more able to determine what happens to their families, their communities, and their nation than they have today. But impossible really to know. Russia doesn't really have a strong historical experience in democracy, really at any point. So yes, we have to hope for it. And we in the West have to prepare for a post-Putin era in the hope that we can help encourage change, but in a way much better than we did last time after the fall of the Soviet Union.
There's a bit of a paradox in the fact that the Russian people did taste the fruits of a more kind of market economy, capitalistic society after the fall of the Soviet Union. And yet the statistics show that so many Russians seem to be behind Vladimir Putin's actions. Perhaps it's a patriotic or jingoistic attitude, but there is that strange paradox.
Well, I think you're probably more likely to be the fact that there are no independent polls in Russia, and all the polls that we have are controlled by the Russian government. That will tend to produce the results that the Russian government want. But leaving that aside, so we don't actually know what the Russian people think. But if we are going to see reform in Russia, it has to be in a way that has tangible benefits on the street, and not just for the oligarchs and not just for the politicians, which is what we saw last time. And that needs to be better thought through.
Considering your perspective on President Putin, do you see any value in him actually recently now agreeing that there should be security guarantees, that perhaps there could be some kind of monitoring system if there was a peace deal?
Anything that gives us a verifiable peace deal, great. As Ronald Reagan would say, trust but verify. And that is just as true today as when President Reagan said it in the Cold War. And we need to be able to make sure that it's there. But there's something else. It's not just a security guarantee. What's missing there is the word credible. Is it a credible security guarantee? Because if Russia thinks that the deterrence is missing, then he will act again. And you could, I think, very reasonably argue that the sanctions that we put in place in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine should have been there in 2014 after the invasion of Crimea. And the ones we put in place in 2014 should have been there in 2008 after the Russian aggression towards Georgia. So the failure of deterrence and the failure of a credible deterrence is crucial. And anything that the West puts in place as a security guarantee needs to come with some hard and fast elements to that, whether that's an Article 5 NATO-type guarantee that an attack on Ukraine would be an attack on us all. We have to wait and see. But if it's not credible, it's not worth anything.
Do you see Ukraine ending up in NATO?
No, I don't actually in the short term, although I think it's their right to apply to become members of NATO. But NATO is a political as well as a military alliance. And they would have to meet a number of criteria that would make them an acceptable part of the political alliance, just as the same way as they would need to fulfill criteria were they going to join the European Union. So I think that's some way off for Ukraine. I think Ukraine still has internal problems to deal with, not least a fairly widespread level of corruption that has plagued them for some time. Those things need to be dealt with. They can be dealt with. And Ukraine is, of course, as a free, democratic, sovereign nation, able to make its own choices.
On a slight tangent, why is there a need for NATO now? If we consider the Soviet threat has disappeared, and that maybe was the justification for the creation of the alliance, what is the real need for NATO now, especially if pretty much anyone can join it?
Well, pretty much anyone can't join it, otherwise we wouldn't be having this debate about Ukraine. There's the fact that Russia still has the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world, and they're still pointing at us. That's reason for NATO.
Do you believe Ukraine will ever get back the 20% that Russia holds right now of its land?
I don't think it's realistic to believe that Crimea will ever come back. I think that the Crimea probably disappeared when President Obama had the reset with Russia. I think that failure of deterrence probably meant that Crimea was lost. What happens with the territories that Russia's currently occupying remains to be seen. I don't think that Putin's going to give up the areas that the oblasts that he controls 100%, where you got Donetsk, for example, where there's still a split. That is more difficult to see. But there's got to be, if Ukraine loses territory, there's got to be something for Ukraine in that, and that's got to be that Putin can't move a centimeter further into Ukraine in the future.
When Donald Trump talks about a land swap, in your opinion, what does that mean? Because there doesn't seem to be anything to swap for.
Well, it's not a swap. It's the aggressor being able to keep the territory they have taken by force. I mean, it's not really what we think about as a swap. You've got principle and you've got the brutal reality facing off here. The principle should be that no aggressor should be able to benefit from acts of war. But the truth on the ground is that you've got ruined parts of Ukraine that Russia is not going to give back, potentially ever. So that's where you get into negotiation. And that's where the credible guarantees of future security have to come in.
So, Liam, how do you regard the way European countries have come together as a sort of counterbalance to the US position when it comes to dealing with this matter?
I think that President Trump has been a wake-up call to Europe, but that's only because Europe wouldn't listen to previous wake-up calls. I remember as Defense Secretary way back in 2010 sitting around the table at NATO with the American Defense Secretary Robert Gates, who would say, you cannot expect the American taxpayers to continually pay for Europe's defense while Europe spends its money on welfare and consumption. I mean, you now have the position where European countries make up 6%, 7% of the world's population, but 60% of social spending. Now, why should the American taxpayers fund that? So they've come late in the day to recognize they must spend more on defense, they must be more active in their own defense and not depend on riding on America's coattails. That's a good thing. That's a good wake-up call. And I think that they actually have responded quite well. And I think that British Prime Ministers, Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, and our current Prime Minister have all actually honourably filled the roles of good European leaders when it comes to understanding their responsibilities to the defence and security of the wider continent.
To what degree do you believe that Europe's unity in this matter, perhaps, as we've just discussed, is a result of American pressure rather than internal European fears that Russia has been proactive in the sense of a grey warfare in its tactics with Europe?
I think it's both. And I think that it depends where in Europe you are. If you are sharing a border with Russia, your view of your security post-Ukraine has very much diminished. So if you're in the Nordic states, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, Hungary, and you're sitting looking right across the border at the country that has just by force taken part of Ukraine, killed tens of thousands of its armed forces, and killed and maimed civilians for no clear purpose. I think that you're probably a lot less sanguine about security than if you live in Western Europe.
But considering Russia's taken quite a toll in this conflict as well, it hasn't been the kind of few weeks affair that people thought it would be going into Ukraine, as Russia seemed to be so dominant. Does Europe really have that level of fear, grey warfare apart? Does it really have a fear that Russia could stretch itself out so far to try and destabilize or be involved in taking over other countries?
So what's the difference? The difference is that in Europe, we care about our armed forces. We would care about the human cost and the financial cost of a conflict like that. If you're Putin, he doesn't care. He's not answerable to his electorate. He's not answerable to a free media. There are no critics out there saying that the cost is too high. So just as, since you mentioned, taking an imperial view, the view of Russia was throw as many troops as needed into battle. And it doesn't matter what your casualties are. That's the view that Putin will take. I think the question that's very crucial in this is, at what point, even in Russia, does the loss become so acute, does the financial hardship become so great that the public will just not stomach the conflict?
But does he have the resources? Does Vladimir Putin have the resources? I mean, it's been proved that he's used North Korean troops to supplement his. Does he have the resources to take things further?
Well, he has an economy that's a war economy that will be unable to produce wealth. So the longer the war goes on, yes, there will be a toll that is there. But you have to understand the mind of Putin, his imperialist, aggressive tendencies to want to control Ukraine, which he believes is Russia, remember, is greater than his fear of any domestic resistance to his program. That cannot last forever in the real world, but he can last for a long time. And as long as people are buying Russian oil and enabling him to fund his war, he will continue as best he can. And if that means releasing more prisoners from prison to go onto the front line, bringing people in from North Korea or any other favorable dictatorships around the world, that's what he'll do. And as long as the Iranians are helping him supply of weapons, missiles, and drones, then he's got his allies on whom he can depend, at least for some time.
Since January of 2025 and Donald Trump's return to the White House, he seems omnipresent. With executive orders, he seems to be such a dominant figure in what's going on in the world. Do you get any sense that perhaps Europe has been kicked into a very underdog position in having a say in what's going on here?
I think to an extent the reverse, possibly because of that great influence that President Trump has had, that European leaders have stepped up to the plate a bit, particularly on this, and they were not passive in this process. After the Alaska summit, they were very quick to get to Washington. So no, I don't take that view. And also, in the West, we have to understand the American political system. You've got a president newly elected in his second term. He's got control of the House of Representatives. He's got control of the Senate. But America has elections in November next year. That could change.
But still, looking at the sort of global optics, can Europe kind of step out of Donald Trump's shadow?
Europe needs to make some changes. I mean, Europe needs to be looking at its trading practices, for example. Whatever you think of the president's tariff policy, he's got a point when it comes to the EU, that the EU has been using non-tariff barriers and technical barriers to trade as an alternative to financial tariffs. So, he's right that there needs to be change. Maybe we're just seeing a little inkling of the need for change amongst European leaders.
Briefly putting on your international trade secretary hat, the one you wore for a while, does the level of tariffs, though, that Donald Trump talks about and the way he threatens them, is that good global practice when it comes to economics?
It has a different impact depending on the sort of economy you're dealing with. If you put tariffs on a country that only sells basic commodities, that has no value added, then you will definitely harm those economies. And I think that whatever the financial plus that the administration sees for the United States, you have to weigh that up against what if I make it more difficult for developing countries to trade their way out of poverty? Will that trigger a wave of global migration, which is the one thing that I also don't want in policy? So sometimes I think that in Western governments, the people who make the economic policy and the people who make the security policy don't properly talk to one another, and the dots don't really get joined up.
Going back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there is a feeling among many people that the world has let Ukraine down, was slow to act, hasn't been decisive enough as a community. Where is the rest of the world in this? We've talked about America, we've talked about Europe. What about other countries around the world? Where are the others? Where's China in all of this?
Well, China, I don't think is particularly bothered that the West and Russia are daggers drawn. That's not in the disinterest, if you want to put it that way, of China. Others are much less concerned. They see that as a European issue. I think that Ukraine was let down when we did not deter Russian aggression. And if I was to put my finger on it, I think that the reset under the Obama presidency with Putin was the ultimate failure of Western deterrence, and I think much has flowed from that.
But is there also a tendency at a global level for countries to become introspective now? The US, of course, seems to be so much more introspective under Donald Trump, of course, his Make America Great Again policy. Is that what's happening? Are we deglobalizing?
Well, I think at the political level, there is a tendency for countries to become much more introspective, to become, if not isolationist, at least more nationalist. And yet, at the same time, in the real global economy, we have had such a level of integration of supply chains that the idea of pulling those apart would cause so much disruption as to be not worth any economic gain that might come. And so again, you've got the world of politics and the world of business not necessarily being in the same place. I'm with the world of business. I think ultimately it's those interests that will be longer lasting, and they will be to the benefit, particularly of those parts of the world who don't yet share in the good luck of the wealthiest.
Well, that's almost the perfect segue, talking about your role in business, to discuss your role as the chairman of the Abraham Accords from the UK perspective. Tell me about the work that's being done, because you're now planning to launch a fund as well.
So we have something called the Abraham Accords Prosperity Group. It basically has 4 pillars. The Abraham Accord Prosperity Fund, which is an investment fund that we plan to launch in the near future. A project called REACH, run by the NAS group of companies, talking directly to young people in English and Arabic in the region to say, you should have opportunity. We will give you the chances to grasp that opportunity, but to talk to them in a language that is much more familiar and through social media. We also have a think tank network, including Trends in the UAE, including the Amadeus Institute in Morocco. And we have, fourthly, our advisory council, the great and the good, helping to guide us and promote us. And we're building those. And we're doing that because if you want to effect change, it can't be done just by a financial instrument. You've got to create an ecosystem which is sustainable. I've agreed to chair this grouping for 10 years. My wife thinks I'm mad, and maybe she's right. She usually is. But we need to show commitment, long-term commitment. Part of the problem is that the initiatives that we have had are very top-down. Where is the benefit on the Arab street, for example, of these initiatives? Unless young people can see that there will be something different for them, that they will get dignity and hope and opportunity from this, it is otherwise it's meaningless. And also, how do you put in place the mechanics over time that go beyond the sort of democratic mandates of 3 or 4 years that Western governments tend to have? How do you give investors confidence? How do you give young people confidence that they genuinely have friends out there who are in it for the long term? That's what we're trying to change.
The overarching issue, though, is that since October the 7th, 2023, anything that really concerns the Abraham Accords has taken quite a hit, certainly psychologically, on the Arab street. What kind of damage has it done to your goals, to your aims to try to create some kind of better world in that environment?
I don't think it changes our aims or our goals. It perhaps makes the environment in which we're doing it more difficult. But, you know, whatever happens, if you like, at the statecraft level, we still need to have a greater share of prosperity across the whole of the Middle East, North Africa region. And we need to ensure that younger people are able to share more in the prosperity that in Europe or the United States we would take for granted than they have been allowed to do in the past. And that means, how do we get more of the economic opportunity? For example, in the service industries, instead of countries buying business services from Europe or America, why are we not trying to create more of them in those countries themselves?
Who do you see contributing to this fund?
Well, we have a number of high net worth individuals, but I would also like to see the sovereign wealth funds and institutions do something that they really can do, which is invest in peace. That's the real challenge for us.
And is it the sovereign wealth funds largely from the Middle East region, or do you see this as truly global?
Well, we've had a lot of interest in the United Kingdom, in the United States, but in the region itself. And we have to encourage those in the region to invest in the future of the region. And we have to ensure that, as I often say, if you've got the same DNA as your parents and you make the same choices as your parents, you end up in the same place. And we can't afford that. We need to break that. Here we are in the United Kingdom, a country massively shaped by our history. But there are those in the Middle East who are not shaped by their history. They're prisoners of their history. We need to help them break out of that.
Just a final thought then. Are you getting the sense that ears are open to your requests and your pleas for some kind of progress?
I think that people are recognizing that we cannot continue as we are. We have to create a different future, and we're not passengers in that future. We can be the prime movers in our own destiny, and we can choose to effect change if we want. And people will say, well, this is a terrible time to be launching a project like that. Well, is there a good time to launch a project like that? And if you're looking at the long term, You have to start somewhere. And I hope that those who support our aims will support our program, because it's something that has to be done as a whole global community if we're to achieve the results that we want. And its benefits will not just be felt in the Middle East, they'll be felt globally. And that should be as much an attraction to us as anything else.
Well, Sir Liam, I wish you luck. Thank you very much for joining me, sir.
Pleasure.
That was Sir Liam Fox, the former UK Defence Secretary, talking about the latest situation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. That's it for this edition of the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. From me and the team in London, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
If you say something enough, people tend to believe it, but that doesn't necessarily make it true. President Donald Trump has said almost 40 times that the US has won the war, that a deal is done, or at the very least is imminent. As analysis of the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran heats up, we ask, who's come out on top? Stay with us. Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nusafora, is coming up soon.
Because humans are naturally nostalgic, they search for their beginnings and the first moments of everything around them. It is in our nature to cherish what we consider precious, to protect our memories, even those that break our hearts. Who among us has not kept the letter yellow with time? A lover's perfume in a glass bottle. A grandmother's earrings passed through gentle hands. A photograph. A record. A book that carries the warmth of a heartbeat. Can we say that everyone has their own museum? Why do we chase the warmth of faces long gone, the echo of feelings that once lived within us? Why does the human heart wander endlessly backward, spending half its life in the soft light of yesterday? What are the origins of the museum? When did humanity decide that its treasures should belong to everyone? The story of museums, those guardians of culture and memory, begins much earlier than most imagine. From a princess's private trove to vast institutions welcoming millions, the museum has evolved into a space where the boundaries between the private and the public dissolve, transforming personal passion into a shared heritage.
The Louvre has always been in the center of Paris. That is to say, it has been the heart of Paris for almost 800 years. And Paris, in the year 1190. It is necessary to go back that far to find a Paris without its Louvre. It was in that year that King Philip Augustus built himself a fortress, a place to keep his jewels, his dogs, and his prisoners of war.
As everyone knows, the Louvre Museum is not just a museum. For decades, it has been one of the tools of soft power, and the actual decision regarding its management and security rests with the Élysée Palace. Around the world, there have been nearly hundreds of famous museum thefts. This isn't the first time the Louvre has been targeted, but the October 2025 heist, which unfolded in plain sight of guards and visitors, may be among the boldest in its history.
The heist of the Louvre was a tremendous shock on October 19th. We had several small burglaries in museums right before. The Museum of Natural History, golden pellets were stolen. So this was like a series. We were like a nation in shock. Why can't we protect anything of value? And secondly, there was a sort of shock about the fact that there was insufficient security. So we were blaming insufficient security, so laxness and indifference, and at the same time, some sort of national curse.
From the Apollo Gallery 50 years ago, the sword of King Charles, made around 6 kilograms of gold, studded with precious stones, vanished from its display and has never been recovered. But the real story here isn't the theft itself, but what it says between the lines. Why are museums robbed more easily than jewelry stores? Why do surveillance systems, guards, reinforced glass, and alarms so often fail to do their jobs?
Let's say that a jewelry store has a limited perimeter, it's a small area, and they have strict access control, and they have standardized procedures. But for a museum, it's by nature an open venue. They welcome people, so you have a lot of flows, and it's always a compromise between access, conservation, and visitor experience. So of course, it's a whole chain of security that has to be set up. And that is a very complex way how to set up. And also, if one aspect is not well secured, it's the whole chain which is deficient.
Well, jewelry stores expect to be robbed. The National Museums, any museum, knows it's a possibility, but too many armed guards inside the museum would give a bad feeling. And plus, they really don't want a guard pull out a gun and shoot. In most museums, the artwork is not insured, and jewelers are insured. So the jewelers, you know, they can put up a fight, but in the end, it's not that tragic for them. For a museum, they don't put up a fight. It's almost counterintuitive, but you know, they should be guarded like crazy since they don't have insurance. But it's exactly the reverse that happens.
On a bright morning on the 19th of October 2025, a theft unfolded in the heart of Paris that stunned the world. Not for its scale alone, but for its symbolism. In broad daylight, priceless artifacts vanished from the Louvre, the world's most visited museum and one of France's proudest institutions. Considering this latest Louvre heist, the getaway truck was itself stolen from a small town on the outskirts of Paris called Louvre. It somehow made its way into one of the busiest, most heavily monitored areas of the French capital. The truck stopped, 4 men got out, 2 entered the gallery, took what they came for, and left. All happened in just 7 minutes. This is what has been confirmed. Digging into details, sources say that those 7 minutes were invested wisely. 3 minutes and 57 seconds were enough to smash the glass, snatch 2 displays of jewels, and escape without anyone lifting a finger to stop them. All this in a city where Parisians swear that if anyone parks his car in that same spot for even a minute, police patrols would appear from every direction, issue a fine, and order the driver to move immediately.
It's a symbol of France. What happened in the Louvre was shocking, We always see police cars all over Paris every minute, but here in this spot and specific minute, no police car was there to stop the robbery. It is shocking.
So that's what really shocked us. The easiest way they could use to do that, it was like acting normally, you know, being part of the environment.
The world is expecting more security from this kind of places, of course. One day or one other, we will have also a security failure in the Tour Eiffel.
The thieves did know everything about the Louvre's method of operation. They knew that the jewels were reinstalled every morning. The jewels are taken away at night and hidden in a safe place and brought back at exactly a few minutes before opening. And they knew that that was the vulnerable moment to jump in, because security would have been moving around. So obviously they had infiltrated somebody who had done all this investigating.
Merde. Ok, merci. Les individus sont en scooter, ils vont quitter. La police. Ah, c'est sûr, pour passage monsieur, est-ce qu'on arrête les entrées?
Experts say museum officials long believed that a daylight robbery of a major museum was virtually impossible. Yet growing evidence suggests the Louvre thieves may have received assistance from inside the institution itself. Some even speculate that the perpetrators had a digital or human Trojan horse inside the museum, a secret accomplice who is now just a stunned observer like everyone else. Still, these are speculations nonetheless.
All kind of cyber intrusion or any insider that could link some crucial information are always options that has to be taken into consideration for investigation.
I am not inside the investigation, but it's very probable that they had somebody inside who told them how weak the system was. It's very plausible. Very plausible. But we have to wait the end of the investigation.
Is it somebody like a one guard or some cleaner or something like that? That's where the suspicions would go. But that it was an inside operation that was commanded by people inside who working against their own institution, no, that has not been considered in the end by the investigation, nor the fact that it would be a foreign nation.
According to what we know about what they said, the criminals said during their arrest, and also what they have, what the investigators have discovered, there was no any traceability of intrusion. Could be internal insider providing with crucial information, or any kind of cyber attack on the system in the Louvre. So for the moment, nothing goes to that explanation.
Hours after what many are calling the heist of the century, Hichem Daoud, a political anthropology researcher at France's National Center for Scientific Research, reflected on the deeper implications of the theft. France may have recovered its most valuable artifact, Daoud said, but what was wounded today cannot be healed by reclaiming a mere object. What was shaken was the belief that the symbols of the French nation are untouchable, that the pride of an entire country could not be threatened in a matter of minutes. He continued, The crown has returned to the Louvre and may soon shine again, and perhaps the remaining stolen pieces will be recovered. But the image of that crown lying abandoned on the roadside will haunt the national memory. Deep down, the French fear that one day their country could resemble that crown, stripped of pride, of grandeur, and of protection.
You know, everybody, the newspaper reported that something very easy, and then the jewelry is lost forever. It's part of organized crime, and we will never find them.
Those jewels are considered to be national treasures, and who would dare do this in front of everybody and steal them? So museums are behind in their thinking. They got it more or less backwards. And there is another problem, that when you steal from a museum, you have to dispose of the artwork on the black market. So these jewels will have to be cut and transformed in order to be sold. And there is another problem, since it's a national affront. They have 100 police working on this. I mean, for a jewelry store, you wouldn't necessarily have that many police. So it's really very counterintuitive, and it's just this illusion of ease that the criminals saw, which made them try such a thing after a whole series. But after this, I think the French museum world will change completely. I was in another museum when it happened, and I saw the guards got nervous and started walking around Napoleon's sword. So there's going to be a reaction.
Ironically, some observers note the stolen items may be the only pieces in the Louvre that weren't already stolen from somewhere else to begin with. Historians estimate that nearly 80% of the museum's collection originated from colonial conquests and imperial expeditions. That uncomfortable truth, many argue, is the real core of the story. European analysts see the heist as a mirror held up to France itself, a nation strained by political instability, economic fatigue, and growing social unrest.
I guess you are not expecting the President of the Republic to be in front of the museum and be like that and prevent robbery. I mean, it's not his role, okay? I think that somebody has to be blamed, is the lady in charge, the director of the Louvre. She has to be blamed because she receives the report and the warning. She is the one who should dismiss. She's the one who has to resign, not the president. I mean, the president, you cannot expect your president to be in front of each of your museum, I guess.
It wasn't just a robbery, one senior cultural critic in Brussels said. It was a symbolic message reclaiming that what France once took can also be taken from France. Investigators remain tight-lipped about how the thieves managed to infiltrate one of the most secure museums in the world in broad daylight. Yet the brazenness of the act and its timing between a collapsing government and another trembling under pressure has deepened public unease. To many, it feels as though the country's sense of pride and protection has been breached.
It's a symbol that has been attacked, and for France, it's really a very critical and even political issue, let's say. And also the amount of the law, which is the value of the jewelries are around 88 million euros.
With considerable intelligence, because really the timing was incredible. And they got lucky because the police went to the wrong place when they finally got the alarm. And they were also lucky, these burglars, because the casing of the jewels was not as, it wasn't impenetrable. Okay, this was not Fort Knox. So they did have some time to drill a hole in the glass, and the Louvre doesn't have armed police inside. You have to go get them. You just have security, and they came in, and the burglars threatened them with these drills. And so really nobody wanted to be attacked. And in the past, there have been guards who were overpowered and gagged and tied up a few decades ago. So nobody wants to go through that.
We often read the phrase, inspired by a true story, at the beginning of some movies or even some novels. But what happened at the Louvre seems to be the complete opposite. Who among us did not notice the mysterious resemblance between the recent Louvre theft and the plots of the famous French series Lupin and the film The Thomas Crown Affair released in 1999? Were these stories merely a coincidence? Or were they hidden maps of an event that actually took place at the Louvre on the morning of October 19, 2025?
The beginning is disturbingly similar because it's the same part of the Louvre which is burglarized. However, in the series, it's a public auction which is attacked, and in reality, it's simply the room, the display room. So there's that difference. However, the quality of the burglars seems to be similar. They are not, international robbers like Arsène Lupin is supposed to have been. This imaginary figure, it's not Ocean 11 or one of those kind of high-class mythical movie attacks. These were just general, jewelry robbers who did this.
The comparison is a bit exaggerated because, okay, we have the Louvre, which is a world icon, and it's very romantic place as well. But the idea of also acting during the day, so the fact this is very surprising. Unfortunately, I have to say that as I mentioned previously, obviously no political and no other objective in this health to get profits and to exploit a security gap, and that's all.
Astonishing that they were able to do something like that in such a short amount of time with no one really noticing what was going on.
Right.
So it really was like an ultimate heist in the middle of the day.
Yeah, it almost sounded like a movie.
Well, you would imagine like high level of security, especially protecting certain things. So when you have something valuable at home, you try to protect it, right? Imagine a museum with lots of history, lots of years worth of, right? So yeah, very surprised.
Here, the sequence of events can be laid out chronologically as follows. First came the theft itself. Then the wave of astonishment, not only in France but globally. Third, the rapid spread of the news, thanks to social media networks. The fourth was the collapse of any sense of time as the public demanded quick answers before shock could turn into yet another crisis for Macron's government, which was already navigating intense political pressure at the time. In such a situation, it was only natural to resort to artificial intelligence to understand what had happened.
Today, technology does not grant the luxury of time. For example, in the recent Louvre Museum theft, just a few hours after the incident, social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos, perhaps exaggerated, created with the help of artificial intelligence, all seemingly mocking the theft. This allowed those behind technology screens to be journalists, analysts, and even investigators. For example, I didn't fly to Paris or enter the Louvre. The only truth about the video you've just watched in the Louvre is my photo, just a silent photo that I gave to AI to generate this video. I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there. Only AI did. This was nothing but an experiment to understand today's powerful technology.
Trying to find a kind of plot in this due to the political and social situation in France. Macron is always used for groups that are against the situation and let's say the current political scene. It's another way how to attack France, or more specifically its president.
On ne tire pas sur une ambulance. You don't shoot ambulance. When somebody is weak, it's always easier to ban him and to blame him. Okay? I myself, I don't blame the president for that. I blame the lady in charge, the director of the museum. She is the one who had the report. She is the one in charge. She is the one who must be taken accountable on that.
History never knew the dragon we speak of today, the artificial intelligence. Yet history tells us that the Babylonians and the civilizations that followed them in Mesopotamia, along with the ancient Egyptians, Persians, Romans, Greeks, and others, were the ones who first conceived and developed the idea of a museum through centuries of accumulated experience. But today, things have changed. In recent years, virtual museums have emerged, presenting their collections in an intangible digital space, one no thief or vandal can ever touch. And now, artificial intelligence enters this vast landscape once again. Perhaps we are on the brink of transformation that will redefine museums and their security altogether. Whether physical or virtual, the museum remains a place where history completes its cycle, where history became full circle, returning us to the same human impulse to collect, preserve, and display.
It was the French and the British. The French Revolution, they took the royal collections and they said, okay, this is not just for the nobility who are coming once in a while, and not just for art students, it can be opened up to everyone. So it was made accessible, especially to art students and on certain days to the public. And it became popular. And the British did the same thing with the British Museum. Now in the 19th century, museums were also research centers. You know, they do a lot of archaeology in the Middle East. They did a whole lot of Egyptology. That's really what got them off the ground. And then they stored the big national paintings, you know, a Napoleon crossing, a mountain pass, and such grand paintings. But after, it's in the 20th century that it really got off the ground, because it became a mass tourism attraction and brought in a lot of revenue.
Museums, despite their symbolic and cultural weight, are not all fortified like high-end jewelry stores. They rarely anticipate the possibility of a bold daylight robbery. And so, the weaknesses are far greater than the average visitor ever imagines. In just minutes, the heist of the century, as the French now call it, along with royal crowns and historic necklaces, vanished into the bustle of Parisian streets. The spectacle stunned the French and the world, revealing the fragility of a place long thought to be one of the safest guardians of human heritage. Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet? The world found itself witnessing an event where time seemed to stand still. An audience surrounded by a forest of phone cameras inside a hall devoid of surveillance. In the past, before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets, joining strikes, waving flags, writing songs, demanding justice. Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Washington. So much to do, so much to see in Washington, D.C. The city is considered one of the most popular tourist destinations in the United States. It's got historical landmarks, parks, and neighborhoods, each with a mix of attractions and activities to offer. The national monuments are definitely must-sees in D.C. Popular ones are the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial and Vietnam Memorial, and the World War II Memorial. These are places that say a lot about the country's history and national heroes. Washington, D.C. has got up to 19 museums that cover subjects from art to space exploration. There are also interactive exhibitions on schedule that's fit for the entire family to enjoy. The 3 houses of the government are also key places to visit. These are the White House, the Capitol, and the Supreme Court. Impressive buildings on the outside, these are also places for you to understand about the U.S. government and history. Meanwhile, in Georgetown, you'll find a shopper's paradise. It is considered D.C.'s historic waterfront that's always busy with activity. Aside from the shopping, the place is lined with restaurants too. You'll find one of every cuisine practically known to the world. And then, of course, there are the majestic views. The Potomac River is a favorite as well. Definitely worth the stroll around the city. Washington, D.C. also has its own historic park. It offers a nice recluse from the busy city life. You can simply take a stroll around, go biking or kayaking, or you can take a tour and learn about its history. The National Park also serves as venue for all things music. Pop, country, folk, blues, orchestra, dance, theater, and opera. You name it, they've got it. The place is also known for hosting innovative performance art and multimedia presentations there. For a taste of the city's culture, catch a theatrical production at the JFK Center for Performing Arts. You'll definitely witness entertainment at its finest. Aside from the shows, there are guided tours as well, where you'll explore the paintings, sculptures, and other works of art around the center. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
And Russian forces launched a massive overnight drone and missile attack on Kyiv, killing at least 21 people and injuring around 90. Ukrainian officials say the strikes hit residential areas and civilian infrastructure across the capital. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visited one of the strike sites and vowed that Ukraine would retaliate. Take a listen.
Russia is striking civilian targets solely to force Ukraine to surrender its state, to drive a wedge between civil society and the army. That's what they've been counting on throughout the entire war. That won't happen.
Will there be a response to this Russian attack?
Definitely.
Sam, we just heard from Volodymyr Zelensky there, and this has been the most massive attack on the capital and the first Russian strike in a fortnight. How has Ukraine now been coping with the devastation?
Yeah, it's sadly 21 people have been killed, and that's just the number so far. Around 90 injured. Infrastructure across Kiev has been devastated. Schools, kindergartens, housing, not just where Ukraine were storing military supplies and their military were basing around the city. So this, whilst previous attacks have killed more civilians in the past, this is the largest scale of attack that Russia have sent to Kiev, covering the entire capital city. Russia are now using jet-fired drones, which sources say are a lot harder for Ukraine to intercept because they move a lot quicker, in layman's terms. And so Russia have responded to Ukrainian attacks last month, where Ukraine successfully hit oil refineries in Russia. This is now the response. So we're really seeing this war play out to quite an aggressive level. It's kind of hummed along for a while like a steam train, now 4 years in, and now as major infrastructure on both sides is being hit, here we see the big responses. Russia have a lot at stake. This is Putin's image. This is everything about his power, how he believes Russia is to be seen by the world, his strategic allies, and also he has an election later this year. The Russian people, there'll be a harder line, you would imagine by now, of how they're feeling about this war. Now in Crimea, we were talking about there's a toll on how much energy can be used. Infrastructure is being really impacted in certain areas of Russia. Russian people are feeling this war for the first time. Whereas for Ukrainians, they've had to build resilience throughout this war. Life as they used to know it does not exist. They sleep in tunnels. They don't go to school. They have gatherings where children learn. They've lost all the freedoms that they knew of a previous life, as well as losing many friends and family.
And as you say, it's been 4 years. This war continues with the death toll rising on both sides, on the Russian and the Ukrainian side. And actually, President Donald Trump, a US official, gave some remarks a little bit earlier today. And he said President Trump wants a peace deal to end the senseless killing in Ukraine. And once again, we hear this rhetoric from President Donald Trump. He did say at the beginning of his second term that he would end this war in 24 hours. And we're still almost years on, and we're still seeing this happen. And Shane, before this attack, Ukraine had actually offered to help Ireland's defence capabilities. How could this collaboration benefit both countries going forward?
Yeah, so Zelensky was in Dublin because the Irish have now got the presidency of the EU from this month onwards. So that's why he was part of those celebrations. So he has offered and proposed what is called they're calling a drone deal to Ireland, which means that it will enhance Irish air and sea security. And he had conversations with the Irish Prime Minister, Micheál Martin. And I saw like some of the French papers were referring to Ireland as the weak link in European defences, which, you know, I take quite umbrage on, but unfortunately it is probably true, because if you look at the statistics, which, you know, I always refer to, Ireland only spends like something like 0.3% of its GDP on defence, which we've heard a lot of talk about NATO and how much you spend on it, and they advocate 2%, and Donald Trump, as we know, has been pushing for 5% for NATO allies. So there is probably something to be said that Ireland doesn't spend enough, and they are dependent on help from the Ukraine. But Zelensky's also had discussions with other European leaders, similarly, with Denmark and Latvia, and he also did with Poland. So on the flip side of it, on the downside, is that the Polish defense minister came out earlier today and said that the drones that Ukraine had promised to Poland haven't materialized quick enough. But I think in that case, it's more to do with tricky diplomatic relations between Poland and Ukraine. But I think we can all agree that Ukraine has become the global expert on drone warfare, both defensively and aggressively, because they've got all of this experience in real war combat. And you can see that the amount of tax that they put on Russian infrastructure and the impact it's having on the Russian people and the Russian government and the economic impact it's having. And I think these drones are very interesting because I know obviously Ukraine has spoken to Gulf allies about helping them as well. And it's interesting that Ukraine is now using drones to push back on the Russian superpower, and we saw Iran using it a lot against the US. So it's kind of completely changing the dynamic of warfare. And we even saw that in the UK, where Keir Starmer announced his defence policy, and it was focusing less on tanks and Navy ships and more on these futuristic drones. So long point short, yes, it'll be good for Ireland, but also I think it just proves Ukraine's level of global expertise in this area.
And Sam, I wanted to pick up a little bit on that because there's going to be a NATO summit coming up, and Zelensky urges decision to speed up air defense aid for Kyiv at the NATO summit. We know that Zelensky wants to have a conversation with Donald Trump at this upcoming NATO summit. It's really important for him because they want their Western allies to help them when it comes to more defenses and more weapons. But as Shane just said, NATO allies and European countries are just not spending enough on defence, and now we see how important it's becoming.
Absolutely. There are black holes in every budget right now. So appealing to this war, listening to Zelensky, I think over the years, prime ministers and presidents have been very kind and they've represented Zelensky's point of view. But it's come to a point now where it's cost so much money and everyone is seemingly having troubles at home. What is the sustainability of this war? And how much is it actually going to impact Europe, the UK? Interestingly, there are discussions about this war moving to sea. I know Shane has discussed the AI technology and the drones. There is some speculation of potential combat happening in the Baltic area as Russia move out strategically into sea. And there were this week in the UK, they'd confirmed that Russia had been surveilling the borders of the UK by sea. So it's going to be interesting to see how this moves and how budgets allow and where it all comes from and what's the justification moving forward. But the scary point is, as we see these wars in US-Iran and again Ukraine and Russia and potential escalation, we had a Kremlin spokesman today, Dmitry Peskov, saying that Russia would continue to increase pressure on the Kiev regime in order to achieve our set goals. And I think it's probably going to come to a time where more people who wouldn't necessarily look into wars like this, because it's felt so far away from home, as they see costs rising in the supermarkets, at the petrol pump, they'll say, well, hang on a minute, what are the goals? How does that align to my values, my religion, my ideologies? And where do I stand with this? I think we might see a more informed electorate moving forward.
It's going to be fascinating to see because we've been having this talk this week because, of course, Keir Starmer will be leaving the UK as Prime Minister, has always been a strong ally of Ukraine, has always said that he's going to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zelensky, similar tone to what Boris Johnson had. Of course, he announced this defence spending plan, and now Andy Burnham, who is possibly or more than likely going to become the next Prime Minister, says he's going to honour that. But as we were talking before we came on the show, there's that $5 billion black hole where he has to find the money for defence. And these are going to be the big conversations now, aren't they, Sam, when we look at the European countries?
Absolutely. I'm just waiting for comedian Russell British comedian Russell Kane's next sketch on Instagram about Andy Burnham and where he's going to get this money from. and it's not going to be from the constituents of Makerfield, that's for sure. So that will be an interesting piece in Andy Burnham's upcoming steps.
US and Iranian officials are holding indirect technical talks in Doha, with Qatar and Pakistan acting as mediators. That's according to Al Arabiya sources. The discussions focus on implementing an interim agreement, including the release of $3 billion in frozen Iranian funds and issues surrounding the Strait of Hormuz. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Professor and International Relations expert Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, who is all the way in Dubai, and Editor-in-Chief of the News Movement, Rebecca Hudson, who joins us from London. Dr. Eli and Rebecca, great to have you on the show with me. Dr. Eli, thank you. Before we get into all the finer details of the negotiations, President Donald Trump had some very positive words today. He says the US and Iran are getting on well. Can we believe this from the latest round of talks?
It's beautiful to hear President Trump living in his own reality. It's always happy and nice things happening to the US specifically, but to the world in general, due to his great achievements. But put that aside, and let's look at what's happening in these negotiations. I think we have to take a step back and actually go back to the Memorandum of Understanding. In the Memorandum of Understanding, we saw two different, two different deals. One that is immediate implementation of three major things: cessation of hostilities, or stopping the war practically, opening Hormuz, and an Iranian commitment never to have a nuclear weapon. That was the immediate part. And then there's a long list of things to be done. But all these things to be done and all these promises towards Iran are linked to the final agreement that is to be reached after 60 days of negotiation. In Switzerland, we then created 5 different tracks to discuss all the different files that will hopefully lead to the final deal. Because of the vagueness of the MOU, and because of the very important fact that the US actually got almost everything at once from the 3 major points that we just mentioned, is not in a hurry to reach a final agreement anymore. And the start of all 5 paths of the different negotiations have been problematic, have been extremely slow. There has been misunderstandings, there have been different interpretations of what every word means, and each party is asking the other to start showing steps towards trust building or towards the start of implementation. And then the negotiations will lead to results. As it is now, I see a lot of complications, a lot of vagueness, unwillingness to both teams to give in on major issues, but also unwillingness to go back to the war. So we might be stuck in a kind of a status quo where negotiations will never reach to a final agreement, but where returning to the war is very unlikely.
And just to bring you some news, Iran's deputy foreign minister says talks of Iran's delegation in Doha are now concluded, so they have come to an end. But Rebecca, Iran's foreign minister didn't hold back on X earlier. Is it quite telling that Israel has now been left out of these discussions?
Well, firstly, I mean, the comments that we saw on X are kind of typical, aren't they, of the way that we're seeing world leaders communicate through this conflict. You know, hugely bombastic, aggressive language that is getting us nowhere when it comes to achieving peace. I think Donald Trump kind of set the playbook for it. We get his Sunday evening truth social posts, threatening to resurrect the conflict, despite the progress that's being made. But you know, to think about Israel's involvement in these talks, we can't ignore the fact that the history between Iran and Israel are one of deep a lack of cooperation. Iran does not recognize Israel, and so the idea that they would be involved in these talks, I think, would be surprising. But also, these are designed as sort of a bilateral discussion between Iran and the US. This is about very strategic aims around the Strait of Hormuz. and that outstanding significant pot of money where Israel needs to start, where what would involve Israel would be around, what it's doing in Lebanon and conflict with Hezbollah. So there is a kind of legitimate reason why Israel wouldn't necessarily be present at these talks, but that realpolitik and the kind of background noise between those two nations, I think also has played a huge role in why they are not involved in these even indirect conversations.
And Dr. Eli, I don't know what your thoughts are on Israel, but a lot of people have been asking questions that if Israel doesn't stop its actions in Lebanon, and we've also seen more attacks in Gaza and Syria, could this really, really scupper the US's chances of bringing a final deal with Iran to the forefront?
Interrupting a final deal, yes, maybe, but returning to the war or full explosion of the situation, I don't think so. I think Iran and Lebanon has been doing whatever it can do to keep Hezbollah and to, play a tit-for-tat relationship with Israel, trying to push some points there. But in return, Israel does not seem to be willing to stop until it achieves at least some reassurances and some basic stability on the Lebanese border. This will continue until we have a major change in Lebanon, which will rely in itself on, what the Lebanese government will do and so on. But I don't think this will threaten stability in the military conflict between Iran and the US. It might influence the final deal, but again, nobody is in a rush to that final deal. Both sides are hesitant to give in and both sides are unwilling. Even on the points that the news mentioned, that some $3 billion might be released recently, it's a huge compromise by both parties, and it is very late on the issue of freezing assets. Iran started speaking about $24 billion of assets to be released, and then we spoke about 12, then we spoke about 6, and now we're actually reaching $3 billion that were part of a previous deal in 2023, not even the results of the current negotiations. So very, very difficult path, influenced by so many factors, but unfortunately both parties are not eager to move along and are not willing to give in on key issues that they hold on to.
And Rebecca, let's just bring it back to the frozen assets Dr. Eli was talking about, because at the end of those discussions in Doha, Iran's deputy foreign minister says it has been decided in a meeting with Qatar that part of the $6 billion in frozen funds would be used to purchase goods based on Iran's needs, because obviously we've heard conflicting statements coming out of the US and Iran on what that money can be spent on, because there are concerns that it could actually fund them restarting their nuclear program.
Well, if we can believe that readout and that those funds are going to be used for, food, resources, infrastructure, all those things that, the US wouldn't have a problem with, then I think that would represent a kind of significant step forward in these negotiations. But, these readouts, they're sort of they change like the tide. And whether we can believe that or not, is yet to be seen. But that would represent a significant kind of step forward and an improvement in relations and getting this deal done if those funds are being used for exactly the kind of humanitarian purposes they've been earmarked for, and there are cast iron guarantees in place that they wouldn't be used for kind of rearmament or anything that could re-escalate this conflict.
And Dr. Eli, just to bring it back to basics, they are discussing details in the 14-point MOU, so they haven't even got to going into more of what the agreement and the final deal is going to look like. Right now, we're still at these very early stages with extremely vague language. There's a long, long way to go.
Indeed. I mean, the 5 trajectories that they have put in place include freezing of the assets or defreezing of the assets, includes sanctions, includes the nuclear details, and includes Hormuz, and includes Lebanon. These are the 5 paths. And we can see that none of these is actually advancing. We may have a general idea about what the final agreement may look like, but reaching there is extremely difficult. And I am still, since February, a strong believer that such a deal is almost impossible to reach. With this regime and with this administration, it is impossible to reach a final agreement.
Yes, and we are 2 weeks into that 60-day period as I talk to both of you. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And US President Donald Trump earned more than $1 billion from cryptocurrency-related business during his first year back in office. That's according to his latest financial disclosure. The White House says there is no conflict of interest because his businesses are managed by a trust, which are run by his son. Trump told reporters he has nothing to do with his finances. Take a listen.
I don't get involved in my personal. We have funds that run my money. And I never speak to any of the people that run the money. But they're at big institutions, and they invest in whatever they invest. Well, you know why I'm profiting? Because the stock market's going up. Everybody's profiting.
So, Rebecca, everybody's profiting because the stock market's going up, according to Donald Trump. Technically, President Trump hasn't actually done anything wrong. But what are the optics here?
I mean, the optics aren't great, are they? The ethics aren't great, but he is proving that it really pays to be POTUS. This is a man who, through his entire, second term in office, has fought Congress to deregulate cryptocurrency. He is the poster boy of these digital currencies. And then to find out that, he's made $1 billion off of it just feels a little bit uncomfortable. But as we were talking about before, whereas for other presidents, there'd be kind of shock and outrage, wouldn't there, that, someone in high office has managed to make all this money, and there are these dubious connections between his sons and these businesses and that money. Somehow for Trump, he kind of acts with impunity, and he says nonsense things like we've just heard about the stock market, and he kind of lives to see another day. So, I kind of think this is almost our fault that he kind of feels he can get away with this kind of behavior, because I would argue he probably has abused his power in trying to deregulate those markets. Not necessarily a crime, but certainly something that kind of brings the office into sort of a level of disrepute and undermines the integrity of being president. But, it's Trump. It's one rule for him and it's one rule for everyone else.
And I must say, around 5 years ago, President Donald Trump was actually openly critical of cryptocurrencies, saying Bitcoin, it just seems like a scam. And now he's made $1 billion, so he's made quite a lot of money off that scam. But let's just pick up on Donald Trump, Dr. Ellie, because, Donald Trump has been a very successful businessman. He ran a successful hotel chain. We can't forget he was also a successful TV presenter. But do you think he's profited from his presidency, or has he just got lucky?
I mean, maybe a bit of both. He's been playing it really, really at the edge, and he's been, saying that he is separating the two. But definitely we are seeing practical benefits reaped by his children and by his companies due to his political decisions. The key question, I think, what would be a big deal in the US is, are they acting based on some insider informations? And in the trade laws in the US, this is a big crime. This is punishable by prison and big fees. And this could lead serious problems for the president, even impeachment, if it is proven. So far, nobody, even his biggest haters, have been able to prove anything, either because he's too smart for them, he's too successful as a businessman, he's too successful as an entertainment figure, playing that role and separating the two spheres, or he has really not done anything wrong. So innocent until proven guilty, as we say, but definitely he has to be very careful, because the repercussions of actually misstepping or doing a mistake in that sense will cost him a lot.
But, Rebecca, I know that you are back and forth to the US quite a lot. Do you think the American public actually really care about this? Does it cut through? Because when you have a look at Trump's MAGA base, they support him because he wants to make America great again, because he's got a Christian belief, because he's different to the deep state and the establishment. So do you think this is even something that would bother them, or do they think, oh, well, it's Donald Trump,
Yeah. Do you know, I think that's what's so kind of remarkable about him as a politician is that he doesn't necessarily behave in a way that we expect of politicians. And actually, his base seem to really respond to it. You know, they probably are quite inspired by the fact that he's made all that money from crypto. We know that lots and lots of his supporters bought into the Trump coin. Don't need to talk about the fact that it's lost 97% of its value while he's made $1 billion. We'll do that in another show. But they probably admire his entrepreneurship and the fact that, you know, he's out there kind of earning money and, like you say, delivering on that sort of MAGA manifesto of kind of making America great again, upholding Christian values, although I'm not entirely sure they're on display that often with him. And I think they sort of quite enjoy him as this kind of rogue kind of outlier when it comes to politics. And for the Democrats, you know, for whom, you know, they think Trump is, you know, kind of the worst thing to happen to America ever, this is just yet more fuel on the fire. And how can you be more disappointed in someone when your expectations are already on the floor? So I think for Trump, he'll sail through this like he does so many other scandals.
But I also want
yeah, if I may add, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, what Rebecca's mentioning. It is true that he's been, you know, his constituency doesn't care much. And on the contrary, they might see him as, you know, as a hero, as someone to admire, true. But we need to be careful about two things. He's been elected to that post as an anti-establishment, as a person who does not need the money of corruption. That's why we can trust him with the public money. If he does a mistake on that level, it could really cost him much, especially with the people who are less off you know, in a lower social and economic status among his constituency, in rural areas and so on. This is on one side. On the other side, I think what could make him get away with anything that he does is that he's always presenting the Americans with that existential threat from which he is the savior. You know, we're going to save the US, we're going to make the US great again, and I am the hero of this path, I am the hero of this big turn that the US is taking historically. In front of this, you know, existential threat, any small mistakes seem irrelevant and seem okay. So it's somewhere playing again on the edge of these two, but any mistake, again, will be very, very costly for him.
And Rebecca, I don't know your thoughts, because some people are drawing parallels to Hunter Biden when it comes to this situation, because obviously it's very different, but Hunter Biden profited of his father, Joe Biden. And many people are saying, do you think we could see the Democrats try to rally against Donald Trump on this when it comes to the midterm elections?
I'm sure they will try to weaponize this, won't they? You know, they are going to throw the kitchen sink at those midterms. You know, they are desperate to win, you know, both those houses and really give a kind of big upset and send a big message to the White House. So I'm absolutely sure in those campaign meetings that are probably happening as we speak, this kind of material is what they'll use. But I do think it will fall on deaf ears to lots of Americans, because they do admire that entrepreneurialism, and they will, you know, and they will like Trump as this kind of anti-establishment figure who, you know, goes out and is successful. But your point about Hunter Biden is a really important one, because this is not unique to Trump, you know, and every sort of presidential family has become incredibly wealthy off the back of becoming a presidential family. You know, whether you're the Obamas with your Netflix shows and your podcasts, or, you know, the Bushes with your kind of, you know, various business and property interests, or Hunter Biden, you know, working, you know, running businesses while his father was in office. You know, this is not new, and we should remember that. And, you know, we want to be careful of that sort of double standard, that sort of, you know, Trump derangement syndrome, where everything he does is kind of first and fantastic, when actually this is a little bit of a sort of typical playbook for the first families.
Yeah, I was just about to say Clinton Foundation too. We can't forget that. But just one final thought from both of you. What about Donald Trump's merch? I mean, how can anyone resist? It's just everywhere, isn't it? Dr. Ellie, any merch?
I haven't bought any because it's made in China. So he was actually embarrassed when his MAGA hats were proven to be made in China. So there's a little bit of hypocrisy there. But again, you have to be a really, really big fan to buy the merchandise. But some people are doing it, not me.
Rebecca?
I mean, he's a brand, isn't he? He's an undeniable mega brand, you know, and you can smell like him, wear his hat, buy his Bitcoin, and live in his country and vote for him if you want. I mean, he's the full kind of, you know, we used to talk about the triple threat when people were sort of actors, musicians, and models. He's kind of prime minister, president, entrepreneur, fashion designer, scent designer, you know, you name it. He's got a product range. So, I don't know, maybe there's something.
The Trump phone, Rebecca, also.
Oh, yes.
And the US Supreme Court has shot down President Trump's executive order on limiting birthright citizenship. The president had looked to deny citizenship to babies born to illegally and temporary migrants as part of his immigration crackdown. Responding to the decision, US House Speaker Mike Johnson said he was disappointed, adding it subjects the country to serious challenges going forward. Michael, let's start with you, because obviously this came through today, the decision. What's your response to this decision by the Supreme Court? And do you believe citizenship should be automatically granted in a world of mass immigration that we're seeing right now?
You know, in the private sector world, we talk about what sets a particular company apart. And I would argue that what sets America apart is this American dream ideal, the concept that for, well, pretty much since its birth, if you're wanting to be the best version of yourself and you're struggling in your home country, there is a place where you can go. There is a country that will take you, where you can become whatever it is that you want to be. And I know that that sounds a little bit wishy-washy when we're talking about right-wing versus left-wing and the idea of who's a real American and who isn't. These are conversations that the vice president has had many times. For instance, he's written about it. And I think that what we have to understand is that America is built on a bit of a dream. It is the American dream, and it's something that the global community knows. It was in the 1860s that France gifted America the Statue of Liberty, and that's because the world recognized that America was this shining beacon. It set itself apart from everywhere else. Now, there are other countries where I'm from, in Canada, of course, Mexico, many countries in South America as well, where you can go and you can have a child and your child will become a citizen of that country. And I am surprised with this Supreme Court ruling that it wasn't 9-0. And the reason I say that is because no matter which side of the political spectrum you're on, the 14th Amendment makes it quite clear. And the only two exceptions would have been if you were an invading army into the United States and there was a child that was born, that child should not be granted birthright citizenship. And if you are there as a diplomat from a foreign country. All other cases, the 14th Amendment makes it incredibly clear. Now, I think it should have been 9-0. This is Supreme Court ruling, not 6-3. So Donald Trump came close to getting what he wanted. And remember, it was the first day he was in office that he issued this executive order. And he felt so strongly that when arguments were being made to the Supreme Court on that first day, he was in the court for an hour or so where he was staring down the judges, if you will, to make sure that they understood the gravitas of the situation in his mind. Now, I'm grateful as somebody who believes in the Canadian dream, the American dream, the idea that you can go to a different country and you can become the best version of yourself. And I think it's essential for America, if it's going to survive, that this needs to continue. So I'm personally pleasantly surprised. I did have my doubts that the Supreme Court would make this ruling, but they've made it so clearly 6-3 that I think hopefully Donald Trump will start to back off. But my guess is he won't.
So I'm going to bring you a little bit of what Donald Trump said just in reaction to the Supreme Court, Trump on Supreme Court birthright citizenship decision. We can easily make it up in Congress through legislation. Birthright citizenship is bad for our country. Supreme Court upheld birthright citizen, which is too bad. So Donald Trump clearly not happy with that. But Alex, I'm from a country where you didn't get birthright citizenship. And there are many countries in the world that don't give you birthright citizenship. For instance, the Middle East. It's not automatically given if you're born here. So should more countries adopt this system? Because I'm not from a country, so I'm not familiar with that. But it seems like a lot of the world doesn't have birthright citizenship.
It's a very complex issue. It's a deeply personal issue for many of us. With our family, my wife is from the Gulf. My daughter took my citizenship. She couldn't take her mother's citizenship because, again, in the Middle East, citizenship goes through the father and not through the mother. It is becoming, I'd say, more complex because of the issue of immigration. If you look at many countries around the world, populations are reducing. Birth rates are lowering or even plummeting in some cases. If you look at countries like Japan, South Korea, Germany as well, the only way they're going to retain or maintain their population rates is through immigration. And this has an impact in terms of economies. You need people who are of a working age to come in. It also as well affects people who are retired because of their pensions. If nobody's paying into the system, then it's very hard to pay pensions out of the system. So we are going to see more changes to immigration. Having said that, at the same time, we all know it's a political issue as well. If you look at parties across Europe and also North America, it's very much an issue where a lot of the population a lot of the voting population feel very strongly in terms of immigration needing to be reduced. So it does take a very brave politician to go in and re-engineer the system to be more immigration friendly. Often, I think what we're seeing at the moment is politicians wanting to tighten the rules, as we're seeing with President Trump.
I think when we look at immigration, I think we can say there's immigration that is legal and immigration which is illegal. And I think this is where the dispute comes in when it comes to things like birthright citizenships and rights, because I also took my dad's citizenship, which was Zimbabwean. I was born in Botswana. And the interesting thing with that country's land. So, you know, land is given to different tribes. So a lot of the time they do not want expats in because they'll then have right to land. So it all becomes very complicated. But I think the problem right now is we look across the world when it comes to immigration. And Michael, I don't know your thoughts on this. There's a big social impact in many countries when it comes to immigration and also to undocumented migrants. As Alex rightly said, people within that country feel like where they're born, the country that should be able to support them in tough times is not able to.
My wife is Canadian. I'm Canadian. We lived for many years in Japan. Our children were born in Japan, and they are not entitled to Japanese citizenship. You know, in Asia, it's very much that idea that you have to have a blood connection to be able to get citizenship. And this is what makes North America so special and sets itself apart, is that you can move there and you can become an American. And the moment you become an American or a Canadian, but we're talking about America, so I'll use the American analogy. The moment you become American, you are as American as somebody who's been there for 250 years. That's the beauty of the country. Now, should every country around the world have that? You could argue, for some maybe, but I think that if you were to take that away from America, that's, again, what sets itself apart. That's what makes it so special. And I think it's important that, you know, this Supreme Court ruling has made it clear that Donald Trump, despite his best arguments, is not going to win this battle.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Alex and Michael. Let's move on now. And asylum seekers settling in the UK face maybe a £10,000 bill towards their accommodation once they start earning a wage. This is part of the government's plans to recover costs from those who have the right to work in the United Kingdom. Around £4 billion of taxpayers' money was spent supporting asylum seekers back in 2025. So, Alex, we are now still staying with the issue of immigration. We were just talking about it. It's become a really hot topic when you look at British politics, especially with the rise of the right there and the Reform Party. So we don't know much about these asylum seekers and the costs they have to pay back, and this £10,000. But what do you think about it? Is it a huge financial debt that they'll have to pay back, or do you think it will take too long for the government to recuperate it? It all seems a little bit sort of confusing at the moment.
So we didn't mention this before, but I used to work for a refugee charity. I did some volunteering with them. And again, first of all, it's a very complex issue.
Yeah.
You've got to look, in terms of just the costs alone, the costs are going to vary based on where the refugees are or the asylum seekers are being based. The pricing difference between, say, London and the northwest and the northeast is massive. So that's one. Second is, in terms of this £10,000 number, or even the idea and the notion in itself, you know, is it going to be means tested? In certain countries in Europe, the government has basically a right to confiscate anything of worth from the asylum seeker. It could be jewelry, it could be anything else. Is that going to be applied as well? And then in terms of how it's going to be paid back, you know, if it's going to be means tested, are you going to get it through taxation? Are you going to get it through any other means? So there's a lot of questions here. I'm sure it's going to be challenged in the Supreme Court as well, the High Court. What I would also say is, you know, we are going to be having a new Labour leader coming in very soon. Shabana Mahmood, who heads up Home Office, Home Secretary, is possibly going to change her role. So it's going to be a question of how much of this is political gesturing versus actual policy which can be implemented. And again, Labour have actually done, this Labour government have done a fairly good job in terms of, or been seen to do a good job in terms of reducing the numbers of asylum seekers. They've also as well reduced the amount of time for the process of an asylum seeker to apply for asylum, to be judged by the Home Office. There is still a lag in terms of appeals, but generally speaking, this is one thing which the Conservatives and others thought they could criticise them on, and this would be a strong point for them, especially for reform, which is even more of the right in terms of UK politics. But it's something that Labour has tackled pretty well. But again, question is, going back to it, how much of this is political gesturing and playing to the politics of Westminster and the wider country versus actual policy which can make a difference and can be implemented?
I think it's fascinating that we talk about Shabana Mahmood doing a really good job when it comes to immigration, because remember, she is the second Home Secretary and she's come in and had to tackle this. And actually, the argument is Keir Starmer chose her because he knew that she was going to be hard on immigration, because Labour knew that they were losing an unbelievable amount of votes towards reform, and they had to sort out their agenda and do that pretty quickly. So I think Labour's done a lot of that under pressure from the right in the UK. But also, of course, as you said, Starmer's a lame duck at the moment. You know, Andy Burnham's going to come in. Who knows if this is even going to be in place in the next couple of weeks.
And again, he's coming in a couple of weeks' time. So effectively, this is not even going to be pushed through Parliament. So again, we will see what happens in terms of this new asylum bill when he comes in. You know, is he going to take the same approach? Is he going to do things differently? His focus very much seems to be on devolution, on economics, on social issues as well. We will see how much he focuses on the asylum piece.
Yes, definitely. I mean, he wants a northern powerhouse, devolution, and we always say that's been Andy Burnham's beat. But You know, Michael, it's fascinating because Starmer is trying to go out with a little bit of a legacy today, I think, because he's also announced all these plans for defence, which people have been waiting for a year. And he said a 15 billion pounds will be pumped into defence, but that obviously still falls very short of Trump's 5% target. And I think a lot of people are asking right now in the UK, this is all just a little bit too late.
So there are a couple of things that I think he's had to contend with recently, right? There's been an incredible backlash from a lot of people that he didn't participate in helping to close the strait. And then others, of course, would say that they don't have the infrastructure or the ships, in this case, to make it happen. So I think there's a little bit of an immediacy and a little bit of recency bias where he's recognized that he needs to do something. But I would also say that he is a lame duck prime minister and he's leaving office, but the Labour Party is not. And Andy Burnham is going to come in, and I'm sure that there are conversations that are taking place at this point between Andy Burnham's camp and the Prime Minister's camp. Not that the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, would be looking for approval, but you don't want to make it more difficult for one of your peers to come in to a position that everybody knew the succession plan. You want to be a little bit more cooperative. And Keir Starmer is a politician, which means he's going to probably not be taking a lot of these recent infighting battles personally. He's also a fairly young guy. He's going to want to have a career, and he's going to want to get on that post-prime ministerial gravy train. And to do that, you need to make sure that you continue to win friends and influence people. And so by him making this announcement, yes, the media and his critics will, of course, say that it is far too little, far too late. But if I can use the expression recency bias again, if we look at the success, especially in the last few weeks, that the Ukrainians have had fighting the Russians, and if we can look at the great success that the Iranians have had fighting America and the United States military force, and what they have both, what the Ukrainians and the Iranians have in common is, of course, incredibly cheap and yet effective drones. And we're seeing that more and more with deep strikes into Russian territory. And I think that because of that knowledge that the Prime Minister now has, he's able to put a little bit more money into the National Defense Program, and that money can now be used in more effective ways than it could have been, say, 6 months ago. So he is wanting to, of course, as you said, make sure that there's a little bit of a legacy there, that he's establishing, that he is able to stand forth and say that this is the biggest defense spending increase in the last half a century. And that's true. And it is a little bit too late, but based on what Donald Trump would say, and it falls short of the 5% GDP number, but it is a step in the right direction. And he's leaving office, and there are reasons why he's leaving office. And Andy Burnham will come in, and he'll be able to sort of hopefully get the numbers up so that the critics are less and everybody's feeling a little bit more secure.
So just let's put this into a little bit of perspective, because the MOD itself, the Ministry of Defence, has actually been critical when it comes to this, because the MOD has asked for £28 billion in new funding. The government defence plan only hands out £15 billion. Yes, Michael, you are right. It will be the largest ever investment in drone warfare. Plans for traditional military equipment is going to be scrapped. But they've waited a year for this investment plans to come out. And I just also want to put into context how unpopular it has been, because John Healey, he was the defence minister in the UK. He was a Starmer loyalist. And when he resigned, that was sort of the beginning of the end for Keir Starmer, because he was furious over this money that's been put into this defence bill. He just didn't think it was enough. And of course, the Armed Forces Minister, Al Khan's, also resigned over this. So I think in a lot of ways, we can say that this MOD defence plan was actually the beginning of the end for Starmer when John Healey resigned.
Look, what I would say is that every decision made by a politician is political. You know, it sounds obvious, but if you look at, as Michael was saying, Keir Starmer and his future role, what's going to be doing after, there's been discussion about him taking up the role of NATO Secretary General from Rutte, the current incumbent. You've also got to look at where the money has come from. You know, obviously, there's been a lot of talk in terms of social policies and money which has gone to that. But also, as well, money's been taken out some energy projects. And the person who's heading up that is Ed Miliband, who is also somebody who is pushing for Keir Starmer to step down. And Ed Miliband is seen very much as somebody who's pro-Andy Burnham. He's been talked about as the next Chancellor of the Exchequer. So, you know, there's... You could look at this from so many different perspectives. You know, President Trump has criticised the UK in terms of a lack of defence spending. There's obviously other issues in terms of support which has been leaking away from Sir Keir Starmer because of the fact he didn't take a call on this, even though beforehand he did say he would increase defence spending. So it's UK politics at its best.
Yes. And at least 36 people, including women and children, are dead in Afghanistan after a Pakistani airstrike and ground offence over the weekend. Pakistan claimed 29 militants were targeted after accusing Afghanistan of terror attacks. But Afghanistan's Taliban government have denied this and have condemned Pakistan's actions as cowardly. Freddie, Pakistan has long accused Afghanistan of cross-border attacks. What prompted this latest strike?
Well, it's a retaliation for a terrorist attack that killed 3 officials in Karachi, I believe, and that is always the way with these Pakistan border disputes, whether it's with Afghanistan or sometimes with India. Pakistan claims an incursion, they strike back very hard. And then the Taliban, or Afghanistan in this case, will likely initiate a counter retaliation. And the great danger is that things could escalate from there. But this is another, I mean, similar to a lot of conflicts we covered, from Gaza to Iran and so on. There are ceasefires in place, but they are fractious and they are broken quite regularly. The two sides don't like each other. There are other regional factors at play. There's India. Pakistan has a very difficult relationship with India. Pakistan accuses India of working with the Taliban to undermine and cause security problems for Pakistan. It's another tinderbox of regional conflict that is, of course, linked to Iran too. But don't forget, Pakistan shares a large border with Iran. It's a regional, that anything could blow up at the moment in Pakistan. It's a very dangerous situation. Let's hope that peace resolves.
Yes, indeed. And as you say, Pakistan right now involved in mediating the US and Iran talks. And of course, Pakistan has come under huge pressure economically when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. But, Jono, Afghanistan says at least 36 civilians were killed, 160 wounded. Pakistan say they were targeting Afghan militants. But are we likely to see any kind of retaliation in the coming days?
Yes, we are. I'll get into that in a second. I'll talk about those figures first of all, Leanne, that you mentioned there as well, because 29 militants is what Pakistan says. Afghanistan says 36 civilians, women and children were killed in that attack as well. We've got 160 people who are injured. We don't know how seriously those are injured. There are 2 completely different versions of the exact same event. So it's difficult for either side to step back from something like this without some level of retaliation. So I think, yeah, the answer is yes, we will, but probably not in the form of Afghan fighter jets crossing the border tomorrow morning, because the Taliban simply do not have the arsenal. They don't have conventional military capabilities. They don't have what Pakistan has. So what you're likely to see is something like maybe a cross-border attack. That's the most likely thing, where they'll raid or ambush along the mountainous borders. There's an over 2,000-kilometre border with Pakistan. So that's far more likely than like a conventional military assault. Now, the Taliban does have mortars, it has RPGs, it has rocket launchers, it has some towed artillery pieces as well, stuff that even Soviet-era weapons. They also have quite an impressive arsenal of captured US equipment. So since the collapse of the Afghan government, we're talking 2021, the Taliban took a huge number of Humvee vehicles, security vehicles. We're talking small M4 rifles, machine guns, night vision equipment. There are apparently some helicopters, some aircraft that are there as well. But if you compare apples with apples on this one, Pakistan has got every single military advantage. It's got over, I want to say 600,000 active personnel that are in there as well. It's got almost 500 aircraft, combat aircraft as well, like F-16s, F-17s, that kind of stuff. So they have got fighting vehicles that can get in there, 6,000 of those, which far outweigh what the Taliban have, and the Taliban will be definitely aware of that. The ceasefire that was in since last October has pretty much fallen apart, and Freddie mentioned it there. So the governments are saying, look, we're defending ourselves more than anything else. But it's very, very easy for this violence to escalate very, very quickly as well. Someone's going to have to manage to get both sides back around the table pretty quickly. And it is ironic, like you mentioned, Leanne, that Pakistan has been the peace mediator in the Iran-US conversation right now. Yet we're looking at this tit-for-tat violence on their own border as well. And it is arguably probably one of the most unstable borders in the world, which is also a concern. But as I said, the Taliban don't have that conventional military backup. So I think likely we're not going to see a retaliation on the level that you would normally see a military retaliation back. There will be something, but both parties will be very aware that they need to stand back from this right now, because there's far too much other stuff that's going on that is way more important right now. And Pakistan needs to focus on the fact that they are being peace mediators. They're trying to project that image to the world. We just discussed in this show 2 weeks ago how Pakistan have completely 180'd their public image on a world stage, where they've said now we are the peacekeepers. And now the last thing they want is to get into a fight with the Taliban on their border. Is certainly the last thing they want. And of course, the Taliban have denied as well, have vehemently denied the fact that they have any operations within Pakistan territory as well. So both parties are going to need to come to the table on this. But yes, retaliation is inevitable, but it will not be on the scale that we've seen retaliation in the other Middle East troubles that have been taking place in the last couple of weeks and months.
And Freddie, if we talk about diplomatic talks in the future between Pakistan and Afghanistan, China was the country which brokered the last talks. Do you think China could come back into the picture, because they do have huge influence in Pakistan?
They certainly do. I mean, China's made enormous investments in Pakistan over the last decade. You have Belt and Road projects, building ports, building motorways. Cynics say that kind of Pakistan is essentially a kind of propped up economy by China at the moment. So yes, they would have extremely large leverage over Pakistan. But then there is also India and China's very complicated relationship, which is also fractious. Pakistan is sometimes a bit of a spoiler there. How will China, India, Afghanistan and Pakistan all negotiate around any kind of future deal or ceasefire? It'll get very, very complicated very, very quickly. And, of course, you do still have the Iran war ongoing, and China's desire to get that resolved very quickly, so that the economy can keep flowing and all the oil can keep flowing out of the Strait of Hormuz.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burgess-Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burgess-Wilson. Coming up today, indirect talks get underway in Doha between US and Iranian officials aimed at ending the Iran war. We ask what, if any, signs of progress are emerging. Israel, meanwhile, says its forces will remain in self-proclaimed security zones that it's established in Lebanon, Syria and Gaza, and gives no timeline for withdrawal. We'll get perspective on that from Beirut. Plus, we're going to be examining what appears to be a sharp deterioration in ties between Israel and Turkey, with irritants like Gaza, Syria and the Eastern Mediterranean, and now Israeli cabinet approval of the Armenian genocide committed during the final years of the Ottoman Empire. All of that up for discussion today. Hello and welcome to the programme. Our talks are still underway in Doha, where Qatari mediators are trying to keep the US-Iran diplomatic track moving. Well, for now, the talks remain at a technical level, with no face-to-face meeting expected between US and Iranian negotiators. Meanwhile, over in Lebanon, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited Israeli troops in the occupied south of the country yesterday, saying that Israel won't pull out as long as Hezbollah remains a threat. Well, the Defense Minister of Israel also echoed that position, saying that his country intends to maintain what he calls security zones in Lebanon, Syria and Gaza, and he gave no timeline for a withdrawal. We can speak now to Nimrod Novik, who is a former senior diplomatic advisor and special ambassador to the late Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres. He's also a fellow at the Israel Policy Forum, and he joins us today from Tel Aviv. Ambassador Novik, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We're being told that indirect talks between the United States and Iran are underway, and I want to start by talking to you about this. I mean, President Trump had suggested there would be direct talks in Doha. But in any case, the fact that talks are taking place at all, does that sound like progress to you?
Well, I must confess that I'm less impressed with the issue of the format, even though, as you suggested, it does indicate a certain problem. But it is in character with the overall nature of those negotiations from the moment that the MOU was made public. There are troubling issues in that document, and the format just suggests further lack of not just lack of confidence, which is obvious between the two sides, but even perhaps lack of respect for the U.S. By the Iranians, who have been apparently emboldened, even though they were inflicted very heavy military blows.
Right. I mean, I think you're sort of touching on something we talked about yesterday with some of our guests, which is Iran being sort of ambiguous as to whether or not it was going to even show up with a high-level delegation in Doha. Seem to be saying, you know, we might do it if we feel like it. I mean, again, as you say, sent out a very strong message in itself. In terms of the areas of discussion, can we assume they're going to be building on that 14-point plan that was established 2 weeks ago? In which case, what do you anticipate the main areas of discussion as being?
Well, I'll start with what will not be on the menu, which is very troubling, and that is the ballistic missiles capabilities and the support for proxies for destabilizing forces in the region, which are totally off the agenda, to the point where the President Trump even legitimized the Iranian missile industry and capabilities. What will be on the agenda, I hope, will be beyond just how to reopen the Strait of Hormuz in return for some financial benefits to the regime in Tehran. I hope that they will start touching the most important issue, the most significant one, and that is Iran's nuclear ambitions.
Right. If, as you say, the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before this war started, but now is sort of partially open, sometimes not so open. I mean, what hope is there in the 60 days that were established, 14 days ago, of tackling these more complex issues, the ones you just named, nuclear, proxies, and the ballistic missile program?
I doubt very much that much can be accomplished on the nuclear file within 60 days. It was not because people were lazy that it took the Obama administration 2 years to negotiate it. These are very complex issues. And if you really want to get to the bottom of it and you get to a point where you have a intrusive verification of Iran not violating its commitments on this issue, it will take time. And therefore, one might assume that if the negotiations proceed, and if neither side decides that it has another option, that we will see the 60 days extended perhaps more than once. But given that the agenda is limited to the immediate, which is reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and rewarding Iran by unfreezing assets and some lifting of sanctions on its export of fuel, of oil and other products. I hope that the agenda is not confined to the immediate issues, which, as you noted, the Hormuz issue was not on the agenda at all. And the 14 points are not promising about the future of freedom of navigation in this international waterway. It can be read in ways that beyond the 60 days of free passage, which is not implemented thus far, but even if it were, beyond the 60 days of free passage, freedom of navigation might not be what it used to be, and that Iran, perhaps in cooperation with others, will be able to impose some fees on transit. Another failure, in my judgment, of the 14 points. But I really hope that at some point they will start tackling at least the most significant threat from Iran, which is its nuclear program, even though, to my great regret and concern, the issues of ballistic missiles, drones, and proxies seem to be off the agenda.
Okay, so you sound like you think that it's unlikely we're going to get a result in August, which is when those 60 days will expire. You seem to be erring on the side of an extension of that 60-day deadline. You're quoted as having said the Iranian regime survived and believes it won. Now, whether or not they won is a whole different story, but they have survived. I mean, they're still there. And I want to ask your opinion. Do they look stronger than they were before the war started?
I believe that perceptions matter. And when I say that they won, it's not because this is an objective judgment. Obviously, they were inflicted a very heavy blow by the joint Israeli-American operation, both to political leadership, to scientific nuclear-related leadership, military leadership, and military capabilities, as well as military production capabilities. So, you know, objective observers would create a menu of everything that has been destroyed and will tell you that the Iranians have lost that war. But as I said, I believe that perception matter. And for the Iranian regime to having survived when both the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Israel, I think recklessly, basically declared regime change as the objective of the operation, and regime change had not taken place, there is a sense that that Iran or Tehran projects that it feels stronger than it was during and in the wake of the huge public protest in December and January, which they brutally stopped, butchering their own people. But they came into the war that started in February 28 very weak, and their conduct suggests that they feel stronger today. And when you look at the 14 points of the memo, of the MOU, it seems like the U.S. Tended to reinforce their sense that they can demand whatever they wish.
Right, so you're painting a picture of the fact that viewed from Israel, this war did not go necessarily the way many people would have wanted it to. Now we're in the sort of the peace process, or the pathway towards peace. I mean, do you think there is nervousness in Israel about how it's being handled by the United States, and how perhaps too much is being given away and not enough is being given in return?
I believe that there are two factors that play into the Israeli concerns. One is the one that you hinted at, and that is the sense that the U.S., perhaps the president trying to cut losses. There are all kinds of speculations if it has to do with the price of gasoline at the pump that the Americans react to, the American public. Is it the midterms? Whatever the considerations, maybe he's just disappointed that his wish for regime change, style Venezuela, overnight success did not materialize. Whatever his reasons, there is a sense that he is cutting his losses. No matter what, almost no matter what is written in the MOU, there are guardrails to this, and I'll come to this in 1 second. The second concern is that all of it is happening without any Israeli involvement. This is unprecedented. Even in the JCPOA, when the same Israeli prime minister conducted himself in the same reckless way against the American president of the time, President Obama, still the administration made sure that even though Israel was not in the room, Israel was fully informed every step of the way. This is not the situation right now. President Trump conducts himself very differently. So that's the second concern. The hope in Israel is that the president will not go as far as to allow the nuclear file to drag on without any consequence or resolution.
Do you think people in Israel are perhaps a little nostalgic for the JCPOA? At least things were in black and white and were clearly spelt out to the nth degree and in considerable detail.
Well, quite a few of us. I belong to an organization of about 600 retired Israeli generals and other senior security officers. And we felt at the time that it was wrong on our prime minister to urge President Trump to leave the JCPOA. It was wrong to leave the JCPOA with not plan B of any sorts. And we even didn't think that the second strike at Iran was within a well-thought-through plan. Last year, it's just about a year ago, when the first 12-day war took place, most of us thought that striking Iran's nuclear facilities was urgent and justified. That was not the case with the war that started on 28th of February this year. We believe that the big questions that one should ask before going to war as a last resort is, one, what do you want to accomplish? Two, is it possible to accomplish it? Three, what are the means at your disposal? And four, what is your exit strategy? What is the end game? What is the picture the morning after? And it looks, though, with hindsight, and I'm not privy to the rooms of those discussions in government, in the intelligence community, and so on. But with hindsight, it looks as though if those questions were asked and answered, then the answers were far too informed by wishful thinking.
Okay.
Regime change did not happen. The nuclear file has not been closed. The proxy issue is still viable. And the capacity to rebuild ballistic missiles and other weapons is there.
Okay, Ambassador, I want to pivot towards Lebanon more specifically in the time we have left. Israel, of course, has this buffer zone, it calls it, a security zone, about 10 kilometers inside Lebanese territory, and it goes along the entire length of the Israel-Lebanon border. What do you believe Israel's intentions are there? Do you think the country has territorial ambitions? Because we heard your defense minister and prime minister standing in that Lebanese territory yesterday saying they had no plans to leave.
No, I don't think that Israel has territorial claims of Lebanon. And let me make 2 points on this. One, why are we there? And two, why I think it's wrong to stay. We are there because of the national trauma of October 7th. Our previous national security doctrine relied on deterrence, early detection, and capacity to respond in time. All three collapsed on October 7th, and therefore the Israeli security establishment became more humble on our ability to anticipate the intentions of the other side. We were wrong in taking lightly Hamas intentions, and we paid for it heavily. That national trauma caused the Israeli national security pendulum to swing to the other extreme. We no longer count on deterrence, on ability to understand the other side. We react to capabilities. And therefore, we need a buffer zone between our civilian population and the militant hostiles that hold weapons that can harm them. And that's the origin of why we are in Lebanon, why we are in 70% of Gaza, and why we also have a security strip inside Syria. While I can understand and I share the trauma of October 7th, I think that the notion that territorial strips enhance national security is false. We tried it once for 18 bleeding years in Lebanon until a courageous prime minister took us out of there in 2000. The country has no territorial claims for Lebanon. And what I believe, and many of my colleagues believe, that a wise Israeli government, and I hope the next one will be that, will trade getting out of Lebanon completely for security arrangements, especially that for the first time ever, we have in Lebanon a courageous government who stand up to Hezbollah, is committed to what we want, which is to disarm Hezbollah. And it is Israel's responsibility to help that government rather than undermine it. Our presence in Lebanon enables Hezbollah to claim that they are defending Lebanon, which is nonsense. They started this war and they declared it openly. They started this war in order to respond for our killing of Ayatollah Khamenei in Tehran.
Right.
Now, you want to fight for Tehran, go to Iran. Why drag the Lebanese people into it? So Hezbollah has took over the country, and it will take a long time and major effort on behalf of an Arab and Western coalition to strengthen the government, to strengthen the Lebanese armed forces. But Israel has to make its contribution, and its contribution should start with stating clearly that we have no territorial claims, that we will withdraw when security arrangements are in place, and in making the pilots that have been decided upon, where we evacuate certain areas and the Lebanese army moves into them, make it an ongoing process, accelerate it, so that the government of Lebanon gets the credit for the Israeli government army withdrawal.
Right, you made a really good point there, and actually one that we haven't heard before, which is that if Israel is explicit in saying it does not have territorial ambitions and it will leave the country, because many Lebanese people we speak to are still in two minds, trying to decode and decipher what Israel's intentions are, that would in turn take away the propaganda gift that some accuse Israel of having given to Hezbollah by seizing large swathes of Lebanese territory. I mean, clearly a lot of people in Hezbollah oppose the talks that are taking place between Israel and Lebanon right now, something that the United States is championing. The Hezbollah chief himself, Naim Qassem, said any deal will be treated as null and void by that group. Do you think it's fair to say, though, that there are many in Israel who don't want to see peace being made between Lebanon and Israel?
No, I don't think many. It's not that those voices are soft. They are quite vocal, but they are on the margins of society. To my great regret, the prime minister chose to bring them into government when he formed the current coalition, which is in place since late 22, and he provided elements of the margins of Israeli society, messianic annexationists, Jewish supremacists, with a significant portfolios and a powerful microphone in his government. But no, that is not shared by the vast majority of Israelis. Israelis have no territory. Even Israelis who are not soft on the two-state solution with regard to the Palestinians, even they have no claim for territory in Syria or in Lebanon, for that matter. And therefore, I expect the next government that will not be dependent on those extreme elements to usher in a completely different policy vis-a-vis all those fronts, even though it will not be a bunch of peaceniks who will strike a two-state solution tomorrow morning, but at least they will change dynamics on the ground from further escalation, from further friction, from primary reliance on force, and force is important. You know well, your listeners, your audience knows well that we live in a tough neighborhood, and you have to be tough. But limping on one leg of security brings you to collapse. There is a need for the other equally potent, equally important leg of diplomacy, and the Israeli government should embrace the other leg and pursue a visionary, forthcoming diplomacy on all fronts, while having the confidence that derives from our very significant military prowess.
Okay, well, on that note, we're going to have to wrap up. We really appreciate you being so generous with your time. Ambassador Nimrod Novik, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you for having me.
We're joined now by Mark Dow, who is an independent Lebanese member of parliament. He joins us from Beirut. Mr. Dow, thank you for joining us once again on Al Arabiya English. The defense minister of Israel said yesterday, I believe, whilst on Lebanese sovereign territory, he said Israeli forces will remain in the so-called security zones in Lebanon, as well as in Syria and Gaza. And he said there were no plans, there's no timeline for any withdrawal. He said this, he said, we will not withdraw from the security zones. How's this going down in Lebanon?
Again, any occupation is not legitimate, and it is very surprising that Israel signs an agreement a few days before saying there's an intention towards peace. And the first statement of that joint declaration, the tripartite agreement, said peace and security for both countries. So I'm very surprised that someone like a senior minister would actually say something which is directly contradictory to what his government signed up to a few days ago.
Yeah, but almost it seems like a propaganda gift to Hezbollah, doesn't it? In a way, it vindicates, some people might say, what Hezbollah has been arguing all along, which is that without us, Lebanon isn't safe.
Definitely, any extremist position that goes against a pathway towards security and stability and peace in the region feeds off each other. And I think the statements given by ministers like Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, and the defense minister recently have all been serving a very clear purpose to what Hezbollah also is aiming for, that peace is impossible, the state of war should continue, and the flare-up in the region is the most viable. And I think this is the entire argument that is undermining serious progress in Lebanon to end the situation, the current war and the occupation, which there is no other way than the Israelis to withdraw and figure out a solution with the Lebanese state, which is the only entity capable of ending any security threat by Hezbollah on Lebanon and on Israel as well.
I mean, you've mentioned on X, I see, that you've recently met in the last 24 hours, I gather, the Lebanese president, President Aoun, and you know, he's in a really difficult position here. I wonder what his mood was like. Does he feel boxed in and dismayed?
Yeah, I think President Aoun was boxed in and dismayed after the agreement that happened between the US and Iran, which included a reference to Lebanon, and then the Switzerland meetings that basically declared that there is a security cell attached to that agreement which would figure out the ceasefire in Lebanon. And all of that sidesteps the Lebanese state. But now, when they succeeded in the negotiations, President Aoun feels empowered and in a better position because he's got an agreement. He got the Israelis to sign to terms of the agreement that basically say there are no territorial claims for Israel in Lebanon. And second, that the Israelis are willing to redeploy out of all the Lebanese territories, which are two factual things found in the agreement that I think fortify the position of the Lebanese state in ending this. He is adamant that this situation continue, and he has received good support from Europeans, from the US, and from the Saudis in specific, as well as several Arab countries. Namely, the UAE has just declared that UAE citizens can come back to Lebanon. Those are all votes of confidence to President Aoun.
Okay, so some steps forward. Netanyahu was on Lebanese territory on Tuesday, as I said a little earlier on, saying something very similar to what his defense minister was saying. But he's given Lebanon, once again, this sort of mission impossible instruction, which is that we will not withdraw from the territory we occupied until Hezbollah is disarmed and disbanded. I mean, does it sound to you like he's essentially setting Lebanon up for failure here?
I think he's just repeating a rhetoric for his upcoming election and to satisfy the right-wing base that he has. The fact of the issue is since 2024, he's been constantly engaged in military actions against Hezbollah in Lebanon, and that has not ended or concluded Hezbollah's fighting capabilities. Therefore, they realized that the only solution is to cooperate with the Lebanese state so it asserts its monopoly over weapons and takes over control of all the territories. Doing that is the only guaranteed way to offer protection and safety. Not only that, the huge prize of a peace with Lebanon.
What's public opinion like in Lebanon right now? I mean, anyone who looks at social media will see a whole array of pictures, probably filtered according to what they already believe in. But I'm seeing pictures of desecrated churches in the south of Lebanon. I'm reading reports of medical workers and journalists being killed, 4,300 people killed in all since March, more than 1 million displaced. How has that affected attitudes within Lebanon towards both Hezbollah and the Lebanese leadership?
First, Lebanon is the Lebanese overall, through all the studies and my contacts with my constituency and others, are fed up with war. All of them want this to stop. And they know that the Israelis are capable of harmful acts as well as war crimes that are being documented by the Lebanese state. I think all of that direction needs to end, and that is the main wish for the Lebanese people now. Even those who lost their homes in the south and other places, they want someone to protect them from Israel, and they're trying to look at Iran, if it can deliver that, or the Lebanese state, if they can deliver that. The reality of the fact is the Lebanese want peace as soon as possible so they can rebuild, reconstruct, and since 2024 be able to visit their villages. This is why the only solution for this catastrophe in Lebanon is a full Israeli withdrawal, a support of the Lebanese state, and the disarmament of Hezbollah.
But doesn't all the harm and the damage that's been inflicted on Lebanon make normalization a very tough sell for President Aoun?
I think we're a long way from normalization. We want to establish, like the agreement that it just said, an end to the conflict, security procedures, and then rebuilding and reconstruction, trust building exercises. And then we get to a fact where we can negotiate a peace agreement between the two countries. I think any normalization of ties has to go through a long process to allow for that to be established and acceptable to the governments as well as the parliaments who have to ratify such agreements in that. And me personally, I am a proponent of peace, but there are conditions that need to be done. First of all, withdrawal, reconstruction, and of course, the Lebanese have to do their part of completely disarming Hezbollah and other militias.
And just staying with public opinion before we move on, I mean, I saw some pictures of billboards lining some of the sections of some of the highways in Lebanon, in Beirut. And those billboards read, "Thank you, Iran." And I'm wondering whether you think anyone outside of the ranks of Hezbollah is at all grateful to Iran.
I doubt that is the case. And those billboards were put up for 48 hours, and then the state stepped in, took them out, and said, "Lebanon first." And since then, those Lebanon first billboards have been attacked by some Hezbollah supporters and burned. But there is no thank you for Iran in Beirut at this moment.
Okay. One of the messages that I've been getting from you today and from your Twitter account is you say Lebanon needs unity. Is that message getting across to people who, up until this point, perhaps have been supporters of Hezbollah? And has anything been done, or is anything being done, to win over the hearts and minds of people who, up until this point, might have been sympathetic to Hezbollah?
I think that all depends on the efforts. There's a lot of efforts that are being done recently. I joined with about another 450 people who are educators, lawyers, academics, and others, and members of parliament, in signing a declaration, an appeal to everyone in Lebanon that included Shiites and other people from all Lebanon. We're calling for that message of unity, for ending the state of war permanently, and for supporting our government for an independent decision and to secure the monopoly over weapons. I think this is where the challenge is. Can the Lebanese state consolidate all its functions and abilities to end the state of war with Israel, deny Iran the influence in Lebanon, and third, secure the security and safety and the monopoly over weapons in Lebanon?
And clearly, just thinking out loud, I mean, a reduced dependence on Hezbollah would perhaps make Hezbollah a less attractive proposition to certain segments of Lebanese society. What can be done to reduce that dependence? I mean, is it just a question of money?
No, I think it's multifaceted. One definitely is the option of carrying weapons to fight Israel has proven to be very, very costly and damaging to the environment that actually supported that option, the people of the south of Lebanon. Second, I think there are state functions delivering electricity, securing a stable currency, providing loans, reconstruction money, educational institutions, healthcare coverage. There's a lot that people require after all the destruction. Lebanon went through a financial crisis in 2019, an explosion in 2020, a war 2024, another war in 2026. And most of that has been concentrated in the south of Lebanon and among the Shiite population in specific. So there is a lot that the state can do to try and support those people other than just the money. It's about legitimacy, support, and engagement to rebuild an entire community which has been devastated by the Israelis through their constant destruction.
And can the United States help in this respect? Because if legitimacy is required, and clearly it needs to be made apparent to the Lebanese people who's actually in charge, can't the United States help with financial support to do that?
I think the U.S. can support in three dimensions. One is containing Israel. Two is supporting the Lebanese armed forces through equipment, training, and other means. And three, through the IMF and World Bank and through the United Nations in providing support for reconstruction and for reforms and the work to reignite energy within our banking sector so our private sector can economically start growing the country again.
Just lastly, Iran, in all of the process of negotiations up until this point, has insisted that Lebanon is coupled with its own negotiations with the United States to bring about an end to the war. And I'm wondering whether that's turned out to be to Lebanon's advantage at all. How's that perceived in Lebanon? And is there a sense that perhaps Iran, by insisting that Lebanon is not forgotten, has kept Lebanon on the world radar? What are your thoughts?
I think Iran is trying to maintain its network of influence within the region. Hezbollah is the crown jewel. They also are trying to do that with the Houthis. They're trying to do that in Iraq with the Hashd and the others. So for me, in Lebanon, Iran is trying to maintain its military influence, its social economic influence, and its political influence through Hezbollah. After the massive losses in Hezbollah's leadership, Hezbollah has become more susceptible and more directly controlled by the Iranian IRGC, and this is a big challenge for Lebanon. But I don't see the process of Iran negotiating with the US serving any other interest than Iran itself and its proxies, not Lebanon, not the countries where those proxies are active. If a proper solution were to be made, Iran would have opened up to the Lebanese state directly and asked the Lebanese state or supported the Lebanese state in what the Lebanese state is doing. So far, we refused the credentials of the Iranian ambassador, and he refused to leave the Lebanese territory. That is an anecdotal proof that Iran does not care about the state of Lebanon, is only working to protect Hezbollah as an entity loyal to it.
Okay, and just lastly, going back to where we started, this territory along the border between Israel and Lebanon, 10 kilometers deep inside Lebanese territory, which is occupied by Israel. What's your feeling? What are Israel's intentions there? Do you think this is territorial expansionism taking place before your eyes?
I think after the agreement signed a few days ago, we can basically have an agreement with a line that specifically says Israel has no territorial claims in Lebanon, signed on by the Israeli representative in DC after the approval of the government. Therefore, we have something that is official, at least in that sense. We are hearing a lot of statements, electoral or otherwise, but the reality is the text is very clear, and I hope they commit to that. Plus, we've got United Nations Security Council resolutions 1701 and others that all support Lebanon's claim for its whole territory and maintaining the integrity of its borders.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Mark Dow, independent Lebanese MP. Thanks for your time, sir. Now, turning our attention to Turkey and Israel and a relationship that is becoming increasingly tense. Well, the Turkish foreign minister says Israel is, quote, seeking to portray Turkey as a new enemy. Well, tensions have been building since the Gaza war began on the 7th of October 2023. But the dispute is now entering a new phase, with Ankara condemning Israeli strikes and operations in southern Syria after clashes near the Golan Heights forced some residents to flee. Well, another flashpoint is Israel's recognition of what it called the Armenian genocide under the Ottoman Empire back in 1915. That is another move that sparked anger in Ankara. Well, to discuss this further, I am joined by Cengiz Firat, who is a former Turkish ambassador. He joins us from Bodrum in Turkey. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, sir. We're also joined by Elhanan Miller, who is a research fellow at the Hartman Institute in Jerusalem. Thank you both very much indeed for joining us. We're talking here about two US allies, and we're talking about Turkey, the first Muslim-majority country to officially recognize Israel. And we're talking about two countries with a long history of cooperation over the years. So what we want to find out today is what has gone wrong in this relationship. Elhanan, let me start by asking you. I mean, there are plenty of hostile comments for me to choose from, directed from your country towards Turkey. We've heard from the former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, for example, who's been saying Turkey is the new Iran. Then we've heard from Eylon Liel, who is a former Israeli ambassador to Turkey, who said Turkey has effectively become an enemy state to Israel. Why are these people making comments of that kind?
Well, I think it's firstly quite unfortunate that we've come to that. I've personally visited Turkey numerous times, enjoyed it very much. Turkey has a sizable Jewish community, and it's a country that enjoyed quite close relations with Israel, even on the civilian level, not just on the security and state level. I think we've come to this because there's a sense that the Erdogan government is quite supportive of Hamas and quite sympathetic to the leadership in Gaza. Now, of course, many countries in the world are sympathetic to the Palestinians and specifically to the Gaza residents. But I believe that Erdogan and his government have gone beyond that. Turkey is the one that decided to cut financial and economic ties with Israel in recent years. And basically, most of those ties have ground to a halt. So I think that given the quite hawkish or belligerent stance of Turkey towards Israel, we've seen a series of moves that have been a continuous deterioration, culminating with the decision of our government this week to recognize the genocide of the Armenian people, which is something that's been pending or not happening for many, many years because Israel didn't want to take that move. And so it's both statements on the rhetorical level, as well as now for the first time an actual policy decision.
Okay, so clearly plenty of irritants. Cengiz, we'll give you a chance to respond to those comments made there. And I also want to say that it's not just Israel making hostile comments towards Turkey. The Turkish Foreign Minister, Hakan Fidan, said, for example, Netanyahu's administration is seeking to declare Turkey the new enemy. I want to ask you, at what point did Israel's relations with Turkey deteriorate to this point?
Well, I think for quite some time now it's been brewing, ever since the Mavi Marmara incident where Israeli commandos boarded the Gaza flotilla. Since then, I think things have been going downhill. The Turkish public opinion is very, very critical of how Israel has conducted itself in Gaza. And this was definitely before the hostilities that we saw in Gaza recently. All the massacres and, even the International Court of Justice goes as far as saying there was genocide being perpetrated. So that reverberates very much in Turkey. And it's not just a matter of government A, government B, government C. I think the Turkish public opinion at large is very sensitive to what's happening there. And it's not only Gaza, it's also what's happening in the West Bank, it's also what's happening in Lebanon, it's also what's happening in Syria, it's also what happened with Iran. We see from Ankara's perspective, from Turkey's perspective, we see an Israel that has lost its brakes. There's no common sense anymore. It's just going after instability in the region. We see it in this way, that they want to enlarge their lands, first with Gaza, then with Western. When you go to the west, you go towards Syria, the Druze population. You go north, you have the south of Lebanon, etc. So, and the West Bank to include that. And of course, I understand that the war in Iran came to a culmination because this is something that they've been willing to do, or Netanyahu's government has been willing to do for the past 40 years now. And it was a subject that they were on. Now, I really don't understand this mentality of whoever's against us, let's destroy them mentality. Who's next? Egypt? Who's next? Pakistan? Who's next? Turkey? Who's next? God will, if there's somebody who says, okay, we're not too happy with this, are you going to go after France as well? Are you going to go after the US as well?
Okay, James. All right, you've given us plenty to think about there. Let me put some of your comments to Elhanan and ask you to respond to what we've just heard there. And I also want to ask you why all of a sudden on Sunday Israel's cabinet unanimously approved a proposal to formally recognize the Armenian genocide. Why now?
Well, let me start with the first question. I think, firstly, I share many of the concerns of the ambassador about the policies of my government. There are many things that I would like to see changed. I would like to see a more tolerant and open policy towards Israel's allies. I would like to see a different policy on the Palestinian issue, specifically on the West Bank. I'd like to see a pathway to a two-state solution. So I share many of those concerns. I think part of the crisis between Israel and Turkey these days has to do with the fact that the Palestinian government is divided and has been since 2007 between Hamas and Fatah, or Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. And some international players have been taking sides. It's only natural. Some prefer one of the governments, some prefer the other. But in effect, that meant that Turkey found itself on the wrong side of, from Israel's perspective, of the Palestinian divide on the Hamas side. I think some of the damage can be undone given the upcoming elections and the likely change of government that we expect based on the polls. It won't be a radically different government. It won't be a left-wing government that will strive for peace agreements immediately, with the Palestinians at least. But I do envision some change there. The question about the Armenian genocide recognition, I think, has to do more with this state of belligerence and a government that is in some way willing to maybe use, contentious historic causes to somehow convey a message of anger and maybe even revenge to the Turkish government. Unfortunately, I don't think that the response by the Armenian government or even by Armenian figures was exactly what our foreign minister expected. They didn't exactly embrace this recognition and even said that it's kind of being used cynically in a power politics game between Israel and Turkey. So I'm not sure that the return was what exactly Israel expected.
Right. The Armenian Prime Minister said stop trying to politicize this issue, which was presumably something that was not expected by Israel. And Turkey said to Israel in response, look at Gaza. It seemed to be drawing a parallel there, it seems, Cengiz, with the genocide taking place there. Is that right?
I would say yes. I agree with the Israeli speaker on that issue. I mean, you don't have to look anywhere else. Just look at Armenia's reaction. They said, look, this is futile. This is not the proper moment to do this. Where were you in the last 40 years on this issue? We've been asking you to do this. Israel has refused, etc. So it's very, very clear that this government in Israel at the moment is reacting. And I don't think they have a strategic planning on certain things. They're moving in the wrong direction on many fronts. They're making enemies left, right, center, up, down, whichever way you look at it. I don't think Israel has been so left alone in the global world order as today, but they've done it. They've done it to themselves. I mean, if you do these massacres, if you do a genocide in Gaza against a totally, when you look at your might and what they have, it's nearly an unarmed group of civilians being killed every day on YouTube that we are watching. And with that, what's happening in Lebanon, the same issue. Let's flatten cities, let's flatten towns, let's get rid of the population, ethnic cleansing in 2026. This is unbelievable. I mean, where do we go from here? And you can't say, let's have friends with other people. At the moment, the current government in Israel is vying for instability in the region. Nobody should be strong enough to tell them, what are you doing? And why are you doing this? If anybody says that, let's destroy their towns, let's destroy their cities. Let's make sure that we call them anti-Semitic because they say why. All this is culminating in an Israel that is left alone in global politics.
Elhanan, I've got to let you respond to that. And on the note of how isolated Israel looks internationally, I mean, that did come, didn't it, from the US Vice President, who seemed to suggest only last week that Israel didn't have too many friends left and that the United States was one of the very few.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate to see how isolated Israel indeed is, even with its closest allies these days. But I do believe that Turkey actually has a very positive role to play. And I think from a personal perspective, I think it's quite a shame that in the post-October 7th environment, because of Turkey's very well-placed relations with Hamas, it was able to usher Hamas into a new era following the atrocities of October 7th and turn Hamas somehow into a legitimate political player that could maybe one day integrate into the PLO, into the legitimate framework of the Palestinian government and usher elections. Instead, I feel like the Erdogan government has just kind of used its position to fan the flames of, dissent between President Abu Mazen and the Hamas leadership or whatever's left of it. And unfortunately, Hamas hasn't learned, and nobody's really helped it adopt this mentality that, yes, you can be an Islamic government or a very pro, even Muslim Brotherhood ideology government and still, forego indiscriminate killing of civilians like it did on October 7th. And I think that's a missed opportunity. Maybe there's still time to help usher Hamas in that direction. But I think just as Israel's suffering serious challenges in its democratic arena, I think so too the Palestinians are. And I think Turkey here has a very positive role to play if it wants to play it. I think Turkey also has certain regional aspirations, just like Israel does. There's maybe a power struggle over Syria and, how each country would like to see the future Syria. But yes, there are things behind the scenes that might be more positive than the statements made by politicians. There still is security cooperation that's quite good. So hopefully things can get better.
All right, you made some important points there. Let's ask Ambassador Cengiz to respond to them.
Well, I think, first of all, everybody needs to calm down. The whole region is a quagmire. As we see with the developments in Lebanon, for example, the US was dealing with Hezbollah, completely left out when it was dealing with the Lebanese government on the peace deal. Why? Because they made a deal with Iran, and Article 1 of that deal, of the Memorandum of Understanding, said, okay, Lebanon has to be cleared of all foreign influence, etc., which meant, of course, Israel has to withdraw. Israel was very unhappy with this, so they pushed, and the Americans said, okay, why don't we do this with the Lebanese government, and Hezbollah will be kicked out of this equation. So this is a catch-22. Which way do you go, up or down? It's not going to be solving the situation. On the contrary, I don't think the whole issue with Iran is finished. I don't think the whole issue with Lebanon is finished. I don't think the whole issue with Gaza is finished. Nothing is finished now at the moment. And we are seeing that people are reacting in a very hard politics manner. Everybody's arming up. Everybody's getting ready for even greater battles. Nobody's going to win from this. Israel is definitely not going to win any of this. Therefore, strategic planners, people who have a calm head in Israel, should really look at the map, should really look at the developments, should really look at the reactions and contemplate that where they're going is not the right path. They have to calm down, they have to sit down, and they have to negotiate with all the players in the region. Turkey could be a very important regional partner, but only if they stop talking about making Turkey the new Iran, etc. Turkey is not a simple country. It's a $1.6 trillion economy, G20. It's a NATO member state. Militarily, please, they shouldn't even think about it. Turkey has a bigger navy, a bigger army. It has enough weaponry, drones, etc., to make sure that nothing happens in this region if it doesn't want it. So it's not even strategically a thought to challenge Turkey one-on-one directly. That would be completely wrong. Right. And if the Israelis do not have the US behind them, I don't think they can even go forward on a one-to-one basis with Iran. So stop challenging everybody, calm down, and let diplomacy do its trick.
Okay, I mean, what is Israel thinking here? I mean, clearly Turkey is a member of NATO and is a strategic partner of the United States. Turkey has NATO's second largest army. We've just seen this major show of force by the Turks, a military, a naval drill involving 125 naval vessels. I mean, clearly, it would be a very messy battle if it came to that, wouldn't it?
It shouldn't be. There should be no battle on this issue. I'm sorry, if I can just finalize my words on that. There shouldn't be any battle on this because nobody will win. Nobody will win. But Israel will definitely not attain anything that it wishes. On the contrary, it will suffer a lot. Therefore, we all have to calm down. Okay. You know, putting somebody as a target practice for this current government is very easy to talk about it. But when Naftali Bennett or somebody else comes into power, it's going to be something else. They need to be a little bit more logical. They need to be a little bit more diplomatic and a little bit more smooth politically. Otherwise, it's not going to work out in this region.
Okay, Elhanan, your thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that we have enough real enemies that we've suffered from in the last few years. We're just still reeling from the ballistic missile attacks from Iran. We know who our real strategic, existential, if you'd like, enemies are, and Turkey's not one of them. And I don't think that it's wise by our opposition, leadership to frame Turkey in that way. I think there are serious challenges diplomatically, but they need to be solved in diplomatic tools. So that's more the direction I would like our opposition vying for power to go in. And I think there's actually a convergence of interest in some very significant arenas. Primarily Syria, our neighbor. You know, both Israel and Turkey would like to see Ahmed al-Shara evolve into the national leader that we want him to be, and he seems to be moving in that direction in many ways. I think that's something that Israel and Turkey can collaborate on, and probably are collaborating now militarily and strategically on that planning. I think Iran is another common foe of both countries, maybe not in the same way, but I think Turkey is also concerned about the expansionist strategies of the Islamic regime, the Islamic government of Tehran, and would also like to see those aspirations curtailed in not least in Syria, as well as other regional countries like Yemen, like Iraq. None of that helps Israel or Turkey. So I believe that's really the direction we should be aspiring for. We should be speaking about fields of cooperation and trying to actually give an alternative vision to the current government, which is one of hope, one of regional prosperity, one of normalization of Israel in the region. And I think, as I said before, Turkey can play a significant role in that.
Okay, we've got a couple of minutes left. And one thing that hasn't come up so far, and I'm surprised it hasn't been mentioned so far, is that the souring of this relationship does coincide with the tenure of the leaders of both countries, Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Erdogan. To what extent do you think there is a bit of a personal rivalry between those two men? And is that perhaps one of the major irritants in this relationship? Cengiz?
I would say that personal irritants between two leaders, it does happen. Between Trump and Netanyahu, it was roses one day and then irritation the next day. So this does happen in politics. Politics is never a one-track road. But concerning the rift that is happening between Turkey and Israel, it's a bit more deep than that as far as the Turks are concerned. What we've seen, the genocide in Gaza, has really turned people away from Israel completely. And the continuation of this government, the Israeli government, what they're doing in Lebanon, in Syria, the war with Iran also shows that they're fighting on all fronts. They're also supporting the Greeks and the Cypriots, the Greek Cypriots. They go to Somaliland, etc. All these things are just to irritate us, and to be right there in our faces. To do what? You're going to take on Turkey? Good luck with that.
Okay. How do you respond to that, Ilhan?
I mean, I think Turkey has also done one or two things to irritate the Israelis, regardless of this government. So I think both sides could be a little bit more restrained. But I do think, as I said, and I want to reiterate the point I made earlier, I think it would be easier in a new government for Israel to reach peace with countries like Saudi Arabia and with Lebanon, given a change of government, perhaps Syria as well. I think where Turkey, again, can play a strategic role is helping us do the same with the Palestinians. In many ways, the deterioration that we've seen culminating on October 7th is a product of the failure of the peace process and the rift within the Palestinian camp between Fatah and Hamas and the loss of hope. That's part of it. I think Turkey can help the Palestinians reunite under one government. And I think any peace that doesn't include the Palestinians in the coming years is doomed to fail in some way. And here, I think, not only in Syria, but in the Palestinian arena as well, Turkey can play a strategic role, and we'd be eternally indebted to it if it actually did step up and play that role.
Okay, I'm going to give you each a final question. Ilhan, and I want to start with you so that we give Ambassador Firat the last word. Are we talking here about a rivalry or an adversary viewed from Israel's perspective with regards to Turkey?
Well, it depends who you ask. I think at the moment it's a rivalry, maybe over power and influence in the region. Israel, realized an opportunity where it could become more of a hegemonic power had the Iranian regime fallen, and then maybe it would be in direct conflict with Turkey over that hegemony. I think given that Iran is still standing, we have to realign our expectations and really see that Israel and Turkey can be on the same page. But given bad policy making, it could become something more than that. And I hope it doesn't.
All right, Ambassador Firat, your last word in this discussion. Is Israel a rival or an adversary?
I don't think it should be a rival adversary. We're here in the same geography. We share the same place. We share the same history. We share the same cultures in many ways. We should work together to make this place a little bit more stable rather than unstable. That's what I can say. And I hope more people like my interlocutor could come up from Israel and talk a little bit more sense like he does, rather than the current government, which really doesn't do much good.
All right. Well, you have had the last word. Cengiz Firat, former Turkish ambassador, thank you very much indeed to you. And thanks as well to Elhanan Miller, research fellow at the Hartman Institute in Jerusalem. Thank you to you as well. Thank you both very much indeed. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-colored. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
If you say something enough, people tend to believe it, but that doesn't necessarily make it true. President Donald Trump has said almost 40 times that the US has won the war, that the deal is done, or at the very least is imminent. As analysis of the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran heats up, we ask, who's come out on top? I'm Melinda Nusafora. You're watching Counterpoints. Cast your mind back to 2020. Donald Trump tweeted, "Iran never won a war but never lost a negotiation." Fast forward 6 years, and I wonder how he feels about that statement now. The deal-maker-in-chief says the US got everything it wanted out of Iran, but his critics and even some Republican allies disagree. For a start, the nuclear issue looms large.
Don't forget, we had presidents that should have done this for 47 years. Nobody did it. Obama gave them a road to a nuclear weapon. I gave them a wall against a nuclear. They can never, under this agreement, they'll never even think about building a nuclear weapon.
And yet, nothing has been publicly agreed to that guarantees this with any more certainty than the previous nuclear agreement did, the one President Trump pulled out of in 2018. Add to that the relaxation of US sanctions on Iranian oil exports and a question mark over the Strait of Hormuz. American voters aren't viewing this as a victory. The latest CBS YouGov poll found the vast majority don't believe the US has permanently stopped Iran's nuclear program, and they certainly don't see the MOU as a win for America. What the war has achieved, however, is the unintentional wedge it's driven between the US and Israel.
Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
So on this episode, we'll ask, who really won this war? Is the region safer or more splintered? And has Israel lost its most powerful ally? Joining us for this discussion is Syed Hussein Mousavian, a former diplomat and former senior nuclear negotiator for Iran. George Papadopoulos is joining us once again, former foreign policy advisor to Donald Trump. And rounding out our panel is Chuck Freilich, joining us for another time, former deputy national security advisor for Israel and currently a professor at Columbia University. Gentlemen, to all of you, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Well, President Trump first claimed victory in Iran 10 days into the conflict. He said, and I quote, "The war is very complete." But 4 months, one ceasefire and one memorandum of understanding later, and a lasting deal is still being thrashed out. Both sides say progress is being made, but the sticking points remain largely unchanged since the early days of the war. Iran's nuclear program and control over the Strait of Hormuz. It has many people, including some Republican lawmakers, asking, what was it all for? A big point of contention amongst Iran hawks is the US decision to ease long-running economic sanctions. For the next 60 days, Iran's oil industry can operate without fear of US retribution. So, Mr. Freilich, let's start with you. Who's the real winner here, the US or Iran?
Unfortunately, Iran. This is a war which I believe was both a necessary one and a justified one. Unfortunately, it was miswaged both by the US and Israel, which neither of which had clear objectives. And I believe that Mr. Trump ended the war far too quickly and ended it in a way so that Iran feels, and I think with great justification, that they actually won. They withstood the onslaught by the world's global superpower. Israel too, but we are a minor actor in comparison. And feeling that they won and with a sense of confidence, they have actually been dictating terms ever since. The memorandum of understanding, which was signed, reads almost entirely like an Iranian document, and across-the-board American capitulation. And even more unfortunately, I think, as we've now begun the negotiations towards a final agreement, Iran still seems to be in the driver's seat. I actually think it's unlikely, not impossible, but unlikely that a final deal will be reached because the two sides are still so far apart. What the interim deal did was just open up the Straits of Hormuz and prolong the ceasefire. I think it's unlikely that Iran will make the kind of concessions that the U.S. wants, and we will maybe find ourselves in a situation of ongoing limbo. No fire, no warfare, not a real ceasefire until one of the sides decides that it's time to change the situation.
Mr. Papadopoulos, I'm curious as to what do you think about some of what Chuck has said there? Miswaged by the U.S., an American capitulation?
I wholeheartedly disagree with almost everything that Chuck just stated, because President Trump was the first president in close to 50 years to actually have the gumption to take on a regime which has really waged chaos around the world, not only for U.S. interests, but of course for allied interests. It's maimed and slaughtered its own people for decades. It's a theocracy which has been isolated from the global community for decades, and it's acted like a pariah. And I think that the joint U.S.-Israel strikes basically were conducted in order to transform the overwhelming military achievements into lasting economic and political gains for the United States and its allies. Let's look first militarily what happened. The theocracy and its old leadership was assassinated and resulted in political chaos. Secondly, politically, Muslim majority nations subscribed to the MOU, including Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan. These aren't the NATO members. And lastly, economically, which I would argue is the most important for the domestic political situation in the United States, the Iranians have been forced to now demine the Strait of Hormuz. The strait is once again open to tanker traffic, and the markets have overwhelmingly responded in a positive manner. Oil is now below $80 a barrel after it had previously reached close to $120 a barrel at the beginning of this conflict. So when you look at it in its totality, that doesn't look like capitulation. It looks like the United States and its allies actually obtained every single one of their major objectives from the beginning going into this war. The only thing I disagree with is that this should have happened a lot sooner than the last 100 days.
Mr. Mousavian, jump in here for us. Despite the human cost on both sides, which is always unacceptable, do you get the sense that this is victory for Iran? Or has the US, as Mr. Papadopoulos there says, achieved every single objective?
I believe the main assessment or assumption was that if the US and Israel would have a very strong attack, military strike on Iran, and assassinating all leaders, the supreme leader, the very high-level military security commanders, the Iranian people, they will rise and there will be a regime collapse. It was clear, I mean, all American papers, they have written hundreds of op-ed articles about this reality. And also we heard from many American officials, from even President Trump, from the Secretary of Energy. They said the main objective was controlling the Iranian oil reserve, controlling Iranian Khark Island, which is the hub of Iranian energy. And yes, the assumption was this, and I believe everyone now understands internationally, regionally, it has failed. Nevertheless, I really don't believe there is any winner. I believe everybody lost. Iran lost because of hundreds of billions of dollars of damages. Israel lost. Israel was badly hit. Regional allies, they were hit. Israel, the US, for the first time after the Second World War, all American military bases in the region were attacked. Everybody lost. This is a reality. There is no winner. Yes, if we assume that the objective was to bring a regime collapse, it did not happen. Yes, it didn't happen, but there is no winner.
Mr. Freilich, do you want to jump in on that? There is no winner?
Well, I stated my opinion in the beginning that there is a winner. First of all, I don't want to be in a position, certainly, of sparring with my American colleague. The U.S. and Israel are very close allies, and I do agree with Mr. Papadopoulos that Mr. Trump gets credit for being the first president in 50 years who was willing to finally take military action against Iran. It's a shame that this didn't happen much longer ago. But I think that to claim that the objectives were achieved is, to my understanding, just simply not a recognition of reality. One objective was regime change. That didn't happen. What we got was a strengthened and more confident regime. A second objective was to destroy the nuclear program. It was barely touched in this round. It was significantly set back in June. The Iranian proxies have not been weakened. Hezbollah, as a matter of fact, has been greatly strengthened by this. And Iran, through skillful negotiations, managed to create a direct link between the U.S. Iranian negotiations and the situation in Lebanon. And Israel has been forced to put an end to its combat operations against Hezbollah. This is the first time, I think, where the United States is forcing a close ally to stop a war against a terrorist organization. And the only area where there is any military, their conventional capabilities were set back, yes. But of the four main objectives, the only area where there was any significant achievement is in terms of the ballistic missiles, mostly the industrial base for producing them. They still have a few thousand missiles. I am unimpressed, forgive me, Mr. Papadopoulos, but I am unimpressed by the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. The straits were only closed after the war broke out. That was never a pre-war objective. And this was a failure both on the part of the U.S. and Israel to anticipate something that everyone has talked about for years as an Iranian move. And the fact that Qatar and Pakistan and some other Arab countries are involved in these so-called peace talks is also a very little comfort. They should be having no role here. So the objective that Mr. Trump declared of unconditional surrender, I believe, again, that this was just about an across-the-board American capitulation.
Mr. Mousavian, one of President Trump's war goals was to end Iran's nuclear ambitions, and that still hasn't been categorically resolved to this point, even though it is a point of discussion. The US president has always said that he'd produce a better deal than the JCPOA, something that you yourself worked on. Is he on track for that? Is he on track for a better, for want of a better term, better deal than that one?
See, I think we need to review together two very important realities. One is the fact that since 2003, every IAEA report every year has a very, very clear sentence. There is no evidence of diversion in Iranian nuclear program toward weaponization. Yes, IAEA always has had technical questions, but the assumption, the conclusion in every IAEA report is clear. There is no evidence of diversion toward weaponization. The IAEA director, Garussi, before the war, during the war, after the war, he said many, many times. The second reality is that every U.S. intelligence assessment since 2003, annually, all American U.S. intelligence agencies, they have made it clear there is no evidence of diversion toward weaponization, and there is no evidence of any decision-making by Iranian officials to go for nuclear bomb. I mean, these are the realities. But nevertheless, as the U.S. attacked Iraq under the pretext of weapons of mass destruction, it was a fabricated issue to attack Iran. I mean, we need to understand. However, the JCPOA is the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation. It's far beyond NPT. I mean, the transparency measures and the limits Iran accepted within the JCPOA, no other member of NPT has ever accepted. It is, frankly speaking, reality is that the JCPOA is and was NPT 2, because Iran accepted many, many measures on verification and limits beyond NPT.
So, Mr. Mousavian, if there was no divergence, if there was no move to weaponization, why do you think the US and Israel issued such a red line on the nuclear program? If Iran was genuinely not posing a threat, obviously they think they were.
Yeah, see, I was referring to the U.S. intelligence assessment. It is not, I mean, if I say, they would say, yeah, this is Iranian claim. But every American intelligence assessment since 2007 has made it clear. And every IAEA report, I mean, this is not my claim, this is American intelligence assessment, and even the International Atomic Energy Agency. Nevertheless, the JCPOA was a deal between Iran and the US. Although Iran and all world powers, they agreed, United Nations Security Council adopted Resolution 2231, IAEA adopted multiple resolutions, and there is no doubt that Iran was in full compliance from 2015 to 2019. When the US withdrew from the deal, Iran was in full compliance with zero failure to the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation. The US withdrew and imposed and rewarded Iran with the most comprehensive sanctions for implication of the most comprehensive agreement, nuclear agreement during the history.
George, do you want to jump in on that? I'm surprised you don't have a comment on it. I mean, if it was such a comprehensive deal, how can President Trump get something better?
Well, first and foremost, not only has the United States made it unequivocally clear that Iran will never obtain a nuclear weapon under President Trump's watch, the European Union, China, even Russia has made comments similar to those echoed by the administration. In its totality, it highlights the fact that this isn't simply a U.S.-Iran problem. This is a global problem in which numerous countries view the Iranian potential nuclear threat as a real threat, not an imaginary threat. So when the United States dangled the carrots of an economic boon to Iran to the tunes of buying billions of dollars in wheat, corn, Boeing airplanes before the war, as long as Iran publicly decided and announced that it would no longer enrich uranium or obtain a nuclear weapon, what did Iran say to the negotiators? This is our inalienable right to do so as a sovereign nation. Shortly thereafter, the military strikes commenced. This would have continued and ultimately reached a nuclear-armed Iran if the United States and Israel did not intervene.
And even after the intervention, though, we're still talking about it, George. So how has anything been achieved?
Well, certainly Iran now finally understands that military strikes and the military option is on the table. They never knew that before, because for the last 47 years, no one ever took them on. And that's exactly why Iran continued to finance various terrorist organizations, sell natural gas and oil in an illicit manner, strengthen its ties with other rogue states while waging chaos around the world. That all stopped. And that's exactly why now Iran, for the first time in 47 years, has actually seriously come to the negotiating table. They understand that they were defeated militarily. They no longer have a navy. Their air force was decimated. Their old leadership, which I would argue was the real conservative theocrats, have been absolutely annihilated and assassinated. And they've ushered in a new transitional government, which has openly suggested that they want some sort of sanctions relief. They want to begin to sell oil. They want to be included in the international community. And they no longer want to be viewed as a pariah, but as a stakeholder in the international community. And ultimately, I think that is in the global interest to have Iran act like a rational player, a responsible nation, and one that is reintegrated into the global community. Because for the last 47 years, a pariah in Iran has done nothing but cause instability, and that has been finally addressed. And it's in the interest of the world to see this deal come through.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could jump in on that
Please.
point also, Mr. Masouvian has, I mean, it's easy to cherry pick sentences from very long, detailed, technical IAEA reports. And it's very easy to, again, cherry pick a sentence from a U.S. Intelligence assessment. The fact is there is really no credible analysts around the world, certainly American intelligence and Israeli intelligence, and pretty much every other Western intelligence agency worth its salt, believe that Iran certainly had a military nuclear option, that Iran had actually reached the point of being a threshold state. They had not yet weaponized. But just over a year ago, before the 12-day war in June, Iran, Iran had enriched uranium to 60%, which is just a hop and a skip from the full military level, sufficient for at least 10 bombs worth. And had they wished, or had the U.S. and Israel not prevented them, they could have actually weaponized and had enough bombs, enough material for the first bombs in a week or two, and the 10 bombs within just a few months. So I think it's a little bit, it's easy again to just cherry pick given sentences and deny what is really virtually incontrovertible evidence to the contrary.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think, Professor, you missed a very, very important reality and fact that on the JCPOA, Iran did not have any enrichment above 5%. Based on JCPOA, Iran was committed to enriching below 5%. And Iran's enriched stockpile was below 300 kilograms, and Iran was in full compliance. The moment the U.S. withdrew from JCPOA, violated the JCPOA, imposed the most comprehensive sanctions, Iran started to lower its commitment. Iranian enriched uranium to 60% is after the U.S. withdrawal, not before. Therefore, if we are going to blame anyone, we should ask why the U.S. withdrew, imposing sanctions, pushing Iran as a bargaining chip to increase the level and capacity of its nuclear program. That's why even during the 2025 negotiation between Witkoff and Araghchi, the first day they started negotiations, Iran told them they are ready to get rid of the highly enriched uranium if there is a deal. I mean, Iran, during 2025, during 2026 negotiations, Iran accepted to dilute all 60% enriched uranium and also to go to minimum level of stockpile. Therefore, the intention was not nuclear bomb. The intention was to respond the U.S. If you violate, if you impose sanctions, we have our cards to play.
Well, what those, if I could jump in, what those cards seem to be is a form of blackmail, that if you do not uplift sanctions or do what we tell you, we will eventually enrich enough of uranium to potentially obtain a nuclear weapon. And look, just look at the way that Iran behaved at the onset of this conflict. They were not attacking the United States and Israel as much as they were actually attacking neutral third parties in the GCC Azerbaijan, and attempted to even attack NATO member Turkey. The world and the region all saw what this regime is all about. This was not a responsible stakeholder in the international community. This was a pariah state that had to be dealt with. And these two examples from what the professor just laid out, which regarding that if they didn't get their way, that they would enrich enough uranium to potentially get a nuclear weapon, and when they did get hit, decide to attack their neighbors. That's what the world was up against, and that's why so much of the international community today actually does stand with the president, stands with Vice President Vance, and they're all applauding this MOU and expect a temporary ceasefire to become a permanent solution.
I think you are dismissing the reality again. The only nuclear weapon state in the region is Israel. No other country in the Middle East has nuclear weapon. And Iran is member of NPT. Iran does not have nuclear weapon. Iran has been attacked by 2 nuclear weapon states. And Israel is the only country is maintaining its nuclear weapon. And you are blaming Iran because of the nuclear weapon. I mean, you need to be realistic. I mean, we cannot, with propaganda, deceive each other. If the Israelis accept nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East, we have United Nations resolution proposed by Iran in 1970s for nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East. Iran has been supporting for 50 years, and Israel has been opposing for 50 years. I mean, if any country is supposed to be blamed for nuclear weapon, we should blame the only country with nuclear weapon.
Mr. Freilich, Professor Freilich, you should respond to that. Why can Israel have nuclear weapons, even though they are undeclared, and Iran shouldn't?
Well, no one knows what Israel does or does not have. And in any event,
isn't that really part of the problem?
No, that's one of the strengths of the problem, is that Israel does not have a declared policy in either direction. But I think Mr. Mousavian is taking the well-known tactic: if you can't defend a position, then you come up with some other argument which isn't really directly related. There is a difference between a country like Iran and one like Israel. Israel is a democracy. It's considered by most of the world's leaders to be a responsible democracy. And if it's true that it is a nuclear power, well, no one has ever seen hide or hair of it. Nothing. No one knows what Israel does or does not have. And Israel does not threaten its neighbors. Iran has called, ever since the Islamic Republic, repeatedly called for Israel's destruction, has a timeline in which that is supposed to happen. And it's not just rhetoric. It has poured billions and billions of badly needed resources into developing their nuclear capability, into building a vast missile capability, in supporting their regional proxies who all share the same objective of Israel's destruction. We know that the October 7th attack by Hamas, which was largely coordinated in advance with Iran and its Hezbollah proxy, was actually supposed to be the opening act in a war that was supposed to lead to Israel's destruction. So there is no basis for a comparison between what Israel does or does not do in this case and Iran.
First of all, Professor, I have been advocating cessation of any existential threat mutually between Iran and Israel for years and years and years. I have been supporting a two-state solution. I am against any existential threat by any country which is a clear violation of United Nations United Nations Charter. But again, the reality, Professor, is the level of existential threat imposed by Israel on Iran is not more than what Iranians have threatened the existence of Israel, is not less. And you have heard from many very respected American high-level politicians from Democrats and Republicans saying that these wars were not American wars, it was Israeli war. I mean, this is a reality which you have heard, you are reading every day in the US. That's why, first of all, I'm against. Second, no, professor, no. I mean, the reality is that everyone knows Israel has nuclear weapon. Nobody, I mean, even the US officials, even Israeli minister publicly said we should attack Iran with nuclear bomb. I mean, this is not something we can hide it. And the reality is that no other country has nuclear weapon. And Iran is member of NPT, and Iran implemented the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation. And for 4 years, from 2015, professor, to 2019, check every IAEA report saying the peaceful nature of Iranian nuclear program. Because under JCPOA, IAEA had full access, and that's why every 3 months, 4 months, 16 reports says clear peaceful nature of Iranian nuclear program. The problem started when the U.S. withdrew. I mean, I'm really surprised why we are not blaming the country which violated United Nations Security Council Resolution 2231, withdrew from the deal, many IAEA resolutions which adopted JCPOA, and the U.S. withdrew and created such a mess in the region. And the U.S. and Israel initiated attack on Iran.
All right. Well, then, Mr. Papadopoulos, let's put that to you. Was the U.S. withdrawal from the JCPOA in 2018 the impetus for all this renewed nuclear concern in the region?
The withdrawal from the United States had an effect to see Iran not abide by the NPT, but to actually increase the enrichment of uranium to obtain a nuclear weapon. You can't coincide...
But why withdraw from a deal if it's just going to allow them to continue?
Firstly, that was not a permanent solution.
Japan has about 20,000 kilogram of reprocessed heavy water and enriched uranium, thousands of tons. Many NPT countries, they have enriched uranium up to 90%. Japan has enrichment. Brazil has enrichment. Germany has enrichment. Argentina has enrichment. They have thousands of enriched uranium. Having enrichment, even going to enriching to 90%, is not violation of NPT and international law.
Okay, all right.
Germany...
Nuclear bomb is in violation.
All right, let's let George respond. George, directly respond to, first of all, the first question. Is US to blame for when it withdrew? Did it create this chaos? And then secondly, as what Mr. Mousavian is saying, if other countries are allowed to enrich, if Israel's allowed to have a nuclear weapon, why can't Iran?
Well, other countries, including some that were just referenced, Japan, Argentina, and Germany, have not been financing terrorist organizations throughout the entire world to attack civilians and U.S. and Western interests. They're not spying on various other countries the way that Iran is doing, and they're not a destabilizing factor. Secondly, regarding the United States, the deal that the Obama administration so-called negotiated had sunset clauses that would have never actually made sure that Iran abided by the agreement. They were basically trying to bribe their way into an agreement. The Trump administration understood that. They took the United States out of that agreement, and they showed the world what this regime really was up to and what its modus operandi is. That was exposed. So the United States exited a bad deal that the Obama administration bribed itself into, and the world cannot be viewed as an example to draw parallels to what the Iranian theocracy has been doing for the last 47 years. A 90% enriched Iran is not the same as a pacified Japan at 90%. That's absurd.
All right. Professor Freilich, was the U.S. withdrawal from the JCPOA the catalyst for all of this nuclear chaos that we're now experiencing?
Well, I thought at the time that it was a mistake on the part of the United States and that it was not helpful. But that's water under the bridge. And to keep talking today about what happened in 2015 or 2018, the withdrawal, again, it's history. The fact is that in any event, the JCPOA was going, much of its important restrictions have already been lifted, and the rest would have expired by 2030. So that's 3.5 years from now. That's nothing. Now, really, to compare Iran and Japan or Iran and Germany is not a really serious comparison. No country enriches, other than Iran, enriches to the 60 or 90% unless they have a nuclear program. There's a military program. There's absolutely no reason to go much above the normal civil level.
And here, Professor, please ask nuclear scientists how many countries they have already tons of enriched uranium, 90%. Please ask. I know by fact. You can check it, Professor. It is online available.
Okay.
Even UK, they have about 90 tons of enriched uranium to 90%. They don't know what to do with it.
Okay, Professor Freilich?
Well, the UK has a legitimate nuclear program under the NPT, and they're one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. They're allowed to have a nuclear capability. The UK, unlike Iran, does not call for the destruction, the extermination of another state. It hasn't invested huge resources to the destruction of another state. And again, you can cherry pick reports. The IAEA reports never confirmed that Iran has a peaceful nuclear program. It said just the opposite. We cannot confirm.
No. Every IAEA report, Professor, I'm expert on this. Every IAEA report, from 2015 July to 2019 May, 16 reports very clearly, they say peaceful nature of Iranian nuclear program. Everybody who is hearing this program, they can go online and check it.
Okay, Professor Freilich, I'll get you to finish off your comments there for in the interest of balance, and then I'm going to move us on.
No, okay. Look, I don't want to keep sparring over specific points. I can agree with Mr. Mousavian on one thing, and that is that it would be very nice if there were no more existential threats made. They come only from Iran. No one in Israel has any fundamental enmity towards Iran. Obviously, we very much do not like their nuclear programs, the ballistic missile, et cetera, et cetera. But really what Israel wants from Iran is one thing, and that's to be left alone. We are about 1,300 kilometers away at the closest point. That means that none of the usual sources of interstate conflict exist here. We have no border, we have no territory to fight over. We have no common resources, no population groups. The only reason for this, the basic reason for this enmity, is Iran's fundamental enmity. I believe it's a theological enmity, that Iran feels that it cannot live with any non-Muslim majority state in the region. They can live with non-Muslim minorities in various countries in the region, but not a majority non-Muslim country. And Iran is sworn to our destruction. The minute that changes, Israel will be very happy, at a minimum, to have a working relationship with Iran, if possible, full peace.
Well, I'm going to move us on here because this seems like a pertinent time just there, Professor, as you're discussing Israel's position in the region, because the nation clearly appears to be grappling with the implications of a forthcoming Iran deal, particularly the inclusion of Lebanon in any peace agreement, as you're talking there about Iran destabilizing the region through its proxies. Isaac Herzog, the Israeli president, defended his US counterparts. He said President Trump remained the most trusted partner of Israel. However, he did concede that recent developments are generating serious, legitimate concerns in Israel. And that's a direct quote. And some of those concerns are coming from close allies of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They've labelled the US treacherous and weak. So, Mr. Papadopoulos, let's go to you. Has the US betrayed Israel by insisting that Lebanon be included in this deal?
Absolutely not. I think that the United States and Israel have no light between them at this point. I think President Trump is the most pro-Israel president in modern American history, and he has showcased that numerous times, including just recently, in which Vice President Vance echoed the same exact sentiment that President Trump has allowed Israel to have certain equipment and do particular things that no other president has ever allowed them to have or to do. What the president is attempting to do regarding Israel and Lebanon is to basically usher in a new paradigm. And that's really a lot of what happens to do with Iran and the United States. The old modus operandi of the United States and Iran and Israel has been this tit for tat, economic sanctions and military strikes, which has resulted in Iran becoming a more and more pariah state and financing terrorist organizations that have attacked Israel. The United States now wants to open a new chapter. And in order to do that, you reintegrate Iran into the global economy and politically. You assure that they don't obtain a nuclear weapon. They cease their hostilities, and you have an accord with Israel and Lebanon so that civilians do not continuously die in Lebanon and that Israel continuously becomes isolated because of that conflict. That is the ultimate big picture. And President Trump has Israel in his heart, in his mind, and in the strategy of the United States.
Professor Freilich?
Look, I think that the words treacherous and betrayal are very strong words, which I would not use. I do believe that the president is pursuing American interests, and that, of course, is legitimate. And in this case, I believe that there is a difference in American interests and those of Israel. Reintegrating Iran into the global economy in the hope that this will lead to a change of any significance in Iranian behavior, I believe is an unbased hope. It's also similar to the type of positions which were reflected by the Obama administration at the time of the JCPOA, that maybe we can achieve essentially the same idea. It didn't work then. It hasn't worked numerous other times. The Iranian regime is, for better or for worse, very different from Western regimes. It is a revolutionary regime. It is a theocratic regime. It's a regime which has a mission on earth. And economic considerations aren't unimportant for Iran, but they are very, very secondary to those revolutionary and theocratic objectives. And economic inducements are nice to have for Iran. If the U.S. is offering them, they're very happy to take them. That will not get them to change their behavior. Again, I believe that the imposition of the ceasefire on Israel and Lebanon, which maybe, by the way, in the short term, it's fine. It will let things cool off for a little while, but it will not lead to any fundamental change in the situation in Lebanon. Lebanon is a country which has been hijacked by Hezbollah, which is another way of saying hijacked by Iran. For decades, it has been set back because of Iran. And there are some very good things happening in Lebanese politics today. And they're also reflected in the fact that the U.S. has sponsored Israeli-Lebanese negotiations for the first time in 4 or 5 decades. But the side that's preventing any realistic prospects for success there is Iran, Hezbollah, and Israel must protect itself, okay? No responsible government anywhere in the world would allow its citizens to be fired on time and again on a daily basis, in many cases multiple times per day, and not respond in the way that Israel has and will have to do probably in the short term as well.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Mousavian, I mean, if this is an issue between the US, Israel and Iran, do you think that Iran should agree to a deal to ensure peace for its own people, even if it doesn't include a full ceasefire in Lebanon? Shouldn't the Iranian leadership do what's best for the Iranian people?
I think if we are looking for a sustainable deal, as I have been saying for at least 15 years here in the US, first, we need a grand bargain, a comprehensive agreement between Iran and the US to end decades of hostilities, to respect each other's interests, legitimate interests, do not confront each other, do not fight with each other, to have normal diplomatic relations based on mutual interests, number one. Nevertheless, everything is not really about Iran and the US alone. Iran and the US Arab allies, they need also a grand bargain, direct high-level negotiations to create a collective regional cooperation for common cooperation on peace, security, and stability in order to end decades of hostilities between Iran and its Arab neighbors. And the third, as I said, is about Iran and Israel. I think the US, President Trump, is in good position to mediate for Iran and Israel to end decades of mutual existential military security existential threats. I mean, these are really major factors. Nevertheless, the other reality which nobody is talking is the importance of ending Israeli-Arab conflict. And as long as the two-state solution based on hundreds of UN resolutions is not respected by Israel, then we are not going to have Israeli-Palestinian peace. And we should respect the fact that this is Israel who is violating the UN resolutions on two-state solutions. Mm-hmm. And at the end, when we are talking about Lebanon, we should not forget just 6 months ago, Prime Minister Netanyahu publicly, officially said his strategy is Greater Israel, which means occupation of many other Arab countries in the region. Mm-hmm. Okay. And American ambassador in Israel said, yes, this is the rights of Israel to go for Greater Israel and to occupy the other Muslim countries. This is American and Israeli official statements in less than a year.
Can I add something to this?
Please.
I would agree with one thing that the gentleman just stated, that the United States and Iran do need a grand bargain deal, because for the last 47 years, as I explained, foreign policy and the architects of foreign policy have failed miserably in addressing the Iran question. Now, the question 47 years later has ushered in a burgeoning potential superpower in China that we haven't discussed here yet today, which has over $400 billion invested in Iran and has attempted to de-dollarize the global economy and to force Iran to not sell its oil in dollars, but in yuan. That's something that is also incredibly important for the United States, which is a superpower with global interests, to take into account of how Iran will reintegrate into some sort of framework with the United States vis-a-vis China. China would like to usher in a multipolar world to upend and replace the U.S.-led model, and they're using Iran in many ways as a petri dish to accomplish that objective. And President Trump is very aware of it, and that is why during his trip to China, the Iran question was brought up, and he forced China to stop assisting them in the conflict, and shortly thereafter, this memorandum of understanding came about.
Mm-hmm.
And if I may add something.
Yes, please, because we're almost out of time. So, Chuck, I'm happy for you to comment to wrap us up. Thank you.
Okay, so I was quite interested and glad to learn that Iran has really been fighting for Middle East peace. And the reason that Iran has developed a nuclear program and done all of the other things we've talked about were really all designed to bring about peace between Israel and the Palestinians. That was something that I did not know until this evening.
I never said that, Professor. I never said that.
Yes, you did. You did. That was the implication of what you said. And no, I will agree with you that I, too, that's what you said. You brought up the issue of Mideast peace, which is really totally unrelated. It's actually totally unrelated to the nuclear issue. It's another way of, again, diverting attention.
They're talking about peace in the region. We have 400 UN resolution about two-state solution, peace between Palestinians and Israelis. And the Israelis, they say only one Jewish state. We are talking about peace in the Middle East.
Look, I don't want to talk about the two-state solution, the Mideast peace. That's not the topic of our discussion today.
Exactly. We'll keep it on topic for us.
Yeah, I mean, I too would like to see peace with the Palestinians. It's not the issue here. And I, too, like Mr. Papadopoulos, I agree with you. I would like to see a grand bargain. Unfortunately, the conditions simply aren't there. Okay, Iran is considered to be an international pariah for all of the reasons, again, that we've mentioned today. You don't, by the way, need the U.S. to mediate an end to the existential threats. The threats come from only, the existential ones come from only one side. That's Iran. There can be peace between Israel and Iran the minute that Iran stops making those threats and stops actually taking the concrete actions in pursuit of those threats.
Professor, don't forget Israel attacked Iran, not Iran attacked Israel. The war 2025
Of course it did. It was an act of self-defense.
The war 2026 was by Israel. I mean, this was 2 Israeli wars on Iran.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
We're almost
2 attacks by Iran against Israel in 2024.
Okay. Look, we're out of time, so I might leave it there. There's so much more to discuss, but it's going to open us up into such a broader debate, and we won't get out of here this evening because I could continue to talk to the 3 of you for hours because I really appreciate all of your analysis here. Sayed Hussein Mousavian, former Iranian diplomat and former nuclear negotiator, George Papadopoulos, former foreign policy advisor to President Donald Trump, and Chuck Freilich, former Deputy National Security Advisor for Israel. For your diverging points of view and perspective, we appreciate having you here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and our exclusive interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, you can follow us across X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenophis III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you will see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.